Chapter 1264. The world tree was lush and towering into the clouds. Yan Chuan, Bai Qi, Zhaoang, Inhentian, and Miao walked toward the world tree. Along the way, Yan Chuan looked at the giant tree in front of him affectionately. This was the beginning of the Bai family. The Bai family was born because of it. They walked step by step, as if they were showing infinite respect to the world tree. Outside the world tree, there were experts from various sects guarding it. As Yan Chuan's group approached, two immortals flew over. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of Yan Chuan's group. "Stop!" one of the immortals shouted. Another immortal, who looked slightly older, pulled him back and looked at Yan Chuan and his group with astonishment in his eyes. "Greetings, Yan Di," the old immortal said respectfully. "Oh, you know me?" Yan Chuan asked, puzzled. The old immortal immediately smiled and said, "Emperor Yan's name has spread throughout the Central Territory. You destroyed the archaic mysteries sect, defeated the saints, and shone in the battlefield of sins. News has come from the sect, as well as portraits of Emperor Yan and the others. If we see them, we must not be rude." After the old immortal finished speaking, the younger immortal's expression changed. "Please forgive us, Yan Di." The immortal immediately apologized. Yan Chuan nodded. They continued walking toward the cypress tree. Yan Chuan's group ignored the two immortals. The two immortals did not dare to stop them. "Uncle Master, is this really Yan Chuan? What do we do now?" The younger immortal frowned. "We can't stop them. I'll watch from here. Return to the sect immediately and report to the sect leader," the old immortal said in a low voice. It was not just these two immortals. With Yan Chuan's appearance, more and more cultivators looked at Yan Chuan's group. After all, Yan Chuan was a sensitive person in the Central Territory, and the world tree was the most important thing in the world. What did Yan Chuan want? Could it be that he wanted the world tree? The news quickly spread in all directions. A day later, in a courtyard in the central weave, Gong Yangzi listened to the reports with a complicated expression. "Yan Chuan? He went to the world tree?" Gong Yangzi narrowed his eyes. "Patriarch, Yan Chuan wouldn't be so lawless as to dare to touch the world tree, right?" asked Gong Yang Ben Lei. "I hope he does. Let's go and take a look," Gong Yangzi said in a deep voice. In another place, Sage Mei Gao Ku was with the regretful Tian Jizi. A person in front of him was reporting. "Yan Chuan? How dare you?" Tian Jizi glared. "Yan Chuan went to the world tree?" the saint asked in a low voice. Divine Predictor suddenly looked at Sage and said, "Plum Heights, tell me, what's so special about that cat? Why do you have to capture him like this?" "Divine Predictor, you worry too much." The sage shook his head. Tian Jizi was still in disbelief. "Overthinking? This cat doesn't have any karma. I've been calculating for a long time, but there's no news at all. It's as if this cat doesn't exist in this world. What's the matter with her? Haven't you already guessed it?" The sage smiled bitterly. "Firmament? Firmament's mysterious reincarnation?" Tian Jizi's expression changed. "Yes, I didn't expect her to still be alive." Mei Gao Ku took a deep breath. "Mysterious, wonderful? Meow. It's actually her? It's actually her? This Yan Chuan, what great luck, what great luck." Tian Jizi's eyes flashed with resentment. In Tian Jizi's eyes, Yan Chuan was a jinx. Not only did he destroy Tian Jizi and the stellar source, but he also destroyed the Tsar's crown that he had been looking for. He didn't get any benefits from it. Now, Yan Chuan still wanted the world tree? "No, we have to go to the world tree. We can't let Yan Chuan destroy it," Tian Jizi said in a deep voice. The experts of the Central Territory once again flocked to the world tree. Under the world tree, Yan Chuan walked closer and looked at the towering world tree. He took a deep breath and said, "Cypress tree, I'm here again. And this time, it's a complete soul." With that, Yan Chuan sat cross-legged under the cypress tree. He put one hand on the tree and the other on his knee. He closed his eyes and felt with his heart. "Meow." Miao jumped onto Zhao Afeng's shoulder. Zhao Afeng in Hentian and Bai Qi stood outside to protect Yan Chuan. With his eyes closed, Yan Chuan sat there. He sat there for 3 days straight. In 3 days, the news of Yan Chuan's arrival had spread in all directions. More and more experts gathered. However, countless experts just stopped in the distance and didn't disturb him. They just looked at Yan Chuan strangely, not knowing what Yan Chuan was doing. Yan Chuan tried to understand the world tree. He didn't make any progress in the first 3 days. On the 4th day, his spirit seemed to have entered a strange space. Bai. It seemed that in a dark environment, there were shouts. "Old man? It's you? You can contact me from the great wide world? Old man?" Yan Chuan suddenly shouted excitedly. However, there was no joyful voice from the other side. He was still shouting. Bai. I'm here, old man. Yan Chuan shouted in the spiritual world. However, it seemed that the other side couldn't hear Yan Chuan at all. He was still shouting Bai. There was a sense of desolation in his voice. What's going on? Cypress, why is there only Bai Huang's voice? Cypress. Yan Chuan turned around and shouted at the huge world tree. Buzz. The world tree trembled slightly, as if a message had been sent to Yan Chuan's mind. This was not a language, but a message that only the Bo clan could clearly understand. The words that the old man gave me are sealed in the cypress? The words he said to me before he died? Yan Chuan suddenly cried out in shock. Impossible, how could the old man die? Impossible, the old man can't die. Yan Chuan suddenly shouted angrily, with a hint of fear in his voice. The cypress transmitted another message to Yan Chuan. The cypress withered back then because it felt that Bai Huang was dead and the Bai family was gone. That's why it withered and asked for death? No, it's absolutely impossible. They are just in the Great Thousand World, and the Great Thousand World can't be contacted. Cypress, this is not true, Yan Chuan exclaimed. This time, the cypress didn't send a message, but Bai Huang's voice slowly came. Bai, I'm dying. I can understand that you will definitely come back to life. You will be fine. You are more ambitious than me in the Bai family. It is my fortune and the Bai family's fortune to be able to watch you grow up in my lifetime. My family is almost dead. I am the only one left. At this moment, I suddenly understood a lot. I even unsealed some ancient memories. It turns out that I came from the 3rd era of the First World. I was born in the 3rd era. Bai, I'm dying. Let me leave you some last words. Bai Huang's free and easy voice came. Impossible, Bai Huang, how can you die? Didn't the Great Thousand World transcend? Didn't a transcender emerge? What about him? What about him? I gave the world to him. I sacrificed myself to help him transcend and live forever. What about him? My Bai family, he can't even protect me? My Bai family, he can't even protect me? Where is he? Yan Chuan suddenly roared. At this moment, hearing Bai Huang's last words, Yan Chuan's voice was full of despair. Infinite grief and indignation brewed in his heart. Transcend? You transcended. Why didn't you protect my family? Yan Chuan roared to his heart's content. Although he didn't want to admit it, but since Bai Huang had spoken, the Bai family in the Great Thousand World would definitely be destroyed. However, there was already a transcender in the Great Thousand World. That person, Yan Chuan, had single-handedly helped him transcend in his first life, but in the end, he couldn't even protect his family? Bai Huang was dead? The old man was dead? The past seemed to reappear in his mind. Little Bai, come here. Who bullied you? Come, Grandpa will take you to spank him. Little Bai, your parents are dead, but this is the fate of my Bai family. I am proud of them. Don't cry, Grandpa will accompany you in the future. Little Bai, don't pull my beard, it hurts, it hurts. Little Bai, do you know you were wrong? Next time, remember, if you burn a house, you have to hit the palm of your hand. Okay, don't cry. Sigh, Grandpa didn't pay attention. Okay, don't cry, Grandpa will take you to pick a peach of immortality to eat. Bai, my Bai family is a servant of heaven and earth, a servant of the common people. It is our responsibility to protect the common people. Bai, you want to establish a dynasty? Are you ready? Bai, Grandpa will always be watching you, go do it. Scenes of memories instantly filled Yan Chuan's mind. Yan Chuan roared in his mind. In the outside world, where the flesh body was, Yan Chuan's eyes were flowing with tears. Meow? Yan Chuan is crying? He's crying? Miao exclaimed. Zhao Afeng, Bai Qi, and Yin Hentian also looked at Yan Chuan in surprise. They didn't know what had happened. But at this moment, no one dared to disturb him. Because everyone knew the relationship between Yan Chuan and Bai Shu, and that Bai Shu wouldn't harm Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan roared in grief in his mind. Extermination of the family? Even Bai Huang couldn't stop it? Bai Yi, this is just a message. I can't hear you, but I can guess your current expression. Don't be angry, I asked for it. Heh, I don't blame him. No one can save me, no one. Fortunately, there's still you, the Bai family still has you, or rather, there's still hope for my Bai family. Besides you, there's still the Purple Cloud Palace, which is the earth, he mentioned, and the descendants of my Bai family. Bai Huang's voice sounded again. What happened? Old man, what the hell happened? Yan Chuan roared. Grandpa will leave first, little Bai Yi. No matter what you do, you will never change in Grandpa's heart. Remember, don't transcend easily, don't transcend little Bai Yi. Bai Huang's voice became weaker and weaker. After the last voice, there was no more sound. Bai Huang's voice was completely gone. Old man, talk to me, old man. Grandpa, Grandpa. Yan Chuan finally cried. Chapter 1265. Old man, talk to me, old man. Grandpa, Grandpa. Yan Chuan finally started crying. In the spiritual space, Yan Chuan no longer had the majesty of an emperor. He no longer had the power to dominate the world. At this moment, he was just a grandson crying in grief. His whole body sank into a sorrowful roar. However, Bai Huang's voice could no longer be heard. The scenes of the past were like sharp knives stabbing into Yan Chuan's heart. Yan Chuan was indescribably sorrowful. In the spiritual space, he roared. In the outside world, Yan Chuan's body was also trembling, and his tears could not stop flowing. The sorrowful atmosphere was even more pervasive. Miao, Yan Chuan looked so sad. Miao seemed to be sad as well. Zhao Afeng looked worried. Yin Hentian and Bai Qi immediately turned around. Although the two of them were extremely curious about why Yan Chuan was crying, the two of them ultimately chose to avoid him. At the same time, in the distance, countless experts who were paying attention also looked surprised. Yan Chuan is crying? Are you kidding me? What did I just see? Someone exclaimed. Gong Yangzi's eyes were uncertain. Patriarch, did the Tree of Worlds send some information to Yan Chuan? Gong Yangzi Ben Lei frowned. On the other side, Tianjizi's face was extremely ugly. This Yan Chuan. Tianjizi's face was gloomy. Tianjizi, even if you use all means, you can't get any information from the Tree of World. Now, Yan Chuan's emotions are fluctuating. You don't think that Yan Chuan is crying because he can't get any information, do you? Mei Gaoku said indifferently. Yan Chuan. Tianjizi's eyes were cold. Go, inform all the sect leaders and experts on all the mountains. Tell them that the Tree of World is a treasure of the Central Territory. It's a treasure shared by all the people in the world. Whoever touches it will be an enemy of the people. No one is allowed to. Tianjizi ordered the subordinates standing in front of him. Yes. Everyone quickly left. Under the Tree of World. It was unknown when Yan Chuan stopped crying. Perhaps his tears had dried up and there were no more tears left. Under the worried gazes of Zhao Afeng and Miao, Gun Yanji looked on. Yan Chuan slowly opened his eyes. He opened his bloodshot eyes. Miao. Miao wanted to ask. Zhao Afeng immediately stopped Miao. Miao, don't ask. Miao was puzzled. She looked at Yan Chuan's bloodshot eyes filled with hatred, then looked at Zhao Afeng's gentle gaze. Miao nodded. Oh. At this moment, Yan Chuan was no longer crying. Only his head was twitching slightly. His eyes were filled with wanton arrogance and anger. He raised his head and looked at the towering Tree of World. Yan Chuan stepped back. He slowly left the area covered by the World Tree leaf and stood outside the World Tree. All around, countless practitioners looked confused. They didn't know what Yan Chuan was doing. Was he leaving? But Yan Chuan was facing the World Tree. His gaze never left the World Tree. Yan Chuan didn't stop until he was out of the range of the World Tree. Zhao Feng and the others followed him outside. During this time, no one asked about Yan Chuan's change. They just watched quietly. They stared at the World Tree. Yan Chuan's eyes suddenly flashed with determination. Roar! Yan Chuan suddenly roared to the sky. With this roar, an extremely ferocious aura suddenly erupted around Yan Chuan. With Yan Chuan as the center, it seemed like a violent wind was blowing in all directions. For a moment, sand and pebbles were flying. It was gray. Vaguely, everyone suddenly saw that behind Yan Chuan, countless emerald lights suddenly appeared. The emerald lights towered into the clouds. The lights formed the shape of a giant tree. The World Tree! Someone exclaimed. The emerald light behind Yan Chuan was exactly the same as the World Tree. However, the tree-shaped light behind Yan Chuan was much smaller. Rumble! The giant World Tree suddenly shook as if it was responding to the emerald light behind Yan Chuan. The World Tree suddenly emitted a large amount of green light. The green light rushed directly to the emerald light behind Yan Chuan as if it was replenishing the energy of the emerald light. The emerald green halo grew bigger and bigger, and continued to expand. What's this? What's behind Yan Chuan? Countless surprised voices came. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. That's a soul mark. Yan Chuan's soul mark is actually a cypress tree? The Bai family? Yan Chuan is the reincarnation of the Bai family's soul? The voice was very weak, but it clearly reached the ears of some strong people. Tianjizi, Meigao Ku, and Gong Yangzi all turned their heads. They saw that the person who spoke was actually evil old demon. Soul mark? Yan Chuan has been recognized by the World Tree? He wants to take the World Tree by force? Tianjizi's face changed. In just a moment, the emerald light behind Yan Chuan had reached the size of the World Tree. The huge light slowly approached the World Tree. As it approached, it seemed to want to merge with the World Tree. However, the World Tree did not reject it at this moment. In the past, many cultivators had tried, but the World Tree did not allow it. However, at this moment, it allowed Yan Chuan to merge with it with his soul mark. How dare you, Yan Chuan, you want to steal the World Tree? Tianjizi suddenly roared. Tianjizi and Meigao Ku immediately rushed out. Following Tianjizi's appearance, the various sect leaders also flew out, glaring at Yan Chuan in the center. How dare you? Yan Chuan, get out of the central territory. Get out of the World Tree. Yan Chuan, do you want to become enemies with the whole world? Countless cultivators stared at Yan Chuan angrily. Boom, boom, boom. About 10 ancestral immortals merged with the heavenly Tao and surrounded him. There were even sages among them. Tianjizi held a horsetail whisk, his eyes cold. Old demon Bai Fiend smiled and stepped out as well. In the distance, Gong Yangzi's expression changed, and he also stepped out. Yan Chuan, the World Tree belongs to everyone. It is not something you can touch alone. Who dares to step forward? Bai Qi stepped out, his eyes filled with killing intent. Don't do anything. Let me do it, Yan Chuan said in a hoarse voice. Yan Chuan's eyes were bloodshot. He looked at the cultivators rushing out from all directions, his eyes filled with hatred. He seemed to have found an outlet to vent the immense hatred in his heart. He looked at everyone coldly. Meow? Meow said worriedly. The king needs to vent. Zhao Feng was able to empathize with Yan Chuan instantly. Bai Qi and Yin Hentian looked confused, but they still stepped back respectfully. Standing in front of the World Tree, Yan Chuan let his soul imprint merge with the World Tree. He looked at the increasing number of people surrounding him with killing intent. In the blink of an eye, close to 100,000 cultivators surrounded the World Tree. A sage, Tianjizi, Gong Yangzi, evil old demon, 10 ancestral immortals, and experts of 10,000 sections. Roar! Yen Chuan let out a furious roar. His eyes suddenly turned red and his long hair fluttered in the wind, turning into a blood-red color. Whoosh! In an instant, countless blood seas surrounded the land, covering the sky and covering the earth. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Afeng and the others were submerged. However, they did not feel suffocated in the depths of the blood seas. It was as if Yen Chuan had specially left a small space for them to stay. The blood seas covered the entire world tree. Many of the surrounding mountains were submerged. The scene before them was as if the world tree had taken root in a vast sea. The blood waves kept rolling around the world tree. On a huge wave, Yen Chuan stood on it, looking at the 100,000 experts around him. Yen Chuan, let me ask you, are you going to touch the world tree? As a sage, Mei Gao Cave led the crowd. Yen Chuan snorted coldly. He extended his hand and struck at the sage. Yen Chuan was extremely agitated at this moment. Bai Huang's death made Yen Chuan very angry. What kind of people were these? Yen Chuan naturally knew that the grapes were sour when one couldn't eat them. In his current mood, how could he be in the mood to argue? Whoever dared to stop him, he would kill. Without hesitation, he struck at the sage. The sage was also stunned by Yen Chuan's strike. Why did this Yen Chuan attack without saying anything? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you attack a sage? The world tree will not end well in his hands. Countless cultivators roared in anger. Boom! The sage extended his palm and collided with Yen Chuan's palm. A blood-red palm print and a white palm print collided in the sky, causing a lot of tremors. Tian Jizi shouted. The 100,000 cultivators did not hesitate. They each took out their own Dharma treasures and weapons and waved them at Yen Chuan. In a stalemate with the sage, how could Yen Chuan face the crowd of enemies? Yen Chuan roared. All of a sudden, the blood sea began to swell. In the blood sea, millions of huge blood-red palm prints suddenly rushed into the sky. The millions of blood-red palm prints rushed toward the 100,000 cultivators. Tian Jizi's expression changed. Evil old demon was slightly surprised. As for Gong Yangzi, he suddenly felt like he was riding a tiger and could not get off. Previously, he had rushed over on impulse. He should not have come. He should not have come. When the millions of blood-red palm prints were released, the 100,000 cultivators were immediately flustered. Boom! A huge collision in the void. Countless Dharma treasures attacking Yen Chuan were repelled. The cultivators below the ancient immortal realm were instantly knocked out of the battle. They flew into the sky and vomited blood after being seriously injured. More than half of the 100,000 cultivators were eliminated in the blink of an eye, leaving only a few thousand cultivators in the sky. In the blood sea, the blood gods rushed into the sky and rushed toward the thousands of cultivators. Boom! The blood gods' reckless style immediately entangled with the thousands of cultivators. Only the ancestral immortals were left. At this moment, they were still fighting with Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan glared. Boom! He collided with the sage's palm and suddenly exploded. He flung his sleeves. 3 long swords suddenly stood in the sky above the blood sea. The Emperor, Jade Emperor, and Grand Emperor. The rolling and ferocious sword chi pressed forward. Tian Jizi, Gong Yangzi, Saint, Evil Old Demon, and 10 ancestral immortals surrounded Yen Chuan in the center. Chapter 1266. On a mountain peak far away from the Sea of Blood, Ming Tianhan led a group of officials to land on the peak of the mountain. Everyone looked at the Sea of Blood in the distance. Above the Sea of Blood, Yen Chuan threw out 3 long swords. They didn't attack anyone. Instead, they flew in 3 different directions. Boom, boom, boom. Even from far away, the sound of the huge swords piercing the ground could be heard. The 3 huge swords soared into the sky, and countless sword chi circled around them, forming a huge formation in the blink of an eye. The 3 swords aren't used to fight enemies, but to seal off all directions and prevent them from escaping? Celestial Emperor, this Yen Chuan is too arrogant. Can Yen Chuan handle so many strong practitioners? Everyone was shocked. Ming Tianhan narrowed his eyes and said, This Yen Chuan is beyond my expectations. Celestial Emperor, should we? An official asked in a low voice. Ming Tianhan shook his head and said, we have more important things to do. The World Tree? It's just Bai Huang's treasure. It's hard for others to use it. Far away, in the Sea of Blood, the Emperor's sword, Jade Emperor's sword, and Grand Emperor's sword were stabbed in 3 different directions, isolating the inside from the outside. Yen Chuan faced the crowd alone. Gong Yangzi's expression changed. The others' expressions darkened. Yen Chuan, you're courting death. Tian Jizi said coldly. Tian Jizi, didn't you read your fortune before you left? Yen Chuan rushed towards Tian Jizi with a fierce aura. In the blink of an eye, Yen Chuan was right in front of him. Tian Jizi's expression changed, and he quickly merged with the heavenly Tao. A group of ancestral immortals attacked Yen Chuan almost simultaneously. 10 palm prints pressed down on Yen Chuan from the void. Yen Chuan met them with a palm. Boom! Fighting 1 against 10, the 11 palm prints exploded with a loud bang. Yen Chuan paused. However, Gong Yangzi and Tian Jizi's eyes lit up. At least Yen Chuan wasn't as terrifying as they thought. Quick, Yen Chuan is nothing special. Let's attack together and eliminate this malignant tumor. Tian Jizi shouted. Alright. The 10 ancestral immortals attacked once more. The 10 ancestral immortals led by Tian Jizi immediately clashed with Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan took a step forward. Qing Tian Dao 1 against 11. Rumble. During the battle, the void trembled. At this moment, Gong Yangzi did not participate. After all, Gong Yangzi suddenly recalled that if he targeted Yen Chuan, a calamity would descend upon him. Gong Yangzi flew high in the sky. The sage and the 100 evil demon. They were staring at the blood sea. Their target was neither Yen Chuan nor the Tree of World, but Miao. The 2 of them fell into the blood sea at almost the same time. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them rushed into the sea of blood. Boom! The blood sea suddenly churned rapidly. The 100 evil demon and the sage retreated almost at the same time. Bam! The 2 of them rushed out of the blood sea. The 2 of them looked at the blood sea in shock. On the other side, Yen Chuan was trapped by 11 ancestral immortals. 11 palm prints crashed onto Yen Chuan's body. Bam! Yen Chuan suddenly exploded into a pool of blood. He fell into the blood sea. At this moment, 2 Yen Chuan slowly emerged from the place where the sage and the 100 evil demon flew out from. 2 identical Yen Chuan. The blood sea realm? The sage said in a low voice. Blood God's son? You've used the blood God's son to such perfection? Which one is your true body? The 100 evil demons said in surprise. The 2 Yen Chuan revealed a hint of fierceness and said, take a guess yourselves. Swoosh. The 2 Yen Chuan controlled countless waves of blood and rushed towards the sage and the 100 evil demon. Heavenly Tao! The sage shouted. Suddenly, more than 2,000 heavenly Tao rushed into the sky behind him. A palm carried the power of heaven and earth and struck towards one of the Yen Chuan. The sage did not want to waste any more time and needed to shatter it with a single palm strike. On the other side, the 100 evil demon did the same. A pitch-black path appeared behind him, and within the path, countless heavenly demons were flying. He struck out with a palm strike, which was not much weaker than the sage's palm strike, towards the other Yen Chuan. Boom! Boom! The 2 Yen Chuan exploded. Another blood God's son? Another blood God's son? The 100 evil demons' expression changed. Whoosh! In the blood sea, 13 Yen Chuan appeared again and rushed over with a sneer. At this moment, the blood God's sons were different from the ones outside the 3 emperors' sword formation. This was because one of the blood God's sons had the power of Yen Chuan's main body. No one knew which one it was. The 13 blood God's sons rushed towards the 13 people on the battlefield at the same time, and all of them had a ruthless look on their faces. Another blood God's son? The sage struck out with a casual palm strike. However, the others went all out. Boom! Another group of blood God's sons exploded. However, the Yen Chuan that the sage was facing was real. When he collided with the sage's palm strike, he instantly broke through the sage's palm strike and appeared in front of the sage in the blink of an eye. "Break!" Yanchuan shouted. Suddenly, countless stars appeared in his palm and instantly broke through the sage's protective shield. His palm landed on the sage's chest. Boom! "Bastard! Bind the sky!" Whoosh! The sage suddenly emitted countless rays of light and bound the Yanchuan who had hit him. It was as if he wanted to take revenge for this palm strike. "Self-destruct!" Yanchuan shouted. "What?" the sage exclaimed. Boom! A huge black hole appeared in the void. Yanchuan also shattered into countless pieces and fell into the blood sea. "Self-destruct?" Everyone in the surroundings shuddered as they saw another 13 Yanchuans emerge from the surface of the blood sea. Was that a blood god's son? No, that's real. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hurt the sage. But he self-destructed. He's alive again? The surrounding heroes' expressions changed drastically. However, Yanchuan didn't seem to be tired. He kept repeating the same battle as before. He had been severely injured because of his carelessness earlier. This time, the sage used the power of heaven and earth to destroy Yanchuan's blood god's son with one palm strike. It was the same in other places. However, Yanchuan's real body instantly appeared in front of an ancestral immortal. Yanchuan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Boom! That person's heavenly Tao was shattered by Yanchuan's azure heavenly Tao. Yanchuan's palm landed on his head. Bam! The ancestral immortal's head exploded. Not good. The surrounding people's expressions changed drastically. Almost at the same time, everyone attacked Yanchuan's real body. Countless boundless powers hurriedly rushed over. Yanchuan smiled coldly. He allowed the boundless power to crash into him. However, another blood god's son appeared in another ancestral immortal. Die! The blood god's son roared. The ancestral immortal's heavenly Tao shattered. His head was once again destroyed by Yanchuan's palm strike. Boom! The void exploded. Yanchuan's real body turned into a blood god's son, and the blood god's son strangely turned into Yanchuan's real body. Everyone was shocked. Something's not right. Within the blood sea, Yanchuan's real body and the blood god's son are switching bodies. He can switch bodies with the blood god's son. Fiend 100 Fiend's expression changed. In other words, we'll never be able to hit Yanchuan's real body. All we can do is let Yanchuan ambush us? Divine Predictor's expression changed drastically. Up in the air, Gong Yangzi, who had not dared to make a move all this time, was also shocked. As long as the blood sea doesn't dry up, Yanchuan won't die. Fiend 100 Fiend said coldly. Blood sea? Blood sea? Everyone, use your strongest attacks to shatter the blood sea. The sage called out. All right. Almost at the same time, everyone suddenly attacked the blood sea. In the void, one giant palm strike after another came crashing down like stars. Wherever they passed, the void trembled. The sage's palm strike was imbued with the power of heaven and earth. Fiend 100 Fiend used his Grand Tao to unleash a palm strike that surpassed most ancestral immortals. Up in the air, Gong Yangzi's expression changed drastically. After thinking for a moment, he seemed to have made up his mind. Boom! Behind Gong Yangzi, a Grand Tao also appeared. However, it was not as complete as Fiend 100 Fiend's Grand Tao. It was similar to Empress Phoenix's Grand Tao, only in its embryonic form. Gong Yangzi also attacked the blood sea with his full strength. This palm strike could destroy heaven and earth. Even Ming Tianhan, who was far away, was shocked at this moment. Yanchuan is finished. The official behind him shook his head. Hong! Under the huge force, the blood sea suddenly exploded. The distant blood god's son was also instantly shattered. In the blink of an eye, the blood sea disappeared. Below it was a huge abyss with no bottom. Ha ha, Yanchuan is dead. Gong Yangzi shouted excitedly. Divine Predictor also revealed a look of excitement. However, in the next moment, he was shocked. No! Divine Predictor exclaimed. At this moment, everyone discovered that not far from the blood sea, There seemed to be a heartbeat coming from a small lake of blood. Plop! Plop! Boom! The blood sea suddenly exploded in all directions. Wherever the blood mist went, the blood sea that had exploded earlier suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Rumble! A blood sea even larger than before appeared. Yen Chuan slowly floated above the blood sea. His clothes were slightly tattered, but Yen Chuan's aura seemed to be even stronger. Yen Chuan broke through again? He was only at the 4th heaven of ancestral immortal realm earlier. Now he's at the 5th heaven? The sage suddenly exclaimed. After a fierce battle, Yen Chuan's emotions were much more stable. On the other side, the incomparably huge tree of worlds suddenly trembled. Suddenly, it took root above the blood sea. Yen Chuan stretched out his hand and retracted it. The blood sea instantly disappeared. The original tree of world also disappeared instantly. Yen Chuan stretched out his hand and put away the 3 emperor swords. Miao, Bai Qi, and the others appeared in front of everyone again. I have already made up my mind. All of you get lost. Yen Chuan said coldly. What? Tian Jizi shouted angrily. Gong Yangzi looked at Yen Chuan in shock. Without hesitation, he turned around and flew away. Tian Jizi, last time at the Archaic Mysteries sect, you had designs on me and my wife. Therefore, I destroyed your Archaic Mysteries sect to teach you a lesson. This time, I spared your life to offset all the protection the Archaic Mysteries sect gave Zhaofeng in the past. From now on, you and I have no grudges. If you continue to pester me, I will kill you. Yen Chuan said coldly. Evil old demon, although you have cultivated the great Tao, it is not impossible for heaven to kill you back then. At the very least, you are now inferior to a sage. There must be a reason why heaven only sealed you. For heaven's sake, I will spare your life this time. Yen Chuan said coldly. Spare my life? Evil old demon said in disbelief. I don't need to do anything. Bai Qi can kill you on the spot. Do you believe me? Yen Chuan said coldly. Bai Qi stepped out, and a murderous aura rushed towards evil old demon. Sage! Yen Chuan smiled coldly. What, you can kill me too? Sage said in a low voice. Suddenly, the world tree appeared behind Yen Chuan, and a green energy connected the heaven and earth. Boom! The heaven and earth turned green in an instant. Sage, how do you feel now? Yen Chuan said coldly. Great Tao? The world tree has become your great Tao? Sage's expression changed. This is my great Tao, the cypress great Tao. Perhaps you can escape from my hands. However, if I attack, you will be in a miserable state. Do you believe me? Yen Chuan said coldly. Miao! Miao jumped onto Yen Chuan's shoulder and glared at Yen Chuan. Is that so? Sage said in a low voice. Although he did not want to admit it, what Yen Chuan said was the truth. Great Tao? Using the world tree as his great Tao? This was Bai Huang's item, or rather, Bai Huang's great Tao. Great Tao could be passed down? With Bai Huang's great Tao and Ether's legacy, Yen Chuan did indeed have the ability to severely injure him. I have calmed down a lot. I wanted to teach you a lesson, but I did not injure you this time because I did not want to let someone take advantage of me. Yen Chuan said coldly. With that, Yen Chuan suddenly looked into the distance. On a distant mountain peak, Ming Tianhan raised his eyebrows. Yen Chuan? Perhaps there will be another peak figure in this world. Ming Tianhan said in a low voice. The remaining 8 ancestral immortals had extremely ugly expressions. As for you, Yen Chuan looked at the 8 ancestral immortals. You want to take the cypress tree? Next time, bring more people and find a better excuse. Yen Chuan said coldly. Around them, the cultivators who were fighting against Blood God retreated to the side. Murderous aura, murderous sin? 100 evil old demon looked at Bai Qi with an ugly expression. The heavenly demon that he was so proud of could not get close to this murderous aura? 5 dragons? Yen Chuan shouted. Roar! In a distant valley, 5 dragons pulled a carriage and flew over quickly. Yen Chuan and the others stepped onto the dragon carriage. After looking at them coldly, Yen Chuan looked to the east and said, Return to the court. The 5 dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage towards the east. Yen Chuan had taken the cypress tree and had the ability to severely injure the saints. At this moment, no one dared to stop him. Even the saints had extremely ugly expressions. 100 evil old demons snorted coldly. He turned around and flew away. Tian Jizi and the 8 ancestral immortals also had complicated expressions. "Let's go back," Tian Jizi said. Everyone smiled bitterly. The world tree was snatched away by Yen Chuan just like that? The experts of the central domain were unable to resist at all? Yen Chuan had single-handedly defeated the entire central territory. In the blink of an eye, everyone had left. Only the saints were left inside. In any case, he was a sage, the most respected existence in the world. Just a moment ago, he actually felt powerless? The saints smiled bitterly and were about to leave. All of a sudden, 11 figures appeared. "Heavenly Emperor De Xing? What are you doing here?" The saints said in a deep voice. Ming Tianhan smiled and said, "I am the one that Yen Chuan said is here to take advantage of the situation." Chapter 1267. Ming Tianhan smiled. "I'm the one that Yen Chuan was talking about. I'm here to take advantage of the situation." Take advantage of the situation? The sage's expression turned serious. When Yen Chuan said that, he didn't take it seriously. However, Ming Tianhan's appearance made the sage tense up. Boom! The 10 officials behind Ming Tianhan suddenly merged with the heavenly Tao. They were all ancestral immortals. "Ming Tianhan, how dare you?" Sage Mei Gaoku said coldly. How dare I? Let's see if I dare or not." Ming Tianhan said coldly. Ming Tianhan attacked and started fighting with the sage. Boom! The center of the central domain rumbled again. The experts of the various sects who had retreated suddenly saw the huge battle in the distance. Many of them were surprised and turned around to fly back. At the 5-dragon carriage, the evil dragon had a bitter expression. It was an existence that had devoured ancestral immortals. How could it be reduced to pulling a carriage? "Little evil, this is your good fortune. Don't look so bitter." Smile. The 7 fiends grinned. The evil dragon's face twitched. On the carriage, Yen Chuan and the others looked to the east. "Miao, we're going back now," Miao said reluctantly. "We've been out for so long. Of course, we're going back." Yen Chuan smiled. "But it's really fun coming out with you. Miao, we've fought so many times. We've even bullied the sage." Miao said excitedly. Yen Chuan shook his head. "The heavenly Tao is incomplete. But haven't you noticed? The heavenly Tao is recovering quickly." "That's right. Back then, the Lotus God destroyed hundreds of heavenly Tao. Now, there are only a few dozen left." Zhao Afeng nodded. "Miao, so what?" Miao did not understand. But Yin Hentian thought about many things. "Sage King, you're saying that it won't take long for the heavenly Tao to be repaired?" "That's right." Yen Chuan nodded. "Holy King, you came from the Great Thousand World before. I wonder what's the difference between the Great Thousand World and this place?" Yin Hentian asked curiously. "The heavenly Tao is incomplete, and the world is not flourishing. At the very least, this sage is much weaker than the sages of the Great Thousand Domains," Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. "Oh," Yin Hentian asked curiously. "Now I can shake a sage. But, with my current strength, I can't defeat a sage in the Great Thousand World. In a perfect world, a sage can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. It's not comparable to what I have now," Yen Chuan said solemnly. "Sing? After heaven and earth are perfected, how strong will the sage be?" Yin Hentian asked solemnly. Yen Chuan looked at the sky, took a deep breath, and said, "The saints of the perfect world are at least 10 times stronger than now." 10 times? Yin Hentian exclaimed. Yen Chuan nodded. "Miao, the sage of the boundless world, doesn't that mean one sage is equivalent to 10 sages now?" Miao was surprised. "That's the truth. Moreover, the strength of a sage is not measured by numbers." Yen Chuan shook his head. Miao clawed at its paws in surprise. Yin Hentian was extremely solemn. Yan Chuan looked at Zhao Heng, stretched out his hand, and a white ball of light appeared at his fingertips. Miao, what is this? Miao asked again. I found it from the cypress tree. It's the Bai family's life usurping technique, the most complete life usurping technique. Yan Chuan said solemnly. For me? Zhao Feng was a little surprised. Yes, I don't cultivate the life usurping technique. You should do it. Yan Chuan smiled. No, let's leave a Mr. Let's leave a Mr. Gue Guzi. That way, he can make more use of him. Zhao Feng immediately shook his head. Gigu Zi, he is Bai Huang's disciple. Bai Huang has already taught him everything that should be taught to him. You should quickly comprehend this. It even has Bai Huang's life usurping technique. Yan Chuan said solemnly. But Zhao Feng was still in a difficult position. Alright. Finally, Zhao Feng nodded. Yan Chuan pointed the white ball of light at Zhao Feng's glabella. Buzz. The white ball of light instantly entered Zhao Feng's glabella. Suddenly, a large number of small stars appeared around Zhao. Zhao Feng closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Yan Chuan stretched out his hand and beckoned, bringing Zhao Feng into the main hall. He allowed Zhao Feng to comprehend the Bai family's life usurping technique in the main hall. Central Territory. After a day, the battlefield where Yan Chuan fought alone had been completely razed to the ground. On the ground, thousands of miles were sealed in ice. In the center, there was a huge hole. Countless chains shot into the hole, locking a figure tightly. Outside the ice field, countless cultivators were gathered. The eyelids of Tianjizi and the sect leaders who had left earlier were all twitching wildly. How can that be? That is the Meigao Grotto sage? Countless chains pierced through the sage's body. She is locked up? The sage was captured? The surrounding cultivators rubbed their eyes. Tianjizi's eyelids twitched wildly. Heavenly Emperor Great Xing Ming Tianhan? Tianjizi exclaimed in shock. At this moment, everyone was shocked from the bottom of their hearts. However, no one took half a step forward. Let's go. Ming Tianhan smiled. The sage was locked up and was extremely indignant at this moment. Ming Tianhan, I have never offended you before. The sage said gloomily. Ming Tianhan smiled faintly and said that Yan Chuan seems to have never offended you before either. As he spoke, Ming Tianhan stepped onto a cloud. His 10 subordinates tied up the saint in chains and brought him to the south. As they flew, Ming Tianhan appeared high-spirited. Only the Western Gate sage is left. Western Gate? Ming Tianhan smiled confidently. Watching Ming Tianhan's group leave, countless cultivators gaped in shock. Some even went to Tianjizi's place. Tianjizi, what's going on? Why did Heavenly Emperor Great Xing attack the sage? A sect master asked in confusion. Tianjizi looked into the distance, a trace of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. The world is about to change. Tianjizi sighed. The news of the sage's capture quickly spread throughout the Central Territory. For a time, the Central Territory was in an uproar. The Central Territory's largest sect, the Archaic Mysteries sect, collapsed. The battlefield of sins, the Tsar appeared. Yan Chuan stole the world tree, and the sage was imprisoned. One news after another constantly impacted the nerves of countless cultivators in the Central Territory. For a time, countless sects were in a state of panic. At this moment, the sky above the Central Territory was filled with yellow sand once again. This was especially true for the two emperors' holy court. At the two emperors' holy court, countless officials looked at the sky blankly. They saw a dense crowd of about 1 million soldiers in golden armor descending from the sky, flying directly toward the two emperors' holy court's capital. The 1 million soldiers all had empty eyes, like puppets. However, the aura of the 1 million soldiers was extremely fierce. The endless yellow sand seemed to be emitted from the bodies of these millions of soldiers. The soldiers of the two emperors' holy court rushed into the sky, preparing to intercept them. However, halfway through, everyone was slightly stunned. In the sky, the three people at the front were Zhu, Yao Tiansheng, and the Tsar. Greetings, Sage King. Greetings, Demon Emperor. The soldiers said respectfully. Ju nodded. Leading the army and 1,000,000 soldiers, he landed on the square of the Imperial Court's main hall. Boom. The 1,000,000 soldiers came from the starry sky. Greetings, Sage King. Long live the Sage King. The officials bowed respectfully. In the square, Ju looked at the golden dragon of providence in the sky. Suddenly he said, "Citizens of the two emperors' holy court, listen up. From today onwards, the two emperors' holy court will change its name to the three emperors. The three emperors' holy court." Boom. Through the golden dragon of providence, the news quickly spread throughout the two emperors' holy court. The three emperors' holy court? Countless citizens looked up in confusion. The new title of Tsar is equivalent to Demon Emperor. The title of King is equal to Demon Emperor. Ju shouted again. Roar. Under the dragon's roar, the voice quickly spread throughout the three emperors' holy court. King is equal to Demon Emperor? How can this be? This is the Providence dynasty. There shouldn't be two suns in the sky. It's fine if there are two suns in the sky, but now there's another one? You don't understand. The Sage King and Demon Emperor are the same person. How can there be two suns in the sky? And this Tsar is said to look exactly like the Sage King. Perhaps they are the same person. I believe in the Sage King. Long live the Sage King. Long live the Sage King. Long live the Demon Emperor. Long live the Demon Emperor. Long live the Tsar. Long live the Tsar. Although there were countless confused voices, they eventually turned into a flood of recognition. Countless voices were gathered by the golden dragon of providence and shouted in the sky above the capital. A look of satisfaction flashed in the Tsar's eyes. Embark. I've already passed all the memories of the past to you. I'm sure your cultivation will be greatly improved. In troubled times, the world should be conquered. Starting from the central territory, let's start expanding the three emperors' holy court. The Tsar said in a deep voice. Ho nodded and said, all right. Netherworld, Outer East Continent, Great Qin City. In zombie Yen Chuan's study. In front of Yen Chuan, a black-robed figure knelt on one knee. You're saying that someone once saw Gui Guzi at the Deity Sword Villa in the Outer East Continent? Yen Chuan asked with a serious expression. Yes, but according to the time, Gui Guzi was with the Sage King at that time. Therefore, we can't determine the truth. The black-robed figure said respectfully. Deity Sword Villa? In the Outer East Continent, there were originally three major forces: Absolute Palace, Deity Sword Villa, and the Rock Clan. Deity Sword Villa? Zhen Xiong is there? Yen Chuan asked. Yes, please make a decision, Sage King. The black-robed figure said solemnly. I understand. You may leave. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Whoosh! The black-robed figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Yen Chuan sat in the study, deep in thought. However, not long after he sat down, a voice suddenly came from outside. Sage King, Sage Shimin requests an audience. Chapter 1268. In the Yang Realm, in a valley in the central region, Gong Yangzi looked at the few remaining members of the Gong Yangzi family. Gong Yangzi wiped the blood off his face with a sorrowful expression. What happened? How did you all end up like this? Where are the others? Gong Yangzi asked angrily. Gong Yangzi said bitterly, Patriarch, when you and a group of people were dealing with Yen Chuan, we didn't dare to go forward and retreated. But what? Gong Yangzi said coldly. We retreated to a valley and coincidentally, Yen Chuan's dragon carriage was parked there. 5 giant dragons, everything was fine at first. However, when Patriarch attacked Yen Chuan from afar, the 5 giant dragons turned hostile on the spot and wanted to kill all of us. Gong Yang Ben Lei said bitterly. 5 dragons? Gong Yangzi's expression was extremely ugly. Yes, we were lucky to escape, but the others all died on the spot. Patriarch, you shouldn't have attacked Yen Chuan. If you didn't attack Yen Chuan, even if the 5 dragons attacked us, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Patriarch. If you didn't attack Yen Chuan? Gong Yangzi's voice gradually became softer as he cried. Karmic retribution, it really is karmic retribution. Gong Yangzi's face was filled with despair. Originally, when Gong Yangzi saw that he was lucky to escape, he felt that he was too sensitive in the past. Yan Chuan wasn't his karmic retribution, otherwise, how could he not be injured at all? But when he came back, the Gong Yangzi disciples were almost all dead. Karmic retribution, it was definitely karmic retribution. Yang Realm, Great Qin City. Zombie Yan Chuan was thinking about the matters of the Yang Realm in the study when a voice suddenly sounded. Sage Monarch, Shiman Sage requests an audience. Shiman Sage? Yan Chuan's expression changed slightly. Yan Chuan slowly stepped out of the study. Under the guidance of the guards, he quickly arrived at the Central Palace Square. At the Central Palace Square, there were some officials receiving him. Sage Monarch. When Yan Chuan arrived, the officials greeted him respectfully. The Shiman Saint was wearing a white robe with plum blossoms embroidered on it. He stood quietly on the square. Indy, I'm here to disturb you again. The Shiman Sage was the first to speak. Sage Shiman is too polite. I haven't had the chance to thank you for your help last time. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Yan Chuan had a clear distinction between gratitude and grudges. Previously, the Shiman Sage had helped Yan Chuan, so Yan Chuan naturally treated him with respect. That's why I want to ask Yan Di for help this time. Shiman Sheng sighed. Yan Chuan revealed a curious expression. The Shiman Sage looked around. Yan Chuan waved his hand, and all the officials retreated. In the blink of an eye, only Yan Chuan and the Shiman Saint were left in the square of the Central Palace. Yan Di, I've been having a bad feeling recently, as if a great disaster is about to befall me. Shiman Sheng said. A great disaster? Yan Chuan frowned. At the same time, he thought of a possibility. I'm quite open-minded about many things, but there are some things that I have to consider. If something happens to my descendants and disciples, my enemies will definitely vent their hatred on them. I'm here to ask Yan Di to set aside some places to protect them. Shiman Sheng smiled bitterly. You want me to protect your descendants? Yan Chuan frowned. Yes, I know that this is a little difficult, but... Shiman Sheng smiled bitterly. No, it's not a big deal. As long as you bring them here, I'll definitely protect them. Yan Chuan promised solemnly. Thank you, Yan Di. The sage bowed. You don't have to do this. I won't stand by and do nothing. As for your impending disaster, I think I know the reason. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Shiman Sheng said solemnly. Wu Tian, Hua Zuentian, and Mei Gao Ku should be prisoners of the Great Xingtian Heavenly Court. I think Ming Tianhan's next target is you. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Ming Tianhan? Hua Zuentian and the others are imprisoned? Shiman Sheng said solemnly. Why don't you stay in Great Shen as well? If Ming Tianhan comes, we can take care of him. Yan Chuan advised. Shiman Sheng smiled bitterly and said, Thank you for your kindness, Yan Di. However, I can't stay in Great Shen. Yan Chuan asked curiously. I didn't know about it before, but now that I know that the three of them are imprisoned, I have to do my part. Shiman Sheng smiled bitterly. You want to save them? Aren't you walking into a trap? Yan Chuan said in surprise. Walking into a trap? Perhaps, but I will be careful. However, Huazuan Heaven and Plum Heights Cave have shown me kindness in the past. It's fine if I didn't know the situation, but now that I know the situation, there are some things that I must do. Western Gate Saint said seriously. Looking at Shiman Sheng, Yan Chuan's expression changed slightly. After taking a deep breath, Yan Chuan sighed and said, All right, I won't stop you. Send your descendants and disciples over. I promise that no one will hurt them. Thank you, Yan Di. Shiman Sheng smiled. By the way, Yan Di, you were in the sealed world. There were 2 seals there. One was taken by Wu Jiong, and the other is in your hands? Shiman Sheng thought for a while and asked. That's right. Yan Chuan nodded. It's a broken qi habit position of heaven and earth. I think Yan Di already knows about it. Although it's broken, it's still a qi habit position. As long as Yen Di can fix it, he can use it and become a sage, or use it to become a celestial emperor. Oh? How do you fix it? Yen Chuan asked curiously. Fill it with 100,000 merit points, 100,000 luck points, 100,000 luck paths, and 100,000 luck points. With a great Tao as a guide, you can fix this qi habit position. Shimin Sheng said solemnly. Yen Chuan's expression changed slightly. Shimin Sheng waved his sleeves. Instantly, about 100,000 figures flew out of his sleeves. There were adults and children. Yen Di, these are them. Thank you. Shimin Sheng said solemnly. Don't worry. Yen Chuan nodded. Shimin Sheng looked at the 100,000 people and said, everyone listen up. In the future, if I am not around, Yen Di's words are my words. The 100,000 people replied. Yen Di, farewell. Shimin Sheng said solemnly. Yen Chuan nodded. Shimin Sheng disappeared from the central palace square in the blink of an eye. The 100,000 descendants and disciples of Shimin Sheng looked around curiously. Yifeng. Yen Chuan shouted. Soon Yifeng walked over. Take care of the descendants of the sages. Don't let anything happen to them. Yen Chuan said. Don't worry, Sage King. Yifeng nodded. After taking care of the descendants of Shimin Sheng, Yen Chuan went to the study room alone. Sitting on the dragon throne, Yen Chuan had a jade box in front of him. When he opened the jade box, the surrounding void vibrated slightly. A ray of light pierced the entire study room. Yen Chuan gently took it out with one hand. Dao seal? 100,000 merit points, 100,000 luck points, 100,000 luck points, and 100,000 luck paths? And with a great Tao as a guide? It is indeed quite troublesome to collect these things. Heaven and earth are about to recover. When that time comes, will the qi habit position still be scarce? Yen Chuan's eyes flashed. As he spoke, Yen Chuan opened his mouth and sent the Dao seal to his mouth. If Shimin Sheng was here, he would definitely be shocked. This was the noble Dao seal of heaven and earth, a treasure that could make one a sage and a celestial emperor. Yen Chuan was actually going to eat it? Yen Chuan swallowed the Dao seal into his stomach. Boom! Countless rays of light suddenly shot out from Yen Chuan's body. Instantly, the entire study room was lit up. Rumble! Yen Chuan's body emitted a series of loud rumbles. After about 2 hours, everything calmed down. Yen Chuan took a deep breath. Fourth firmament ancestral immortal. It's still barely enough. If there are 8 or 10 of them, it would be even better. Fortunately, the sages had already left. Otherwise, they would be shocked by Yen Chuan's extravagance. What a waste! Chapter 1269. Above the vast sea, the 5-dragon carriage was flying rapidly. Yen Chuan and Zhao Hong stood side by side at the front of the dragon carriage's balcony, looking at the vast sea. Bai Huang is indeed worthy of being a famous figure in the third epoch. He cultivated several meridians, but each meridian had outstanding achievements. These days, comprehending his life-stealing technique has enlightened me. Everything I've learned before feels like it's not worth mentioning. Zhao Feng sighed. Bai Huang? Thinking of Bai Huang, Yen Chuan felt a sharp pain in his heart. Even after such a long time, he still brooded. I must investigate Bai Huang's death. No matter who it is, I will make them pay the price. Yen Chuan's eyes were cold. As if sensing the change in Yen Chuan's mood, Zhao Feng leaned closer to Yen Chuan. Taking a deep breath, Yen Chuan slowly calmed the anger in his heart. In 3 days we'll enter Great Zhen's territory. In the previous life, you killed us for Zhen Rou and Zhen Xiong. I kept Zhen Xiong alive and waited for you to return. Have you thought about how to deal with him? Yen Chuan changed the topic. Zhen Xiong. Zhao Feng frowned. In the previous life, Zhen Xiong was Yen Chuan's wife. Zhen Xiong was Zhao Feng's father in the previous life. However, in order to obtain the immortal sword that Yen Chuan obtained, he chose to poison his daughter and son-in-law. 3 more days. Just as Yen Chuan was rushing back, A group of unfamiliar faces appeared outside Xianyang City in Jinlong territory. In a valley not far from the Yellow Springs intersection, a group of black-robed men stood in the valley, led by two people. One was the imperial astronomer of Great Jin, Giguzi. However, there was a dark aura around Giguzi. Wherever he stood, the surrounding grass withered. He turned his head, and the dark aura around him instantly dissipated. He immediately looked much brighter. There was no change, but his temperament suddenly changed. The other person was Yen Chuan. Dressed in a black dragon robe, he exuded the noble aura of an emperor. Remember? I don't need you to do anything, but you must act well. Gui Guzi said in a low voice. Yes, sir. Yen Chuan said respectfully. Let's go. Let's go. Gui Guzi said. Yes. The two of them led a group of black-robed men out of the valley. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Yellow Springs Road. Hold it right there. Without a token, you're not allowed to get close. Greetings, Sage King. Long live the Holy King. The group of guards immediately bowed respectfully. Gui Guzi stood behind Yen Chuan and didn't say anything. Yen Chuan nodded. Everyone slowly walked towards the entrance of the Yellow Springs Road without any obstructions. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance of the Yellow Springs Road. Looking at the Yellow Springs Road in front of him, Yen Chuan's eyes lit up. And the one guarding the entrance to the Yellow Springs in the mortal realm was the sovereign of the tiger race, Bai Ditian. When Bai Ditian heard his subordinate's report, he was confused. The Sage King has come from the Netherworld? Or has the Sage King returned from the Western continent? Bai Ditian was confused. Mr. Gui Guzi is following the Sage King. The subordinate reported. Bai Ditian also walked in front of Yen Chuan, with confusion. Sage King, sir, why are you here? Bai Ditian asked curiously. He looked at Gui Guzi and then at Yen Chuan. He couldn't find anything wrong with them. Yen Chuan didn't say anything, but Gui Guzi laughed. Sovereign Bai, the Empress will be coming soon. Ask the others to back off. Oh! Bai Ditian's eyes were filled with confusion. He looked at Yen Chuan, and Yen Chuan nodded. However, for some reason, Bai Ditian felt that Yen Chuan was strange. All right. Bai Ditian nodded and ordered everyone to back off from the entrance of the Yellow Springs Road. No one was allowed to go near it. Gui Guzi smiled and walked in front of Yen Chuan. He whispered, later, close your eyes and experience the Yellow Springs Road. But Yen Chuan didn't understand. The officials of Xianyang are all smart. Although you look exactly like Yen Chuan, your eyes can never reach Yen Chuan's level. Even Bai Ditian almost suspected you. How can the Empress, who is with Yen Chuan, not see it? Remember, don't open your eyes. Gui Guzi said in a low voice. Yes, sir. Yen Chuan answered. Inside Xianyang City, Yen Chuan wasn't around, so many things were handled by Right Minister Lu Buwei. After Lu Buwei dealt with some administrative matters, he walked out of the Prime Minister's residence. He was about to rest when a servant suddenly ran over. Prime Minister Lu, the Sage King is back. The servant said excitedly. Where is he? Why are you here to report? Lu Buwei was pleasantly surprised at first and then shocked. The Sage King is at the entrance of the Yellow Springs Road with Mr. Gui Guzi. He just sent an official from the Imperial Astronomer to ask the Empress to go to the Yellow Springs Road. It seems like he has something to discuss. I just received the news. As for the others, no one knows that the Sage King is back. The servant said. The Sage King is back. Why didn't he inform the officials? He went to the Yellow Springs Road? Also, isn't Mr. Gui Guzi in charge of the Deity Sword Mountain Manor? Why is he back? Lu Buwei raised his eyebrows. Also, Bai Qi and Long Shi are not back. Could it be the Sage King of the Netherworld? Lu Buwei was confused. Prime Minister Lu, what should we do now? Lu Buwei thought for a while and said, Are you sure it's the Sage King? It's absolutely true. Heavenly Sovereign Bai Ditian is right beside him. How could Heavenly Sovereign Bai Ditian be mistaken? Furthermore, Mr. Gui Guzi is there. Mr. Gui Guzi can't be wrong. The servant said, confused. All right. Perhaps I am overthinking. Go and inform the officials to prepare to welcome the Sage King. Lu Guwei said. At the Yellow Springs Road. Yan Chuan had his eyes closed. Countless stars revolved around his palm. It was as if he was using the universe in his palm to feel the surroundings. Bai Ditian looked on in confusion. Gui Guzi stood at the side. There was another group of people in front of them. The leader was the Great Jin Sacred Hall's Empress, Zizi. You are back. Zizi's eyes flashed with excitement and joy. Yan Chuan didn't say anything, but Gui Guzi said, Empress, the Sage King has gained a lot this time. He has also mastered a very rare mystical ability. He can connect the entrance to the Yellow Springs Road with the Sage King's universe in his palm. In the future, there will be more than one entrance to the Yellow Springs Road. Oh! Zizi looked confused. The Sage King is using this mystical ability and can't be distracted. Empress, please take action. Let's put away the Yellow Springs Road and rearrange it. Also, let's connect the Yellow Springs Road with the Sage King's universe in his palm at the same time. Gui Guzi said seriously. Zizi looked at Yan Chuan in shock. She felt that something was wrong with Yan Chuan. But she couldn't tell. Buzz. Zizi's eyes suddenly turned a demonic purple as she stared at Yan Chuan. However, Yan Chuan in front of her didn't have any disguise. There were no illusions of Dharma spells either. Zizi shook her head. Maybe she was thinking too much. But Netherworld, Great Qin City. Zombie Yan Chuan was analyzing information in his study. Gui Guzi? Gui Guzi's behavior is indeed very strange. However, Gui Guzi can't betray Great Qin. Then these... Zombie Yan Chuan frowned. Suddenly, heaven and earth rumbled. The void shook violently. The violent shaking reached the Great Qin City. What's going on? The Yellow Springs Road is shaking. Look, the Yellow Springs Road is moving. The Yellow Springs Road is shaking. Countless citizens cried out in shock. In the study, Zombie Yan Chuan's expression suddenly changed. The Yellow Springs Road is changing? Whoosh! Zombie Yan Chuan instantly rushed out of the study. However, it was too late. The moment he rushed out of the study, the Yellow Springs Road in the distance suddenly exploded. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and a boundless storm immediately blew in all directions. Many of the countless cultivators guarding the Yellow Springs Road were injured. Something happened in the Netherworld? Zombie Yan Chuan's expression changed. East of True Dragon territory. The dragon carriage pulled Yan Chuan and the others and flew quickly. Suddenly, Yan Chuan's expression changed drastically. Not good, something happened in Xianying. Yan Chuan's expression changed. Bai Qi, come with me first. Afang, be careful. Miao, stay here and wait for my summons. Yan Chuan immediately shouted. Swish. Yan Chuan took a step forward and rushed forward. Bai Qi also rushed out without hesitation. The two were extremely fast. Even the 5 dragons couldn't keep up with them. Miao, what happened? Miao shouted anxiously. However, in the blink of an eye, Yan Chuan and Bai Qi had already disappeared. Zhao Afang's expression changed. 7 fiends, speed up. Yes, Empress, the 7 fiends immediately shouted. Yin Hentian looked into the distance in a daze. At the same time, he understood that something big must have happened in Xianying. Otherwise, the Sage King wouldn't be so shocked. In the Netherworld, outside Xianying at the Yellow Springs Road. Stuff. Bai Ditian shouted in shock. However, it was too late. Gui Guzi's expression darkened, and black gas surged around him. Just as Zizi kept the Yellow Springs Road, Gui Guzi suddenly struck his palm toward Zizi. What? Zizi cried out in shock. Boom! The palm struck Zizi's body, and Zizi was instantly sent flying. Black gas surrounded her body, and her eyes were filled with shock. Bai Ditian was shocked as he struck his palm toward Gui Guzi. On the other side, Yan Chuan struck his palm toward Bai Ditian. In a hurry, Bai Ditian could only face Yan Chuan head-on. Boom! Yan Chuan was sent flying. As she flew, her entire body suddenly changed. The original Yan Chuan was suddenly beaten into the appearance of another man. My husband once described you to me. You are not my husband. You are the seventh divine beast in the world, the identical beast. As ZZ flew, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her entire face turned black and purple. Chapter 1270. Xianying City. Lu Buwei led the officials in formation, preparing to welcome Yan Chuan's return. Suddenly, a loud boom came from the Yellow Springs Road. The array around the Yellow Springs Road exploded, and Yellow Springs energy rushed out in all directions. The Yellow Springs Road collapsed? The Sage King is there? Is he going to attack the Yellow Springs Road? What's going on? Immediately, the officials were shocked. Many of them wanted to go over to the scene. But Lu Buwei's face paled. Many possibilities flashed through his mind. Not good. Lu Buwei's eyes widened. Su Fu, activate the Xianying Grand Array. Lu Buwei suddenly called out to an official. But the Sage King is outside. Su Fu exclaimed. Activate the array. I'll take all the blame. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Lu Buwei shouted. Su Fu immediately sensed the change in Lu Buwei's expression. He reached out and waved his hand. Boom. Xianying City was soon surrounded by golden light. While the people of Xianying were dazed, the Xianying Grand Array was activated. Just as the formation was activated, the roars of furious dragons could be heard from the outside world. Roar! Roar! The earth rumbled as numerous earth dragon veins swiftly swam out in all directions, charging towards Xianying City with an endless aggressive power. Primordial Dragon Vein. Su Fu's face paled as he urged. Xianying City sat on a giant dragon head, and the dragon head of the primordial dragon vein suddenly roared. Boom! The massive impact knocked back the attacking dragon veins. In Skyward Hall's plaza, the officials' faces paled. Su Fu also broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, Lu Buwei had given the order. Otherwise, the impact just now would have caused Xianying City to suffer heavy losses. Roar! More and more dragon veins gathered outside Xianying City, madly attacking the primordial dragon vein. At the same time, countless feng shui masters were controlling the feng shui dragon veins to attack Xianying City. In the east, billowing black energy soared into the sky. Roar, your reaction is really fast. A disdainful voice was heard. Everyone saw a gigantic dragon head appear on the ground. The dragon veins in the surroundings converged towards the dragon head. Gradually, another dragon head mountain was born. Of course, it was far inferior to the original dragon veins, but at this moment, it was enough to stand out. On top of the dragon's head stood a black-robed figure. His body was surrounded by black gas, and his face was gloomy. Guiguzi! Lu Buwei glared at him. Teacher? Su Fu asked in astonishment. At this moment, all the officials in the imperial court were shocked. Xianying was in trouble, but no one had expected it to be Guiguzi. Impossible. Sir would never betray De Jin. How could it be, sir? Sir? The Skyward Palace Square was in an uproar. They had thought of everyone, but they had never thought that it would be Guiguzi. One had to know that Guiguzi was very popular in the Great Jin. Many officials had more or less received favors from him. Among them, Su Fu, Zhang Yi, and the other important ministers of Great Jin were all Guiguzi's disciples. But now, Guiguzi was leading a large group of geomancers to destroy Xianying. Teacher, what are you doing? Su Fu exclaimed. At the side, Lu Buwei shook his head and said, Su Fu, don't be fooled by his appearance. This is not Guiguzi. Guiguzi is extremely loyal to the Great Jin. Why would he betray the Great Jin? Su Fu shuddered when he heard those words. The officials immediately calmed down. Everyone looked at Guiguzi in the distance with a common enemy. Guiguzi stood on top of the dragon's head and looked at the Skyward Palace Square. A cold smile appeared on his face. As expected of Lu Buwei, you managed to calm the hearts of the people with just a few words. Lu Buwei's face darkened. He took a step forward and said, Who are you? Why are you pretending to be Guzi? Where is the Empress? Ha! Am I not Guzi? Su Fu, don't you recognize me? Don't you remember why I named you Su Fu? Ha! Guzi laughed. What? Su Fu's face changed. Lu Bui's eyelids twitched. Su Fu's name came from Guzi. Very few people knew about it. Could it really be Guzi? Where is the Empress? How is the Empress? Lu Bui asked. Guzi smiled coldly. You are really dutiful. Meng Zizi? Do you think she can survive if I attack? She has already been hit by my Meridian's soul-dispersing palm. After 24 hours, no one will be able to save her. Boom. In the distance, where the road to the Yellow Springs was, the sounds of battle could be heard. Bai Ditian wielded a long saber and was fighting with a group of sword cultivators. Protect the Empress. All tigers and guards, fight to the death. Bai Ditian roared. A group of people surrounded Zizi to protect her in the center. The group of tiger tribe elites all transformed into huge tigers and roared angrily. The soldiers quickly surrounded them. Countless sword cultivators around them shot up into the sky. Their terrifying sword auras pressed towards the tigers. In front of Bai Ditian was a peerless sword cultivator. The two of them fought to their heart's content. Don't be afraid of death. Don't you know what kind of place the Netherworld is? If you sacrifice your souls, the Sage King will protect you. Protect the Empress. Kill. Bai Ditian roared at the crowd. Roar! The group of tigers suddenly fought with the sword cultivators without regard for their lives. It was a battle of mutual destruction. They did not care about their own lives at all. Rumble! The battle continued. At that moment, above the Sea of Providence, Yanchuan's statue suddenly shook and transformed into an 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence. The 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence roared. It grabbed the Sea of Providence and glared at Guzi in the east. Guzi, I never wanted to suspect you. I didn't expect it to be you. The 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence roared. Guzi looked up at the sky and sneered at the 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence. Bai, you should call me Uncle Master. How rude. Guzi said coldly. How dare you? A group of elites roared at the entrance of the Skyward Palace. Immediately, many generals wanted to charge out. Guzi sneered and waved his hand. Roar! The countless dragon veins in the outside world suddenly moved again. It was as if giant dragons had emerged from the ground and surrounded Xianyang City. Around the giant dragons, there was also endless black gas surrounding them. They crashed into the Xianyang Grand Formation. Boom! The Xianyang Grand Formation shook violently. A jet of black gas adhered to the barrier outside. A general rushed out of the formation. He instantly touched the black gas. The general let out a blood-curdling scream, and his body began to decay at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to a pile of bones. Don't go out. That's the Supreme Resting Rotting Dragon Formation. Su Fu suddenly exclaimed. Supreme Decay Dragon Formation? One of Guzi's most powerful formations? Is it really Guzi? Lu Bui widened his eyes. Everyone, help me protect the Xianyang Grand Formation. Otherwise, the entire city will be in trouble once the formation is broken. Su Fu exclaimed. The generals still wanted to go out. In the sky above Xianyang, the 18-claws golden dragon knew how powerful the Supreme Decay Dragon Formation was. Xianyang Army, listen to Su Fu's orders and protect Xianyang. The 18-claws golden dragon roared. Yes. Countless soldiers rushed to Su Fu's side. Su Fu looked outside and anxiously ordered his disciples to control the Xianyang Grand Formation. Whoosh! It was as if 4 golden rivers of light were formed and rushed toward the Xianyang Grand Formation. Everyone, gather your power in the rivers of light and protect the Xianyang Grand Formation with me. Su Fu said anxiously. Roar! All the officials quickly gathered their power and controlled the 4 rivers of light. The Xianyang Grand Formation instantly shone with golden light, as if it was trying to break free from the black gas outside. Not enough. Ha! Do you think you can stop my supreme decay dragon formation? Su Fu, all your feng shui techniques were taught by me. Do you think you can stop me? Gue Guzi sneered. Whoosh! In a valley surrounded by black gas to the east of Xianyang City, black gas suddenly rushed into the sky and surged into the supreme decay dragon formation. Roar! A giant dragon head appeared in the endless black gas of the supreme decay dragon formation. The black dragon led countless black gas and quickly coiled around the Xianyang City Grand Formation. The roiling corrosive energy grew stronger and stronger. The two sides faced off, but Gue Guzi's strength seemed to be a level higher. This is bad! Su Fu exclaimed. The decaying qi outside the city is created by 10,000 geomancers using the energy of the netherworld and the energy of the dragon vein. If we don't stop it, it won't be long before Xianyang City is destroyed. What about the formation? What about the other formations? Lu Buwei asked anxiously. It's useless. We can't use the other formations because they were all set up by Gue Guzi and my teacher. If I use them, he will control them. Su Fu said anxiously. Lu Buwei's eyes were filled with anxiety. Soldiers outside the city, attack the source of the black gas at all costs and destroy the corrosive energy supply. Lu Buwei shouted. Countless soldiers outside Xianyang City rushed toward the source of the black gas. Countless cultivators rushed toward the source of the black gas. However, at this moment, outside the source of the black gas, numerous heavenly Daos suddenly appeared. Boom! Boom! The appearance of the heavenly Dao proved that a large number of ancestral immortals were protecting the source of the black gas. Deity Sword Manor. Gue Guzi, you colluded with Deity Sword Manor. Lu Buwei shouted. High in the sky, the 18-claws golden dragon stared at Gue Guzi. Gue Guzi, Great Shin has always respected you. The imperial astronomer is even more extraordinary. Apart from me, you are an extraordinary existence among Great Shin's officials. But why did you betray me? Betray Great Shin? The 18-claws golden dragon said coldly. Gue Guzi sneered. Yen Chuan, I've tolerated you for a long time. Why do I have to cooperate with you after we left the Bai clan? Why are you the emperor and I the vassal? My achievements are not inferior to yours. Apart from Bai Huang, no one in the Bai clan can compare to me. Why do I have to help you? Why do I have to make you famous? That's why, the 18-claws golden dragon said. Chapter 1271. The road to the Yellow Springs has been cut off. Your body in the netherworld can't come up. There are many fierce generals in Great Shin, and they are all conquering the netherworld. It will take some time for your body in the netherworld to come back. Haha, controlling the Providence Golden Dragon with your soul? It's a pity that the Golden Dragon doesn't have you as its host. It can only watch as I destroy Xianyang. Ha! Gue Guzi laughed loudly. A long time ago, my intelligence agency had already found you, Gue Guzi. However, I would rather believe in your character than that intelligence report. Without you, the Great Shin Empire and even the Great Qin Empire wouldn't have been able to achieve such glory in such a short period of time. I trusted you very much. You shouldn't have done this. The 18-clawed golden dragon of destiny said with a pained expression. Trust me? Gue Guzi smiled coldly. Yen Chuan, you don't have to try to get close to me now. It's useless. How much do you know about me? The 18-claws golden dragon said in a low voice. I must destroy Xianyang City. I want him to see that the Xianyang in his heart is simply weak in front of me. His beliefs are wrong. Gue Guzi said in a low voice. Who is he? The 18-claws golden dragon seemed to have realized the problem. Gue Guzi naturally did not want to say. Outside Xianyang City, the sounds of battle continued. Powerful sword cultivators appeared from all directions, and countless sword qi storms were everywhere, stirring up the surroundings into chaos. Sage King, the Empress is severely injured. Bai Ditian suddenly shouted. When Yen Chuan's consciousness entered the Golden Dragon, he did not look at ZZ. However, the moment he entered the Golden Dragon, he saw ZZ betraying him, so he shifted his attention. At that moment, Bai Ditian shouted. The golden dragon of destiny suddenly looked down and immediately found ZZ in the midst of a group of battles. A few palace maids were holding ZZ, and her face was dark purple. ZZ. The golden dragon suddenly roared. As it roared, a ferocious aura surged in all directions. Unfortunately, it only had an imposing aura and no actual power. ZZ, who was lying in the palace maid's arms, looked at the anxious expression of the golden dragon in the sky. Suddenly, a sad but beautiful smile appeared on her face. Husband. ZZ called out weakly. Roar, ZZ. The golden dragon of providence roared. Guzi looked at ZZ in surprise. You're quite concerned about that girl? Unfortunately, she controlled the Yellow Springs Road. In order to prevent you from the netherworld from interfering, she had no choice but to die. Guzi sneered. Guzi. The golden dragon of destiny shouted angrily. What? Guzi sneered. You've crossed the line. What? The golden dragon of providence revealed a ferocious expression. Crossing the border? I don't have boundaries. Those who follow me will prosper, those who block me will die. Isn't that your creed? Guzi said coldly. The golden dragon of providence looked at ZZ anxiously. Suddenly he saw a man not far away. That man was currently blocked by a group of great Jin soldiers. He was currently looking around coldly. It was him. Earlier, he had transformed into Yan Chuan's appearance. Now, he had returned to his original appearance with a gloomy expression. There were countless battles around him, but this man had not moved at all. Zhenxiong? It's you again. Yan Chuan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Holy King, it's this man who pretended to be you and deceived everyone's trust. Then, Guzi injured the Empress. An expert protecting the Empress shouted. It's the identical beast. ZZ called out weakly. In the sky, the golden dragon of providence's eyes turned cold. Zhenxiong, it's you again? You again? The golden dragon of providence suddenly said coldly. As for why Zhenxiong was the identical beast, Yan Chuan did not care. He only knew that this was the second time. In his previous life, he had been framed by Zhenxiong. In this life, Zhenxiong had come to destroy Great Shen. This enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. Zhenxiong was a middle-aged man with a small beard. He looked very decent, but his eyes were vaguely sinister. At this moment, the golden dragon of providence looked at him coldly. Zhenxiong suddenly panicked. He turned to look at Guzi, who was not far away. Then he said, Yan Chuan, it's your fate to be killed by me and my teacher. I just didn't expect that after your death last time, you would be able to make a comeback in just a few thousand years. In the sky, the golden dragon of providence's pupils suddenly shrank. Last time? Could it be that in my previous life, you... That's right. In my previous life, I had the poisonous vine. Ordinary poisons could not hurt me and Zhenro at all. With your ability, it's impossible for you to have that poison. Was it provided by Guzi? No, Guzi had not awakened at that time. The golden dragon of providence suddenly fell into a complicated thought. Yan Chuan did not know that there was a dark Guzi. Only Guzi knew about this. Therefore, everything was strange. No matter what happens, Zhenxiong, I will cut you into pieces. Remember, I will find you soon. The golden dragon of providence said with a cold look. Zhenxiong raised his eyebrows and looked at Guzi. There's no need to wait. Your Xianyang city is about to be destroyed. Guzi laughed. He was controlling the supreme decay dragon formation. The formation of Xianyang city was shaking. A huge decaying dragon was constantly hitting the formation of Xianyang city. It seemed that the formation would be destroyed soon. In Xianyang city, Su Fu was getting more and more anxious. Everyone, civilians and officials, attack. Otherwise, once the formation is destroyed, the decaying gas will instantly wash over the entire Xianyang city. Xianyang city will soon become a dead city. Su Fu shouted anxiously. Lu Bui also shouted to the outside world with an ugly expression. Everyone outside Xianyang, attack the source of the black gas with all your strength. Hurry. Rumble. Around them, countless soldiers rushed toward the source of the black gas. It was the source of the black gas that was constantly injecting decaying gas into the supreme decay dragon formation. As long as the source of the black gas stopped supplying decaying gas, Xianyang City would be saved. However, around the source of the black gas, heavenly Tao shot into the sky. Countless sword chi storms sealed off the void. Almost 10 ancestral immortals were protecting the source of the black gas. Bastard! The generals outside were anxious. Bai Ditian was also being held back by 2 ancestral immortals and could not go forward. At this moment, the fierce generals were almost in the netherworld. Even the terracotta soldiers were in the netherworld. The defenses of the Yang realm were extremely weak. Only 2 ancestral immortals were fighting against the ancestral immortals of the deity Sword Manor. They were the Pheasant Queen and the Dog God. However, the 2 of them could not break through the defenses of the ancestral immortals. The entire Xianyang City was in great danger. Zi proudly manipulated the formation and said, the road to the underworld is indeed a great convenience. Unfortunately, it is also a great flaw. In at most the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Xianyang City will be broken. Yanchuan, let's see what kind of luck you have left. The entire Xianyang City was in chaos. In the source of the black gas, tens of thousands of feng shui masters were channeling the energy of the netherworld and the surrounding dragon veins to create the rotten gas for Gue Guzi. All of them were extremely focused. The battle outside could not affect the inside at all. Originally, everything was foolproof. Once Xianyang City was destroyed, the feng shui masters would have made a great contribution. However, right at this moment, grumbling sounds could be heard from the underground of the source of the black gas. Second brother, I already told you that this is Xianyang. Don't look for treasures anymore. Look for my foot. There's ghostly chi everywhere. Weren't you the most agitated when I told you yesterday? Oh ma, am I right? I don't know. Don't drag me into your business. Did you hear that? Second brother, you are slandering big brother. If this was another place, it would be a crime. But big brother, you know me. Although I'm not a feng shui master, digging holes and looking at earth veins are my specialty. Yesterday, I saw the earth veins moving in this direction. There's obviously a treasure. Are you stupid? This is Xianyang. There are so many feng shui masters in Xianyang. Do you think it's your turn to have a treasure? They have already searched the surroundings. All right, what should we do now? What can we do? Let's go out and continue digging holes. Let's go to the surface. All right. As the 3 people on the ground grumbled, they continued to dig holes until they reached the surface. Boom! A figure jumped out of a hole in the ground. It was Ninth Rat. Ninth Rat jumped out and opened his mouth wide. At that moment, nearly 10,000 black-robed men suddenly looked at him in surprise. Everyone was looking at Ninth Rat. He seemed to have noticed that something was wrong. Why is it so dark? It's not dawn yet. Second brother, you idiot. How did you tell the time? A fat man climbed out of the hole with difficulty. Don't come out, big brother. Ninth Rat shouted. However, the fat man had already come out. He swayed his fat body and sat on the ground. Sitting on the ground, he suddenly felt the attention of everyone. The last one to come out was Ma Wang, who was dragging a coffin. When the 3 of them came out, they looked around in shock. At that moment, the nearly 10,000 black-robed men in the surroundings were all making hand seals as they looked at the 3 people in front of them in confusion. Dongfang Zhengpai looked at the crowd, and his expression froze. Then he revealed an ugly fake smile and said, we are just passing by. You guys continue. Bang! Dongfang Zhengpai jumped into the hole without any restraint. The other 2 wanted to follow in fear, but they could not jump in halfway. Damn it! I'm stuck. Second brother, how did you dig this hole? You got us killed. Dongfang Zhengpai wanted to cry but had no tears. Ninth Rat felt even more wronged. You blocked the hole. You got us killed, okay? Take them down. One of the feng shui masters shouted. More than 10 feng shui masters in the surroundings immediately controlled dozens of dragon veins to charge at the 3 people. Dongfang Jingpai shouted. However, he was stuck in the hole and could not go up or down. When Ma Wang saw that, he panicked and said, "Hide in the coffin." The coffin lid opened. Sealed inside the coffin was an explosive beast that had fallen into the endless void. Suddenly, an exit appeared not far away. It appeared again. "Bastards! I want you dead!" The exploding beast roared and charged out. The exploding beast charged out of the coffin. Ma Wang quickly covered himself, Ninth Rat, and Dongfang Jingpai with the coffin. When the exploding beast came out, it was much more cautious. It wanted to take a look first. However, when it came out, dozens of dragon veins charged at it. At a glance, there were nearly 10,000 black-robed men in the surroundings. "You want to silence me? I'll fight it out with you. Self-destruct." The exploding beast shouted in grief. In the outside world, nearly 10,000 feng shui masters looked at the monster that had suddenly appeared. Hong. Chapter 1272. You want to kill me? I'll kill you. Self-destruct. The exploding beast roared. In the outside world, nearly 10,000 feng shui masters stared blankly at the exploding beast. Hong. The exploding beast exploded in the center of the black gas source. The huge impact instantly killed more than half of the feng shui masters. Amid countless screams, the black gas source was completely destroyed. Gui Guzi's rotten gas supply was suddenly cut off. "We're saved." Su Fu was pleasantly surprised. In the distance, the black gas source exploded. Even the experts from Deity Sword Villa who were surrounding it were severely injured by the explosion. Countless cultivators were sent flying. Gui Guzi, who was in the middle of the battle, was shocked. How can this be? Gui Guzi was shocked. In the sky, the Golden Dragon of Providence was also shocked. The Golden Dragon of Providence suddenly climbed down and closed its eyes as if it was in a deep sleep. At the same time, to the east of Jinlong's territory, Bai Qi stretched out his hand and brought out a ball of light. Yen Chuan sat cross-legged in the ball of light with his eyes closed. Suddenly, Yen Chuan opened his eyes. "Sage King?" Bai Qi looked at Yen Chuan. "Quang." With a flip of his hand, Yen Chuan took out the sky-burying coffin. "Good, I knew that the Eastern Orthodox sect was blessed with great fortune. The heaven-burying coffin has been sent back. Bai Qi, I will send you back to Xianying to protect Zizi. Also, be careful of Gui Guzi, he has changed." Bai Qi replied. "Quang." Bai Qi was instantly trapped in the sky-burying coffin. Yen Chuan immediately kept the sky-burying coffin and flew back to Jinlong's territory. At the entrance of the central palace in the netherworld, zombie Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes. "Meng Yi, take the terracotta army and head to the world of the living." Zombie Yen Chuan said coldly. "Quang." Zombie Yen Chuan stretched out his hand and took out a huge coffin. In the mortal realm, Giguzi's eyesight immediately caught sight of the sky-burying coffin in the distance. World-suppressing bronze coffin? Gui Guzi's expression changed. Zizi raised his head and looked at the Sea of Providence. The Golden Dragon of Providence had already prostrated itself. He withdrew his consciousness. "Not good." Gui Guzi's face darkened. "Everyone leave at once. Quick, quick, quick." Gui Guzi shouted decisively. In the distance, Zhen Xiong also noticed that something was wrong, and he immediately turned around and shot away. Swish. Gui Guzi shot towards the east. The top powers from Deity Sword Villa were shocked. "Go." The ancestral immortals grabbed their subordinates and fled towards the east. "Where do you think you are going?" Dog Deity, Bai Ditian, and Pheasant Empress immediately held back the ancestral immortals, not allowing them to escape. At the same time, with the protection of the heaven-burying coffin, Dongfang Jingpai, Ren Rat, and Horse King were unharmed. "Phew, thank goodness, thank goodness," Dongfang Jingpai said with lingering fear. While the three of them were sighing, a figure suddenly appeared beside them. Lord Bai?" Dongfang Jingpai said in surprise. "Everyone, thank you for your hard work," Bai Qi said sincerely. Then he stepped out of the heaven-burying coffin. Rumble. Suddenly, a huge army appeared. The army did not hesitate, and they did not even greet the others as they charged out. What's going on? Dongfang Jingpai and the others were confused. Rumble. Great Zhen's reinforcements had appeared. The expressions of the people who were fleeing changed drastically, and they sped up their escape. The ancestral immortals fled quickly, but those below the ancestral immortal realm were much slower. When the terracotta army appeared, Meng immediately shouted, "No one is allowed to leave. Those who dare to escape will be killed without mercy." The terracotta army roared in unison, and they each grabbed their crossbows and aimed at the countless fleeing cultivators. Bai Qi, on the other hand, charged towards Bai Ditian. At this moment, Bai Ditian, Dog Deity, and Pheasant Empress were holding back 3 ancestral immortals. The 3 ancestral immortals were also very anxious. When Gui Guzi shouted to leave immediately, they knew that something had happened. The 3 major factions of the Outer East continent had actually been paying attention to Great Zhen ever since Zhu Gong returned empty-handed. They knew how fierce Great Zhen was. Now, even Gui Guzi had escaped? How could they not escape? However, Bai Ditian, Dog Deity, and Pheasant Empress were like dogskin plasters that could not be shaken off. No, Great Zhen's reinforcements have arrived. If this drags on, we will definitely suffer. Right, Great Zhen's Empress? As long as we capture Great Zhen's Empress, we will be safe. I'll go, you guys block them. The 3 ancestral immortals were anxious. Immediately, 2 ancestral immortals risked their injuries to block Bai Ditian and the others. The last ancestral immortal headed straight for ZZ. Bai Ditian cried out in alarm. However, the tiger race experts were at most ancient immortals. How could they block the ancestral immortal's ferocious attack? In the blink of an eye, the ancestral immortal was about to reach ZZ. Just as the ancestral immortal was feeling excited, a chill ran down his spine. The threat of death instantly filled his entire body. The ancestral immortal exclaimed. With a boom, a large number of heavenly Daos quickly surrounded him. In the blink of an eye, he merged with the heavenly Daos and faced this sudden ominous feeling. Die! A furious roar sounded. The ancestral immortal turned his head and saw a huge saber energy slashing down at his heavenly Dao. Countless red karmic fire lotuses surrounded the saber energy. Boom! The huge heavenly Dao exploded under this saber energy. The ancestral immortal could only open his mouth wide in fear. Bam! The saber energy slashed the ancestral immortal into pieces. The shattered corpse in the sky was stirred up by the surrounding saber energy and turned into dust that scattered with the wind. On the other side, the 5 ancestral immortals who were fighting widened their eyes. That was an ancestral immortal. An ancestral immortal was killed by a single saber strike? Second brother. The other 2 ancestral immortals cried out in fear. However, no matter how much they cried out, the ancestral immortal could not be revived. Bai Ditian cried out in surprise. Bai Qi looked at the battlefield, but he quickly looked at the Empress. ZZ was extremely weak at this moment. Bai Qi did not chase after anyone. Instead, he quickly stood beside the Empress to prevent any accidents. Empress, the Sage King will be back soon. Bai Qi said solemnly. The heaven-bearing coffin was Yan Chuan's supreme treasure. It required Yan Chuan to activate it to teleport someone to another refined heaven-bearing coffin. However, Yan Chuan could not teleport someone else. When ZZ heard that Yan Chuan would be back soon, she smiled and nodded slightly. Bai Qi turned his head to look at the battlefield with a ferocious expression. In the distance, Xian Yang was rescued. A large number of officials rushed out. In the blink of an eye, the officials of Dajin surrounded them. Su Fu rushed forward. Lord Su, you're the #1 alchemist in Dajin. Quick, take a look at the Empress. A palace maid at the side called out anxiously. Su Fu quickly took out a golden pill and said, "This is the Golden 9 Transformations pill. Heal the injuries to your body and soul first." The palace maid quickly fed the Golden 9 Transformations pill to ZZ. Zizi did not refuse and consumed the pill in a blink of an eye. Soon after, the injuries on Zizi's body disappeared. Her face regained its color, but she was still extremely weak. What's going on? Why is the Empress still so weak? Lord Su, what other pills do you have? Please save the Empress. The palace maid said anxiously. The officials looked at Su Fu. A bitter expression appeared on Su Fu's face as he said, "This is Gue Guzi's Meridian's soul-dispersing palm. The 9 transformations golden core can only repair one's body and soul. I can't do anything about birth charts." Everyone was anxious. Lu Gui's eyes flashed with anger as he looked around. Capture everyone. Kill anyone who resists. The soldiers of Xianyang charged in all directions. Outside Xianyang, a battle broke out again. However, this time, the situation was completely different. Dajin had switched from defense to offense. It was unusually ferocious. In a valley far away from Xianyang, a black-robed woman with a ferocious mask stood at the entrance of the valley. 10 powerhouses stood behind her. Is that Bai Qi? How domineering! Bai Qi didn't even use his full strength. He didn't even use the heavenly Tao. The deity sword manner has failed. The 10 powerhouses discussed among themselves. If they were in Xianyang, many people would recognize them. They were the powerhouses from the Ju Palace who had besieged Xianyang. Palace Master, it's fortunate that you didn't agree with the deity sword manner. One of them said respectfully. The woman with the ferocious mask nodded. Dajin? Next, Dajin will definitely launch a fierce counterattack. Let's leave this place first. The woman with the ferocious mask said in a deep voice. Everyone replied and left quickly. In Xianyang, the appearance of the terracotta soldiers immediately made it so that those who were unable to escape in time no longer had a chance to escape. Xianyang's army also suppressed their anger and quickly came out to capture everyone. Meng Yi looked to the east with a frown. Lord Meng, there's no need to chase them. Let's wait for the Sage King to return. The Sage King won't let the deity sword manner off. Lu Buwei shouted. All right. Meng Yi nodded. He turned to look at the exploding beast that had recovered not far away. He extended his hand and used the sky-burying coffin that Dongfangjing sect had brought back to cover the exploding beast. Swoosh! The exploding beast was instantly sucked into the coffin. The exploding beast roared in despair. However, it was useless. The exploding beast was imprisoned again. There were many prisoners being escorted around. Everything was calm. They waited for another 4 hours. Boom! A gust of wind swept across Xianyang. A figure rushed over and instantly appeared in front of everyone. Greetings to the Sage King. Everyone greeted. It was Yan Chuan who had returned at an extremely fast speed. His speed was so fast that his clothes were slightly worn out. His hair was blood-red and disheveled. Yan Chuan quickly ran to Zizi. Zizi! Yan Chuan hugged Zizi and said anxiously. Zizi slowly opened her eyes and revealed a sad but beautiful smile. Husband, I've finally waited for you to return. This is the last time I've seen you. The Yellow Springs Road is gone. I'm sorry. No, I won't let anything happen to you. I won't. Yan Chuan's nose twitched and his eyes turned red. Zizi smiled and looked at Yan Chuan closely. It was as though she wanted to engrave him in her mind. Taking a deep breath, Yan Chuan said with determination, Zizi, I'm here. You'll be fine. Trust me. Chapter 1273. Meow, come here. Yan Chuan suddenly called out with Zizi in his arms. Buzz! The void around Yan Chuan suddenly shook, and a rune disc appeared. Then, Meow appeared in front of Yan Chuan. Meow, Yan Chuan, what happened? Ah, Sister Zizi, what happened to you? Meow was stunned at first, then she screamed. Meow quickly jumped in front of Zizi. Meow! Zizi said weakly. Sister Zizi, what happened to you? Who bullied you? Meow burst into tears. Alright Meow, don't cry. Take a look, can you save her? Zizi's birth chart is damaged. Take a look. Yan Chuan asked anxiously. Miao looked and shook her head. With tears in her eyes, she said, I can't do anything. I can't do anything either. Miao couldn't do anything. Yan Chuan frowned. Yan Chuan, save Sister Zizi, save Sister Zizi. Miao cried. Yan Chuan frowned and turned to Zizi. Zizi, I can't save you now, but I can keep you in your current state. Please believe that I will find a way to save you one day. Yan Chuan said with absolute certainty. Okay. Zizi's eyes flashed with gentleness. Quang. Yan Chuan took out a sky-burying copper coffin. He carried Zizi and gently placed her into the sky-burying copper coffin. Buzz. Countless stars suddenly appeared in the sky-burying copper coffin. The stars surrounded Zizi, and in the blink of an eye, Zizi's surroundings became blurry. Zizi, sleep. When you wake up, it will be time for me to save you. Yan Chuan said gently. Okay. Zizi nodded. Zizi slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. Whew! Countless stars quickly surrounded Zizi. In the blink of an eye, Zizi's body became more and more blurry. Seeing Zizi fall asleep and the heaven-burying coffin blurry, Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with a monstrous fury. Blue veins popped out on his fists. Miao, Yan Chuan, will Sister Zizi really be alright? In the past, my sister gave me a lot of delicious food. You have to save my sister. Miao cried. Don't worry, the time in this coffin is very, very slow, infinitely close to the time limit. I will find a way to save Zizi. Gui Guzi? Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with anger as he spoke. Holy King, Gui Guzi colluded with Shen Xiong and the deity Sword Villa. We didn't expect this at all. Lu Buwei said in shame. Holy Monarch, many of the defensive systems in Xianyang were designed by Lao, by Gui Guzi. That's why I didn't dare to use many of the formations back then, Su Fu said in a guilty manner. It has nothing to do with you. Don't blame yourself. Yan Chuan shook his head. This time, it was his fault. He trusted Gui Guzi too much and almost caused a disaster. Yan Chuan knew that he was in the wrong. However, as an emperor, he knew that he was in the wrong and could not admit his mistakes. He gently closed the coffin for Zizi. Meow Meow was still crying like a crying cat. He carefully put away the heaven-burying coffin. Meow, sob sob sob, Yan Chuan, I want to avenge Sister Zizi. Let's destroy the deity Sword Villa. I want to avenge Sister Zizi. Meow cried. Yes, you want to avenge deity Sword Villa? Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Lu Gang, issue a kill order to all the disciples of the deity Sword Villa. Spread the word to the world. Bring their heads to Dejun for a reward, Yan Chuan said coldly. Lu Gang immediately replied. Lu Buwei, use your cursive script to spread the message to all the territories in the outer eastern continent. Dejun is about to destroy the deity Sword Villa. Anyone who tries to stop them will be Dejun's enemy. Anyone who hides the disciples of the deity Sword Villa will be Dejun's enemy. Great Zhen will not rest until one of us is dead. Yan Chuan shouted. Yes. Lu Buwei replied. Holy King, should we send out the troops now? Meng Yi stepped forward and asked. Looking to the east, Yan Chuan's eyes were cold. Let's wait for them to return. I don't want anyone to run away. Meng Yi replied. At the same time, in the netherworld, behind zombie Yan Chuan stood a group of officials who had rushed over. Yi Feng. Zombie Yan Chuan said, Yes, Your Majesty. Pass down the order. Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Jin Diyu, bring all the elites back. Zombie Yan Chuan said. 3 army commanders? They just conquered half of the 3 territories. Something big happened in the mortal realm? Yi Feng asked curiously. Yes, something big happened in the mortal realm. Some people still see Dezhen as a potential threat, but they don't know that they have already been eliminated. I will destroy the deity Sword Villa with lightning speed. I will also let others know that they will have to pay a heavy price if they want to test Dezhen. Yan Chuan said coldly. Yi Feng replied. The mortal realm. Xianying. Yan Chuan returned to the palace. The officials and commoners paid their respects to him. However, Yan Chuan wasn't in the mood at all. He didn't show his face much. Skyward Palace Square. Dongfang Jingpai, Renshu, Horse King, this time, it's all thanks to you. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Of course. Dongfang Jingpai and Renshu were naturally very proud. Horse King was ashamed because he understood that all of this was a coincidence, an absolute coincidence. Horse King, since the Horse Clan has become Dijin's national beast, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. This is the Horse Clan's fate. You can refine it yourself. Yan Chuan said. Thank you, Sage King. Horse King nodded. What about us? Dongfang Jingpai immediately shouted. Ancestral immortal artifacts and treasures in the palace treasury. You can choose any 3 of them. Go and choose. Yan Chuan promised solemnly. Oh, I knew it. Second brother, did you hear that? Sage King is still the best. Every time you search for treasures, you find a pile of bones. Dongfang Jingpai scolded Renshu. Renshu was very happy at this moment and didn't refute. After sending off the 3 of them, Yan Chuan looked at Pheasant Queen. Pheasant Queen, you have seen Dijin. This time, I have to thank you. Have you thought about it? Yan Chuan said solemnly. Since Emperor Yan is so ambitious, my Pheasant Clan is also willing to add flowers to brocade. Pheasant Queen immediately nodded. From now on, the Pheasant Clan will also be Dijin's national beast. You will be the leader of the Pheasant Clan. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Boom. The Providence clouds churned, and Pheasant Queen appeared beside the statues of Bai Ditian and the others. Pheasant Queen heaved a sigh of relief as if she had finally calmed down. This is the Pheasant Clan's ancestral fate. I won't explain it. You can cultivate on your own. Yan Chuan took out a jade box and said solemnly. Thank you, Sage King. Pheasant Queen nodded. After sending off the group, Lu Gang came again. Sage King, after interrogating those people, we have obtained some information. This group of feng shui masters were all nurtured by Gue Guzi. Perhaps he was nurtured in secret. I failed in my duty and didn't even know. As for the information obtained from Deity Sword Manor, they have been brooding about Dijin. When Gue Guzi appeared, they hit it off and wanted to strike first. Lu Gang said. As he spoke, he handed over a comprehensive set of information. After receiving the information, Yan Chuan nodded. Sage King, how should we deal with these people? Lu Gang asked solemnly. What's the point of keeping them? Yan Chuan said coldly. I know what to do. Lu Gang left. Yan Chuan still looked at the information in his hand with resentment. In the netherworld, in the 3 weaves, the 3 legions were singing in victory. When they suddenly received Yan Chuan's orders, they were all confused. However, they still arranged their work and quickly led the elites to the great Qin city. Through the sky-burying coffin, Yan Chuan quickly sent countless soldiers back to the Yang realm. The Yellow Springs Road was gone, but there was still the sky-burying coffin. In the Yang realm, Dijin's announcement to the outer eastern continent quickly spread in all directions. When the various weave lords received the news, they were all in an uproar. They didn't expect Dijin's tone to be so domineering. At the same time, almost all the eyes of the outer east continent gathered on the Dijin Holy Court and the Deity Sword Villa. Ever since Ju Palace returned without success in Xianyang, the various experts of the outer east continent had a new analysis in their hearts. The 3 strongest factions in the outer east continent had become 4, with the addition of the Dijin Holy Court. Now, the 2 strongest factions were going to fight to the death? The various weave lords were naturally happy to see this happen. In Ju Palace, the master of Ju Palace led a group of divine palace lords and looked at Jin Xiong in front of him. Palace Lord Ju, I can completely represent the Villa Lord. I'm sure you saw the battle that day, and your Ju Palace also received a copy of Dijin's announcement. Zhen Xiong said with a smile. That's right. Palace Lord Ju said indifferently. Dijin is a dynasty, and the emperor has always been insatiable. Once something happens to the 5 weaves of the Deity Sword Villa, Dijin will be the strongest faction in the outer east continent. At that time, Yan Chuan will definitely expand his territory, and Ju Palace will definitely bear the brunt because of the past grudges. Zhen Xiong said with certainty. Palace Lord Ju said indifferently. The road to the underworld has been broken, and Dezhen is isolated and without help. Palace Lord Ju, this time, we are here to form an alliance with Ju Palace. My deity Sword Villa will attract Dezhen's main force, and Ju Palace will go to Xianyang to destroy Yanchuan. What do you think? Zhen Xiong said with a smile. No need, I don't want to interfere in Dezhen's affairs. Palace Lord Ju said indifferently. Palace Lord, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yes, Palace Lord, Dezhen killed Green Divine King and Purple Divine King, and this enmity is set. Sooner or later, we will meet again. Now is such a good opportunity, how can we? Palace Lord, Zhen Xiong is right. The group of Divine Palace Lords immediately advised. Palace Lord Ju said coldly, do I need you to teach me how to do things? Yes, we dare not. No one dared to say more. Zhen Xiong was anxious. Mr. Zhen, I'm sorry. Palace Lord Ju said indifferently. No, I'm the one who disturbed you. Goodbye. Zhen Xiong frowned. I won't see you out. Palace Lord Ju said in a deep voice. After Zhen Xiong left, the Divine Palace Lords discussed again. Palace Lord Ju took a deep breath and said, Dezhen is no longer the Dezhen of the past. Dezhen's development is too terrifying. Unless my father. Halfway through, Palace Lord Ju stopped talking. But Palace Lord, if we don't participate now, we might not have another chance in the future. A Divine Palace Lord said anxiously. Let's wait and see. Palace Lord Ju said in a deep voice. After 3 months of reorganization, all the armies of Dezhen gathered outside Xianyang, waiting for Yanchuan's order to attack Deity Sword Villa. Chapter 1274. By the sage ruler's order, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Jin Deyu are to lead their respective armies and attack Western Sword Weave immediately. The sage ruler is to meet with the 3 generals at the Western Sword Weave's manor in a few days. Lu Buwei shouted. As you command. Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Jin Deyu shouted. Boom! On the ground, huge airships carrying Dazhen's countless troops quickly shot toward the east. Whether it was the people of Great Zhen or the scouts from the various factions that had rushed over, all of them could feel a strong fighting spirit when they saw the mighty army. Boom! In the blink of an eye, everyone was gone. The battle between the Holy Court of Dazhen and Deity Sword Villa had officially begun. Countless scouts from various factions followed behind. At the same time, more and more powerhouses were gathering in the Western Sword territory. Xianyang, upper study. Yanchuan sat in front of his desk, holding some documents in his hand. A black-robed man knelt on one knee in front of him. Sage King, Deity Sword Villa controls 5 weaves. Dongjian Weave, Nanjian Weave, Shijian Weave, Northjian Weave, and Deity Sword Weave, which is at the center of the 4 weaves. Pavilion Master has already led Heaven Mending Pavilion there in advance. The black-robed man said respectfully. According to this document, there was an extremely high-ranking prisoner in Shijian Weave a few years ago? Yanchuan said in a low voice as he held the document in his hand. At that time, no one was allowed to get close. It was Zhen Xiong who interrogated him. In the past, even when we tried to investigate, we couldn't get too deep. Now, we speculate that the person who was interrogated was most likely Li Si. The black-robed man said respectfully. Smack! Yanchuan slammed his palm on the desk angrily. The black-robed man in front of him didn't say a word, allowing Yanchuan to think. Shijian Weave? Who's there now? Yanchuan said in a low voice. There should be 4 ancestral immortals from Deity Sword Villa guarding it. However, after Dazhen announced it to the world, they might have invited their friends to help. Perhaps the number of ancestral immortals has increased by 2 or 3, the black-robed man said respectfully. They want to get involved in this mess? Then he would have to pay the price. He would inform Invincible and assassinate them all. Hang the corpse on the city gate tower outside the residence. Yanchuan said in a deep voice. Yes. The black-robed man replied. Yang realm, outer eastern continent, western sword weave. Boom, boom, boom. Dezhen's flying ship split into three and entered the western sword territory. The various armies arrived at the various cities one after another. Outside a city, by the order of Sage King Dezhen, your cities must immediately open their gates and surrender. Otherwise, your punishment will be even worse. Meng Tian shouted. In the distance, on top of the city gate tower, a group of guards and city lords stood with twitching eyelids. Impudent! How dare a puny holy hall like you come to my city? The city lord immediately refused. Meng Tian snorted coldly. Brandishing the spear in his hand, he slammed it towards the tower. The city tower formation suddenly appeared, but Meng Tian's strength was unusually strong. Ha! Meng Tian shouted. Boom! The entire city tower exploded with a loud bang. The city lord and the others on top of the city tower were instantly sent flying. Those who dare to resist, kill without mercy. Meng Tian shouted. Yes. The army charged towards the city with a loud bang. There was no military strategy or strategy. It was purely brute force. The strength of one person could defeat 1,000 soldiers. Under Meng Tian's spear, countless soldiers in the city lost their will to fight. Meng Tian broke through the city like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. When the battle began, it was simply a one-sided massacre. Soon, those who surrendered surrendered and those who fled fled. Not long after, a city was taken down. People in the city, listen up. This is a grudge between the Holy Hall of Dezhen and Deity Sword Villa. It has nothing to do with you. You will continue as before, but there is one thing. No one is allowed to harbor the disciples of Deity Sword Villa. His voice echoed throughout the city. Countless people frowned as they looked at the countless soldiers flying in the sky. Although there were complaints, no one stood up. At this moment, the difference between a village-style city and a national-style city was reflected. To Deity Sword Villa, a city was just a place to collect endless taxes. To the Holy Hall of Dezhen, however, it was a territory that required the protection of Dezhen. The people had faith in their country. Once the enemy attacked, many people would spontaneously help defend the city. But here, the people did not have much faith. Although some worshiped Deity Sword Villa, it was only worship. They were not members of Deity Sword Villa. When the villa was in trouble, the people did not immediately want to help. After the city was breached, a large number of soldiers were captured. Meng Tian's army continued to attack other cities, while the civil officials who came later began to organize the cities and enlighten the people. The armies of Dezhen from all directions did the same. They crazily attacked one city after another and headed towards the central manor. Bad news continuously spread to the western sword domain's manor. In the manor sat 4 ancestral immortals. At this moment, their expressions were extremely ugly. Breaching the city with ancestral immortals? Dezhen is too shameless this time. Big brother, should we go too? Let's eliminate Wang Jian and the others. More importantly, these people are not people we can kill. Third brother, the news has spread to Deity Sword Domain. What did the Villa Lord say? There's still no news from the Villa Lord. Everyone was anxious. This time, we each invited a large number of friends. Meng Tian, Wang Jian, Jin Diyu, they can't do anything to us. I just don't know when Yan Chuan will arrive. I hope the Villa Lord will send a message soon. Dezhen? If I had known, I would have killed him back then. Everyone was at a loss. Report. Bad news, bad news. A servant rushed straight to the main hall. What's wrong? Ancestral masters, quickly, outside the manor, outside the city. The servant looked frightened. What's going on outside the city? Whoosh! Everyone rushed straight out of the city. At this moment, in the mountains outside the manor, countless experts gathered. They looked at the distant city tower with twitching faces. Is that the leader of the neighboring domain? Is that great sword loose cultivator? Supreme Venerable Huang Hai. They are all here to help Deity Sword Villa. They are all ancestral immortals. And that group of ancient immortals over there? I originally thought that since the deity Sword Villa had invited so many friends to help, they would definitely be an iron bucket and Dejin would definitely return empty-handed. However, these people who came to help were all killed? 3 ancestral immortals and 96 ancient immortals? They are all dead? And they are hung on the city tower? When were they hung up there? Around the manor, there was an uproar. This scene was too shocking. The most terrifying thing was that it happened silently. No one knew how it happened. 4 ancestral immortals of deity Sword Villa flew out from the manor. When they saw the corpses hanging on the city tower, they were all terrified. Ancestral immortals, 3 ancestral immortals, all died silently? West Sword Mansion Lord, I can only apologize for what I promised you in the past. On a mountain peak in the distance, a man immediately called out. West Sword Mansion Lord, I'm sorry. I don't want to participate in this anymore. West Sword Mansion Lord, I'm going back. Some of the allies that deity Sword Villa had planted outside to ambush them at any time expressed their intention to withdraw. It was not that they did not want to help, but they did not dare to. Even ancestral immortals were assassinated silently, but the disciples of deity Sword Villa were unharmed. What did that mean? It meant that the entire Shijin territory was in Dejin's hands. Otherwise, it would not be difficult to assassinate ancestral immortals of deity Sword Villa. At this time, only those who were not stupid understood that if the disciples of deity Sword Villa did not escape, they would be dead. Were they going to be like moths to a flame? Dejin's anger was more than just aggressive. At the same time, in Xianying City, at the entrance of Skyward Palace. Lu Bui, I will leave behind the sky-bearing coffin that sealed the explosive beast. Do not let anything happen to Xianying City. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Lu Bui replied. Yan Chuan stepped onto the dragon carriage with Zhao Afeng beside him. Bai Qi, Meng Yi, and Yin Hentian followed beside him. Let's go. Bai Qi shouted. 5 dragons soared into the sky. Yan Chuan led the terracotta army into battle. The 3 armies were unstoppable. Yan Chuan's group was not very fast, but when the army arrived at Shijin territory, nearly half of the cities in Shijin territory had already been destroyed by Dejin. Moreover, the 3 commanders had already met up at the Shijin territory's main residence. The 4 ancestral immortals had been in a constant state of panic during this period of time. They had tried to escape, but not once had they succeeded. Outside the main residence, a group of black-robed men suddenly appeared and beat them back with heavy injuries. Deity Sword Villa's sword Dao was outstanding. However, at this moment, the 4 ancestral immortals bitterly realized that the so-called outstanding sword Dao was laughable. The black-robed men were the ones with outstanding sword Dao. One of them was a black-robed man with a white sword. The group of ancestral immortals could not even last a round against him. The 4 ancestral immortals were all forced back to the main residence. This scene made the countless onlookers realize how terrifying Dejin was. Outside the main residence, in a small forest. At this moment, a group of people had gathered. Pavilion Master, the Sage King is about to arrive. A black-robed man said respectfully to the leader. The Sage King is here? All right, let's go. Pavilion Master Bu Tian said in a low voice. Whoosh! The group disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Jin Diu led the 3 armies and surrounded the main residence. Roar! Roar! A series of dragon roars could be heard as the 5-dragon carriage approached from afar. Yan Chuan stepped out of the main hall and looked coldly at the main residence in front of him. Greetings, Sage King. In the distance, the 3 armies shouted in unison. In the surroundings, the experts of the various territories all stared with wide eyes. The Sage King of Dejin is personally leading the army? Countless cultivators' mentality had undergone a complicated change. Originally, they did not think highly of him, but now, they felt a little admiration. In the distance, an ancestral immortal of deity Sword Villa saw this and immediately flew into the sky. Boom! The ancestral immortal was enveloped by the heavenly Tao. Yama Emperor, we are willing to surrender. The flying ancestral immortal shouted. Surrender? Yan Chuan revealed a cold smile. I do not need you to surrender. Deity Sword Villa, all of you must die. Yan Chuan said coldly. Kill. Bai Qi roared. Boom! Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Jin Deyu charged forward. Chapter 1275. Boom! The final battle of Shijin Weave began. Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Meng Yi, and Jin Deyu each fought an ancestral immortal, instantly suppressing 4 of them. The other armies surrounded the 3 city gates and attacked from 3 different directions. They surrounded 3 of them and lacked 1. Immediately, the experts of Deity Sword Manor retreated and escaped from the main mansion. Manor Lord, why? Why didn't you come and save us? Manor Lord. The experts of Deity Sword Manor cried out in grief, but no one from Deity Sword Weave came to save them. It was as if Shijin Weave had no intention of keeping them. Save us. The battlefield was in chaos. The onlookers all sighed at Dajin's ferocity. 5 dragons roared as the dragon carriage carried Yan Chuan and the others to the main mansion. The terracotta soldiers led the way, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the plaza of the main palace. Yan Chuan stepped off the dragon carriage. Where is the prison? Yan Chuan asked in a low voice. Immediately, a black-robed figure stepped forward. Bai Qi and the others frowned, but they did not stop him. The black-robed figure walked forward. Sacred King, the city is in chaos. We have already taken control of the area. No one is allowed to approach. Lead the way. Yan Chuan called out. The black-robed figure led the way, and Yan Chuan, Bai Qi, Zhaofeng, and Yin Hentian followed closely behind. After a while, they arrived at an underground prison. Outside, there were many corpses. Clearly, they were the guards of Heaven Mender Pavilion. The group quickly walked into the dungeon. Inside, it was a dark room with only a small window, through which little sunlight could be seen. There were many torture tools in the prison, and one of the walls was covered in blood. The torture rack was also stained with blood. Sacred King, this is the place. The black-robed figure said respectfully. Great Shen's prime minister was locked up and tortured here? Yan Chuan's eyes were cold as anger surged from his heart. Yan Chuan glared, but Zhaofeng took out a praying mat and sat down cross-legged. The heaven projectile was placed in front of him. Closing his eyes, Zhang Xian formed a series of hand seals and began chanting complex incantations. Buzz. The surrounding space seemed to have lit up slightly. King, I will use the life-usurping art to deduce the past and use the flowing light art to reveal it. Zhaofeng said. As they spoke, streams of light suddenly flashed around them, as if they were passing through a tunnel. Gradually, some images appeared before everyone's eyes. In the image, Li Si's cultivation was sealed and he was tied to a rack. Zhen Xiong was standing by the side and a few disciples of Deity Sword Manor were torturing Li Si. Fire brand, ice spike, vicious beating, lightning soul, all sorts of tortures were used on Li Si, but Li Si gritted his teeth and revealed a stubborn sneer in his eyes. There was no sound on the screen. The scene of Li Si being beaten up was extremely long. It was as if he was being tortured every day. However, Li Si refused to speak. In the end, Zhen Xiong flew into a rage out of humiliation. Bastard! Bai Qi's eyes were cold. From the initial scholarly appearance, Li Si's hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. He was neither human nor ghost. When Li Si was on the verge of death, they placed him on the ground. Prime Minister Li, you are unparalleled, Yin Hentian said emotionally. After everyone left, Li Si struggled to get up and slowly crawled to the wall of the cell. With a puff sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood on the wall. Then, Li Si struggled to get up and used his hand to quickly draw on the blood-stained wall, dirtying the wall. Then, Li Si spat out another mouthful of blood on the wall and fainted. After some time, Li Si was taken away by someone. Seeing Li Si suffer, Yan Chuan clenched his fists tightly. How could an official of Dajin be humiliated like this? The The surrounding streams of light disappeared. Zhao Afang slowly stood up. Your Majesty, Bai Huang's life-stealing technique can only predict so much. Enough. Yan Chuan nodded. Bai Qi and Yin Hentian quickly went to the dried-up wall. The two of them activated their techniques and carefully restored the blood on the wall. Gradually, the dried-up blood became bright red. The two of them controlled the blood and slowly removed a layer of blood. This was Li Si's last mouthful of blood. He used it to hide a secret. The blood that followed was a mess. There were many handprints on it and no clues could be found. However, perhaps because Bai Qi understood Li Si's habits, he quickly used his hand to draw on the wall. Suddenly, some words appeared on the wall of blood. Sage King, Prime Minister Li left behind a message. Bai Qi shouted. Yan Chuan had already walked up to the wall. He read it carefully. It is unknown whether Li Si is dead or alive. However, I believe that you will find him. I leave this message in the hope that you will see it. Mr. Gue Guzi and I encountered a nightmare. If you see Mr. Gue Guzi's abnormality now, please do not blame Mr. Gue Guzi, because that is not him. That day I went to see Gue Guzi. However, before I left, another person appeared. He looked exactly like Gue Guzi. He knew everything that Gue Guzi knew. However, he was covered in darkness. Mr. Gue Guzi said that he was the source of evil that Mr. Gue Guzi had cut off in the Great Thousand Domains. His name was Dark Gue Guzi. Dark Gue Guzi? Yan Chuan's expression suddenly changed. However, he did not know why, but he let out a long sigh. Dark Gue Guzi was sealed by Mr. Gue Guzi in the Great Thousand Domains. When we died in the Great Thousand Domains, Mr. Gue Guzi's seal disappeared. That was how he escaped and came to the First World. That day, I found out that Sage King, we reincarnated dozens of times before we became immortals. Most of our memories were because of Dark Gue Guzi. We only came to the sealed world. That was why Dark Gue Guzi did not find us. Otherwise, we might have continued to reincarnate because of him. When they saw this, everyone became nervous. What was Dark Gue Guzi's purpose? Dark Gue Guzi's purpose was to reverse Mr. Gue Guzi's nature and make him reincarnate many times so that he would give up on following Sage King. However, in this life, we all recovered our memories. Dark Gue Guzi could not continue to carry out his plan, so he walked out. Dark Gue Guzi wanted to merge with Mr. Gue Guzi again, but Dark Gue Guzi's thoughts were too evil. Mr. Gue Guzi refused. Although he recovered his memories of his previous life, Mr. Gue Guzi's cultivation had not recovered. Moreover, Dark Gue Guzi knew almost everything that Mr. Gue Guzi knew. At that time in the battle, Mr. Gue Guzi lost in terms of cultivation. However, in order to not let Dark Gue Guzi succeed, Mr. Gue Guzi sealed his 7 senses and sealed his body, not allowing Dark Gue Guzi to refine him. Dark Gue Guzi flew into a rage out of humiliation and swallowed Mr. Gue Guzi. Sage King, Mr. Gue Guzi did not die. Because if Mr. Gue Guzi died, Dark Gue Guzi would also die. The two of them were one. At this moment, they were only sealed in Dark Gue Guzi's body, waiting for rescue. Dark Gue Guzi could not do anything for a long time, so he tortured me. He wanted to get everything from me about Mr. Gue Guzi and De Zhen. I don't know how long I can hold on. Li Si, end of story. After seeing all this, Yan Chuan suppressed a surge of anger in his heart. Dark Gue Guzi? Darkness? Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with a vicious glint. Preserve Li Si's last words. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Yin Hentian answered. Yan Chuan walked out of the dungeon. Everyone followed closely behind. Outside, the army was fighting. The 4 ancestral immortals were forced into a desperate situation by the Legion commanders. They were killed on the spot by their beloved generals. The army was still chasing after the deity sword manner's disciples, but the Legion commanders quickly flew to Yan Chuan. Sage King! Everyone said respectfully. Looking at the Legion commanders, Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said, Next, Yin Hentian will be in charge of Shijin Weave. Yin Hentian answered. Meng Tian, you will lead the First Legion and immediately head to Dongjian Weave. I want to exterminate Deity Sword Manor and avenge Li Si. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Meng Tian answered. Wang Jian, you will lead the army and immediately exterminate Nanjian Weave. Jin Deyu, you will lead the army and immediately exterminate North Jian Weave. Yan Chuan said with a hint of anger. Yes. The two of them answered. The other armies and officials are rushing over. Yin Hentian will be in charge. Yan Chuan looked at Yin Hentian and said. Yin Hentian said again. Meng Yi, gather the terracotta army and follow me to Deity Sword Manor immediately. Yan Chuan shouted. Rumble! The army quickly gathered. The previous massacre ended quickly, and the Great Jin army quickly dispersed in 4 directions. Countless cultivators were shocked by the speed of the Great Jin army. Judging from the direction, was the Great Jin army going to attack 4 weaves at the same time? News of the Great Jin army attacking Shijian Weave quickly spread to Deity Sword Manor. This was the headquarters of Deity Sword Manor. In a large hall in Deity Sword Manor's headquarters, at this moment, there were 3 figures in the hall. Dark Gui Guzi sat at the head, with 2 people sitting on either side of him. One of them was Zhen Xiong, and the other was a white-bearded man. Although the white-bearded man was seated, he still gave off the feeling of a soaring sword aura. Teacher, Manor Master, are we really not going to care about Shijian Weave? Zhen Xiong asked with a frown. The white-bearded man was the Manor Master of Deity Sword Manor. At this moment he also looked at Dark Gui Guzi and said, Teacher, ever since you let your students establish a faction, there has never been such a large-scale battle. How can the Great Jin army be so fierce? Dark Gui Guzi took a deep breath and said, Of course they are fierce. Then what should we do now? Zhen Xiong asked worriedly. Wait. The two of them asked doubtfully. I've already prepared a big gift for Yan Chuan. Don't worry, this is not Yan Chuan's home ground. I have this item. Dark Gui Guzi revealed a cold smile. The two looked over. An imperial seal appeared in Dark Gui Guzi's hand. This is? The two asked curiously. The imperial seal of the Great Thousand Realms Great Qin Imperial Court. Dark Gui Guzi said. Chapter 1276. Outside a dark prison cell in Divine Sword Weave. 2 prison guards guarded the cell very carefully. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Big brother, we're going to make a huge contribution this time, the shorter prison guard said excitedly. That's right. This Li Si is still so stubborn even after his cultivation was sealed. He refused to say a word even though he was tortured to the brink of death. The taller prison guard nodded. That's not all. Who knows how many methods were used to pry information out of him? This Li Si is like a rock in a latrine, smelly and hard. He's covered in wounds. Even his face is a bloody mess. He nearly died from having his tongue pulled out. Now, he can't even speak clearly. The shorter prison guard sighed. Even Zhen Xiong and the Manor Lord gave up hope. Who would have thought that we would have such an opportunity to make a contribution? The taller prison guard nodded. Li Si is on his last breath. Now, he's finally willing to confess. Once second brother gets his confession, we'll immediately go meet the Manor Lord. However, before that, we absolutely cannot let anyone know. Otherwise, our contribution will be greatly reduced. The shorter prison guard said. That's right. However, this Li Si is also strange. He's injured all over, yet he still wants to write down his confession. Can he write it? There's nothing we can do about it. He can't speak clearly after his tongue was pulled out last time. The 2 prison guards were excited. However, the scene inside the sealed cell was different. Li Si's hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in wounds. His face was covered in countless marks. On the ground in front of him was a piece of xian paper. Li Si was writing with a brush. However, after he put the brush down, a large number of armored soldiers suddenly charged out of the paper. The soldiers seemed to appear out of thin air as they charged at the prison guard beside them. Not good. Is this the legendary manifestation of Qi? The jailer suddenly cried out in surprise. Boom. The prison guard was slammed into the wall by the armored soldiers. The group of soldiers immediately restrained the prison guard. In the blink of an eye, the prison guard's neck was choked and he couldn't speak. However, Li Si stood up with great difficulty. A sinister smile appeared on his mangled face. It's right to be eager to make a contribution. However, don't you know that I'm a scholar? A scholar doesn't need a treasure or a blade. All I need is a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. I can write a magnificent army. Ha! A portion of the soldiers that walked out from Li Si's body trapped the jailer, while the other portion quickly pointed at Li Si's body. Boom! One by one, the soldiers charged towards Li Si. Li Si had a pained expression on his face, but he still forced himself to endure the soldiers undoing the seal on him. Rumble! A whole incense stick's worth of time. Crack! The seal in Li Si's body suddenly cracked open. Pooh! Countless amounts of energy quickly floated up and repaired Li Si's body. It's finally unsealed, Li Si said with a ferocious look. With his ancestral immortal cultivation base, he was able to swiftly heal up his severely wounded body. The countless imprints on his face were also being mended at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, the prison guard who was trapped by the armored soldiers had a terrified expression on his face. I'm in big trouble this time. After nearly 2 hours, Li Si finally healed his injuries. Li Si looked at that prison guard, and the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile as he said, "It's really all thanks to you that I was able to escape this time." Woo woo woo. The prison guard cried out in fear. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Do you know why I let you stay? It's because your body shape is very similar to mine. If I were to leave, wouldn't I need someone to replace me? Li Si sneered coldly. Woo woo woo. The prison guard shook his head in fear. The fact that I didn't kill you after all these years of torture is already the greatest mercy I can give you. You can only blame yourselves for being too greedy. You shouldn't have handed me the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Ha! Li Si's eyes were cold as he laughed. Soon, Li Si swapped the two's clothes. Boom! With a stretch of his hand, Li Si heavily injured the prison guard's body. The immense pain caused the prison guard to faint instantly. Faint? Don't wake up if you faint. Li Si pointed a finger at the prison guard's head. Boom! The prison guard's body trembled, and he showed no signs of waking up. Li Si tidied up the surroundings, walked slowly to the door and knocked. Second brother, are you done? The shift is about to change. A shout came from outside the door. Immediately, 2 figures rushed in excitedly. As soon as they entered, they saw Li Si standing in front of them. Boom! Li Si, who had recovered his cultivation, instantly killed the 2. With a wave of his hand, the 2 turned into a pile of powder. Li Si waved his sleeve and threw them to a flower bed outside. Li Si swaggered out of the prison cell. Not long after, 3 more people walked past the prison cell. Those 3 bastards, we only delayed them for a while and they escaped. If we let the felons escape, none of us will have a good time. The other 3 prison guards rushed into the prison cell while cursing. As soon as they entered the prison cell, they saw lying on the ground on the verge of death. The 3 of them looked disgusted. Fortunately, this stubborn old man is still here. As they spoke, the 3 of them went out to guard him again. The Great Jin Holy Court versus Deity Sword Manor. This time, the Great Jin Holy Court was aggressive. Although they did not send out the entire country, the troops were all elites of the Great Jin Holy Court. In the early stages, they charged to open up new territory. In the later stages, a large number of troops and officials rushed forward to govern. After taking down Shijin territory, the Great Jin Holy Court's army split into 4 and went in 4 directions. Yen Chuan led the Terracotta Army and rushed straight to Deity Sword territory. Not long after, they arrived at Deity Sword territory. Along the way, they did not encounter any obstructions. Yen Chuan did not have the time to destroy the cities one by one. Instead, he went straight to the center of Deity Sword Manor. The closer they got, the more sword-shaped mountains rose into the sky. Roar! The dragon roared, and the great Jin Holy Court's aura soared into the sky. Not long after, the great Jin Holy Court's army arrived outside Deity Sword Manor. It was a vast mountain range. There seemed to be 108 giant sword-shaped mountains around it that rose into the sky. Most importantly, there seemed to be an endless amount of fog all around. The fog stretched for hundreds of millions of miles. Although the surrounding mountains and rivers could be seen clearly, it was still somewhat blurry. Yen Chuan led the army and stopped at the entrance of Deity Sword Manor. They could clearly see a peak in the center of Deity Sword Manor. There was a huge palace on top of it. The palace was called Deity Sword Hall. Deity Sword Hall Square. At this moment, there were many figures standing there. It was as if they knew that Yen Chuan and the others were coming. Deity Sword Manor was on standby. In the manor, countless sword cultivators stared at the army of 100,000 with unfriendly expressions. Deity Sword Hall Square. Gui Guzi, a white-bearded man, and Jin Xiong stood at the front. Behind them were many experts with imposing auras. Holy King, apart from Dark Gui Guzi, Jin Xiong, and Deity Sword Manor's Manor Lord, there are nearly 15 ancestral immortals. Meng Yi said solemnly. So what? Bai Qi said with an arrogant expression. Meng Yi nodded. At the very least, he was not the only ancestral immortal in his terracotta army. The great Jin Holy Court had never been afraid of anyone. Yen Chuan, on the other hand, was staring at the two people on the square. One was Dark Gui Guzi, and the other was Jin Xiong. Dark Gui Guzi. If not for his extremely dark aura, he would have looked exactly like Gui Guzi. Yen Chuan, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Dark Gui Guzi suddenly sneered. You've brought Deity Sword Manor into the abyss. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Is that so? Dark Gui Guzi sneered. The surroundings are filled with fog and the dragon veins are surging. Is this a feng shui master's derivative world? Yen Chuan said coldly. That's right. A derivative world that you're familiar with. Yen Chuan, should I call you Ing or Yen Chuan? Ha! Dark Gui Guzi laughed loudly. As he spoke, Dark Gui Guzi gently stomped his foot. With that stomp, the ground suddenly changed from the tip of his foot. The mountain below disappeared, and so did Deity Sword Manor. Instead, it turned into a huge, majestic hall. Skyward Hall. Bai Qi's face darkened. Wasn't Skyward Hall the imperial court of the Great Jin Holy Court? It wasn't over yet. The entire Deity Sword Mountain quickly changed. Feng Shui-derived worlds and everything turned into derivative things. The surroundings suddenly turned into countless pavilions. The disciples of Deity Sword Manor also underwent a huge change. They were originally wearing white clothes, but in the blink of an eye, they turned into official uniforms. The people around them also kept changing. Among them, the leader of Deity Sword Manor suddenly changed and a pair of dragon horns appeared on his head. The ancestral immortals behind him quickly turned into Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Lu Bue, Li Si, and other officials. This is... Meng Yi was shocked. Rumble! Suddenly, a huge sea of fortune clouds appeared in the sky. This sea of fortune clouds was at least 10 times bigger than Great Zenith's. The officials behind Dark Gui Guzi formed a line of 1,000 people, which was even more magnificent than Great Jin Holy Court's current officials. Ferocious auras surged from all directions like a vast ocean, rushing straight towards Yen Chuan and his group. Dark Gui Guzi, who created the derivative worlds, took a step forward. Surrounded by black fog, he lowered his head and slowly raised it. In the black fog, Dark Gui Guzi's appearance also changed. At the same time, his clothes turned into a black dragon robe. He held the flat imperial hat in his hand and slowly stood up. Great Thousand World, Great Qin Heavenly Court, I am the Heavenly Emperor. When Gui Guzi shouted. His shout reverberated through the 9 heavens. Above the Sea of Luck, the golden dragon with 18 claws raised its head and roared. Roar! The dragon's roar raged. Thousands of soldiers and horses appeared in all directions, surrounding Yen Chuan and the others. In terms of numbers, Yen Chuan and the others were like a small boat in the ocean. The fierce Great Qin army around them surged with endless murderous intent. Zhen Xiong changed into Gui Guzi's appearance. The deity sword manners leader had the aura of the dragon race around him. Endless dragon race roared around him. The surging aura surged towards Yanchuan. The 5 dragons in front of the carriage were already dumbfounded. Wasn't this aura too terrifying? The derivative world gave birth to my first life, the peerless Great Qin? Yanchuan's eyes narrowed as he said coldly. Chapter 1277. Deity Sword Villa. White mist surrounded the area as the sky changed color. Everything disappeared and turned into a vast city. Heavenly Court City. Skyward Palace Entrance. As Giguzi transformed into Ing, a wild and supreme aura rushed out in all directions. Thousands of soldiers surrounded Yanchuan's terracotta army in the center. The derivative world gave birth to my first incarnation, the peerless Great Qin? Yanchuan said coldly. That's right. The first incarnation of you crushed the current you. Interesting. He said. Ah, the derivative world is just a feng shui technique. How can it compare to my first incarnation? Besides, the degree of derivation depends on the medium used. Yanchuan said. Yes, it can't compare. However, don't forget that I'm derived from the entire deity sword villa. My power is naturally many times stronger than nihility. Terracotta army, right? Giguzi sneered. Giguzi's incarnation of Ing waved his hand. Crack, 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 crack. A group of bronze-looking soldiers suddenly walked out from the surrounding army. They all looked cold and stared at Yanchuan and the others. Great Qin's terracotta army in the past. I wonder how strong your terracotta army is now. Giguzi sneered. He waved his hand. Yes. The bronze terracotta army replied. Load the crossbows. Among the bronze terracotta soldiers, a general who looked like Meng Yi shouted. Meng Yi's face changed. Load the crossbows. Meng Yi also shouted. Boom! The 2 armies quickly aimed their arrows at each other. Fire! Almost at the same time, they shouted. The arrows from the 2 sides collided at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Instantly, Meng Yi's arrow rain exploded. The arrow rain on the other side was reduced by 70%, but there were still 30% coming. Defend! Meng Yi shouted. Roar! The ancestral immortals in the terracotta army responded and combined their heavenly daos. Suddenly, nearly 40 heavenly daos appeared in front of the arrow rain. Boom! After a massive collision, the 40 heavenly daos shook violently and barely managed to block the attack. The first wave of attacks was blocked. Almost everyone's face sank. The bronze terracotta army was only a derivative of the Great Qin Empire, and it was definitely far inferior to the Great Qin Empire of the past. Even so, how could it compare to the ferocity of the Great Qin Empire? Just how much had this derivative world evolved? Kill! From afar, Bronze Man Meng Yi shouted loudly, leading the terracotta soldiers to charge over. Go! Yanchuan said in a deep voice. Kill! Meng Yi shouted and led the terracotta soldiers to charge forward. Meng Yi, let me help you break their formation. Bai Qi shouted and rushed forward. Bai Qi rushed out and slashed at the Bronze Legion with his saber. A beam of white light descended from the sky, bringing with it a vast might as it collided with the bronze terracotta army. Bronze Meng Yi's face turned cold. Shield formation. With a loud roar, the 100,000 soldiers swung out tens of thousands of bronze shields. As soon as the shields appeared, they collided with Bai Qi's saber. Boom! Countless vortexes appeared in the air. Back in Xianyang, Bai Qi's saber strike could instantly destroy the ancestral immortal's heavenly Tao. However, it did nothing here. Yanchuan narrowed his eyes. Seeing this, Yanchuan understood that the derivative medium that Dark Gui Guzi used must have been something that he carried with him back then. Even he regarded it as a treasure. That was why it could evolve to such a degree. What was it? In the distance, Bai Qi's saber strike did nothing. However, it instantly shot towards the bronze terracotta army. It's easy to come in, but don't go out. Shield trap. Bronze Man Meng Yi shouted. Boom! Countless shields charged towards Bai Qi in the center. Bai Qi's eyes widened, and he suddenly roared. Roar! As he roared, countless blood-red lotuses appeared around him, and a huge golden man appeared. Golden body of the killing path. The moment the golden body of the killing path appeared, it expanded rapidly. A ferocious killing intent shot out from its body and clashed with the shield formation. Boom! The golden body of the killing path was extremely powerful. Suddenly, the void exploded, and countless bronze terracotta army were sent flying. Ah! Bang! Amidst the miserable cries, many people in the bronze terracotta army exploded. It was as if they were bubbles to begin with. The formation was destroyed with a loud bang. The moment Bai Qi's golden body of the killing path appeared, its power skyrocketed. At this moment, the real Meng Yi arrived with the terracotta army. Shield formation! Meng Yi shouted. Just like the bronze terracotta army, a fierce shield formation spread out. It instantly broke the bronze terracotta army's formation. Suddenly, another sky-breaking saber strike slashed towards Bai Qi. Bai Qi's expression changed and he faced the saber. Boom! The two sabers collided, and the void exploded. Bai Qi took half a step back before he could stabilize himself. His expression sank as he looked at the other side. On the other side, there was a golden body of the killing path standing behind him. The other Bai Qi looked at him coldly. Ha ha, it's me? You want to imitate me? I remember you. You were an ancestral immortal standing behind Gui Guzi. So what if your strength is boosted by the derivative world? Bai Qi had a fierce expression as he stepped forward. The two Bai Qis used the same move again, and the two sabers slashed at each other. Boom! The two sabers collided fiercely. Bai Qi had a fierce expression, and so did the other Bai Qi. Neither of them gave way. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. Bai Qi snorted coldly. The golden body of the killing path took a step forward and fused with him. Boom! A fierce aura burst out, and the killing intent in the surroundings condensed into billions of sabers that slashed towards the other Bai Qi. The other Bai Qi saw this and quickly fused with the golden body of the killing path. His strength instantly increased. Bai Qi smiled coldly and said, "It's useless. You can't imitate the golden body of the killing path. If you don't kill enough people, any derivation technique will be useless." As Bai Qi shouted, the saber in his hand suddenly burst out with a boundless blood-red light. It slashed through everything and instantly cut the golden body of the killing path in half. Bang! The Bai Qi created by Dark Gui Guzi was killed on the spot. However, Bai Qi heaved a sigh of relief. Obviously, he understood that this derivative world was incredible. Bai Qi took a deep breath and said, as expected of the trash that separated from Mr. Dark Gui Guzi snorted coldly. Suddenly, Wang Jian's sword light soared into the sky, and a blood-red light filled the sky. Meng Tian's spear danced, and boundless blood-red dragon energy shot out. The last one was the Manor Lord, who had transformed into a man with dragon horns. He took a step forward. The ancestor dragon that simulated the Great Thousand Realms? Come together. Bai Qi shouted coldly and charged forward. Boom! Bai Qi and the group of experts instantly engaged in a chaotic battle. Dark Gui Guzi said coldly, Bai Qi? You actually recovered 30% of your strength from your first life? Yan Chuan, you are really lucky. Yan Chuan's gaze was cold. Zhao Feng stood at the side, frowning. As for the 5 dragons pulling the chariot, they were stunned. What was going on? Bai Qi? He was so ferocious now, but he only had 30% of his strength from his first life? 30%? Bai Qi waved his hand. At the side, Zhen Xiong created Gui Guzi and stepped forward. You cannot use Feng Shui in the Feng Shui derivative world. However, I cultivate both Feng Shui and luck. I can use the life-stealing technique against the enemy. Dark Gui Guzi said. Zhen Xiong created Gui Guzi and nodded, stepping forward. Zhao Feng looked at Yan Chuan and frowned. She took a deep breath and said, Wang, Zhenxiong, let me deal with him. All right. I want to find out what I was back then. Be careful. Be careful. Yan Chuan nodded. Seeing Zhao Afang step forward, Zhenxiong smiled coldly and said, "Little girl, you also reincarnated? However, you are actually blind?" Zhao Afang took a deep breath. Zhenxiong was her father in her previous life, but he had poisoned her to death in her previous life. From the moment of his death, this father-daughter relationship had ended. However, there was still an ill-fated relationship in her previous life. Zhao Afang wanted to end this karma. "Zhenxiong, I will use the life-stealing technique to kill you and end all karma," Zhao Afang said coldly. "Life-stealing technique? Most of your life-stealing technique was not taught by Gue Guzi? I created Gue Guzi now, and I have Master helping me. You think you can kill me?" Zhenxiong said coldly. As he spoke, Zhenxiong slowly sat down cross-legged. Zhao Afang also slowly sat down cross-legged. The moment they sat down, countless stars suddenly circled around them. As they circled, the void shook. Then, endless blue light gushed out of each of them and charged at each other. Boom! The two blue lights collided in midair, as if forming a mirror, and colliding with each other. As they collided, the blue light continued to strengthen. "Zhao Afang? I didn't think that after reincarnating dozens of times, your life-stealing technique would become so exquisite. The light of misfortune is actually so endless." Dark Gue Guzi said coldly. Yan Chuan said coldly, "These are all things that I played with back then. You want to use them against me?" Yan Chuan, I know you're unyielding and unyielding. In this life, you'll definitely challenge a higher level. However, you're still too weak now. Compared to your previous life, the difference is too great. Even if we can't recreate the might of Great Qin in the derivative world, it's still not something you can resist. Dark Gue Guzi coldly said. As he spoke, he waved his hand at Zhenxiong and pointed at the sky. Boom! A vast astral source suddenly appeared in the void. The moment it appeared, it connected with Zhenxiong's fate chart. Zhenxiong's life-usurping technique's power skyrocketed. The original blue light instantly became more than 10 times brighter. Zhao Afang could not take it anymore. Yan Chuan also waved his hand. Boom! Behind Zhao Afang, a towering tree suddenly shot up into the sky. As soon as the world tree appeared, green energy surged into Zhao Afang's body. Boom! Zhao Afang's power also skyrocketed. The original blue light also became more than 10 times brighter. The declining momentum instantly disappeared, and it fiercely suppressed Zhenxiong. Cypress tree? How can you control the old man's cypress tree? Dark Gue Guzi's expression changed. Chapter 1278. Cypress tree? How can you mobilize the old man's cypress tree? Dark Gue Guzi's expression changed. In the distance, Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. From Dark Gue Guzi's tone, Yan Chuan could hear a different feeling. Why can't I mobilize the cypress tree? Yan Chuan asked solemnly. Dark Gue Guzi's eyes widened. The cypress tree is the foundation of the Bai family. It is connected to the old man's life. Other than him, no one can mobilize it. No one can. Unless... Dark Gue Guzi's eyelids twitched as if he didn't dare to say it out loud. Yan Chuan stared at Dark Gue Guzi. Although Dark Gue Guzi was cursing Bai Huang as an old man, Yan Chuan could hear a sense of respect in his tone. Dark Gue Guzi respected Bai Huang. Could it be that Dark Gue Guzi respected him as well? Bai Huang is dead. Yan Chuan sighed softly. What? Impossible. How could the old man be dead? How could he be dead? Dark Gue Guzi suddenly screamed. You've been in this world for some years now. In the past, the cypress tree withered and declined. You should know that it was Bai Huang who died. The cypress tree had nothing left to live for and wanted to die. Until it met me. Yan Chuan said solemnly. The cypress tree wanted to die? So the old man died at that time? The old man is dead? Dark Gue Guzi's eyes suddenly turned red. Suddenly, Dark Gue Guzi clutched his chest in pain. Ah! Dark Gue Guzi screamed in pain. Bastard, I shouldn't have let you hear it. You shouldn't have heard it. Ah, your sorrow resonates with my sorrow? My heart hurts. Dark Guiguzi clutched his chest and cried out in pain. Yen Chuan stared at Dark Guiguzi in surprise. Yen Chuan said solemnly, I finally understand. Guiguzi was Bai Huang's top disciple back then, and his potential was limitless. Bai Huang said that among the disciples of the Bai family, only I could be mentioned in the same breath as Guiguzi. Back then, I had witnessed Guiguzi's terrifying potential, but in the end he was still lacking. I thought that Bai Huang had misjudged him, but it turns out that he was wrong. It turns out that the Guiguzi I knew was only half of Guiguzi. As for you, although you are the body of evil thoughts that split from Guiguzi, you still have your own emotions, just like Yao Tianshang, Zhu, and the Tsar. Dark Guiguzi had no time to pay attention to Yen Chuan. The surrounding ministers looked at Dark Ghost Guzi worriedly. Dark Guiguzi clutched his chest in extreme pain. Bastard, don't cause trouble. Bai Huang is dead. We'll just avenge him in the future. The cypress tree is Bai Huang's legacy. Yen Chuan doesn't deserve it. I'll take the cypress tree first. We'll talk about the rest later. Don't be sad. Dark Guiguzi roared, clutching his chest. It was as if he was talking to Guiguzi in his body. However, the grief he felt at this moment was not something that could be stopped with just a few words. If it was just Guiguzi's grief, he could block it out. The key was that he was also grieving. The resonance of the two sorrows caused Dark Guiguzi's body to become extremely chaotic. Ministers, generals. Dark Guiguzi roared. Your subjects are here. Tens of millions of soldiers and subjects roared in response. Dark Guiguzi clutched his chest in pain. Suddenly, someone stepped forward from the crowd. Heaven Emperor, this subject is willing to share your burden and carry out your orders to punish the invader. A minister shouted. Dark Guiguzi clutched his chest as he nodded and said, Li Si, lead the ministers and generals to kill Yen Chuan on the dragon carriage. Almost everyone answered in unison. Above the Sea of Providence, a beam of golden light suddenly shot down. It shot straight into Li Si's palm. A large word appeared in the golden light. Order. Li Si received the order and took a step forward. All the soldiers waited for Li Si's orders. Li Si took the lead and walked not far away from Zhen Xiong. He looked around. In the distance, Great Qin's ferocious generals and the dragon race surrounded Bai Qi. Bai Qi was also incredibly ferocious. He swung his saber, and countless corpses flew into the air. His golden body of killing shot out billions of saber blades. Boom! Generals fell to Bai Qi's saber one after another. On the other side, the terracotta army defeated the bronze army. Li Si looked around. Close to 100 million people were all ready to go. On the dragon carriage, the 5 dragons were nervous. However, Yen Chuan's expression changed slightly as he stood with his hands behind his back. In the center of Yen Chuan's right palm, there were traces of small stars revolving around it. Clearly, Yen Chuan had also prepared for everything. Guiguzi clutched his chest to suppress the pain. Li Si held the token and ordered the 3 armies. After taking a deep breath, Li Si held the token and suddenly shouted, Great Qin's Li Si leads the Great Qin's ministers and soldiers to defeat the Great Perfection Celestial Dynasty and bow to the Sage King. Long live the Sage King. Boom! The entire derivative world suddenly shook violently. Countless illusory soldiers and officials followed Li Si's command medallion and bowed respectfully towards Yen Chuan. However, the people created by the deity Swordmanner's disciples were shocked. What? Third Ancestral Master, what are you doing? Third Ancestral Master, you? Why are you surrendering to Yen Chuan? What's going on? Countless people exclaimed in shock. As for Li Si, he suddenly stretched out his hand and struck Zhen Xiong's body. Boom! Under the palm, Zhen Xiong, who was using the life-stealing technique, was caught off guard and was severely injured. Zhen Xiong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. What? Zhen Xiong exclaimed in shock. Boom! Zhao Fang's countless light of misfortune rushed toward Zhen Xiong. In the blink of an eye, endless blue light entered Zhen Xiong's body. Zhen Xiong screamed in horror. rebels suddenly appeared in the Great Qin Heavenly Court. Once the internal strife occurred, the entire derivative world shook. Rumble. While the world was shaking, Yan Chuan suddenly closed his eyes. After a while, Yan Chuan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at somewhere on the ground. It's actually my imperial seal? Yan Chuan stared. On the other side, Dark Gui Guzi shouted angrily, "How dare you!" Dark Gui Guzi struck Li Si with his palm. Li Si naturally dodged quickly. Li Si dodged to the side. "For you. You're not the third founder. For you." Zhen Xiong exclaimed. Li Si sneered and said, "Of course I'm not your third founder. Zhen Xiong, after torturing me for so long, you don't even remember me? Li Si, you're the real Li Si? Impossible. Yesterday, I went to the prison to check on you." "Impossible!" Zhen Xiong exclaimed. Suddenly, Zhen Xiong's pupils shrunk. "I remember now. A month ago, 3 prison guards disappeared. It was you. At that time, you ran out." Li Si sneered. On the other side, Zhao Afeng quickly activated his life-usurping art. Boundless light of misfortune suddenly swept out in all directions. "Not good!" countless people exclaimed. While the derivative world was shaking, Yan Chuan stretched out his hand and formed countless seals. Boom! A golden light hit the ground. Rumble! The derivative world's carrier lost its effect. The derivative world suddenly collapsed. Voila! Countless clouds and mist suddenly dispersed, and countless soldiers were suddenly annihilated. The official robes of the Deity Sword Villa's disciples who were turned into subjects of Great Qin also disappeared quickly. Everything was in the process of being restored. The entire derivative world collapsed. The pressure on by Qi suddenly decreased. The blade in his hand was even more ferocious. The group of ancestral immortals who surrounded Bai Qi suddenly lost their strength buff. In the blink of an eye, it was a one-sided massacre by Bai Qi. "Villa Master, save me." "Ah! Villa Master!" The group of experts who were killed screamed in horror. "Save? No one can save you. Even your Villa Master must die." Bai Qi snorted coldly. "Meng, you guys deal with the others. I will kill the Deity Sword Villa's Villa Master." Bai Qi shouted. Meng Yi shouted and commanded the Terracotta Army to charge forward. When the light of misfortune entered their bodies, they were even more unlucky. Now that they lost their strength buff, they were instantly defeated. The derivative world completely collapsed. Countless soldiers disappeared. Countless strength buffs were lost. The Terracotta Army and Bai Qi started killing in all directions. There were too many disciples of the Deity Sword Villa. They could not be killed in a short period of time. However, there were still some who were afraid of death. Some of the disciples, however, quietly fled in all directions. In the blink of an eye, a disciple of the Deity Sword Villa escaped into a dense forest. A black-robed figure suddenly appeared in front of him. "For you!" the disciple exclaimed. "Heaven-mending guard!" Shing! With a sword light, the disciple of the Deity Sword Villa was instantly cut in half. The black-robed figure also disappeared instantly. There were countless disciples of the Deity Sword Villa. However, after the light of misfortune entered their bodies, the battle was no longer harmonious. For a time, they were defeated. Bai Qi's golden body of killing suppressed the Villa Master of the Deity Sword Villa. Zhen Xiong was heavily injured, but he rushed straight to Dark Gigu Zi. Dark Gigu Zi looked at everything in front of him in shock. In the blink of an eye, everything was for naught? "Bai Yi, you are always so lucky." Dark Gigu Zi roared angrily. "Lucky? You chose the wrong derivative world carrier." Yan Chuan snorted. "Teacher, what should we do now? What should we do now?" Zhen Xiong asked anxiously. Dark Gigu Zi took a deep breath and said to Yan Chuan, "Just you wait. I will be back." As he spoke, Dark Gigu Zi stomped his foot. Boom! On the ground, Yin Qi suddenly soared into the sky. The original ground suddenly became transparent. One could vaguely see that under the transparent ground, there were countless ghosts and spirits flying and wreaking havoc. The Netherworld? Teacher, are you going to escape to the Netherworld? Zhen Xiong's eyes lit up. Dark Gigu Zi was about to nod. However, at this moment, countless ghosts in the netherworld suddenly crawled on the ground in fear. A man in a dragon robe floated in the air and looked up coldly from the netherworld. Zombie Yanchuan? Dark Gigu Zi's expression changed. Chapter 1279. Zombie Yanchuan? Dark Gigu Zi's expression changed. In the netherworld, Zombie Yanchuan stood amidst the 10,000 ghosts, looking at Dark Gigu Zi with a gloomy expression. Is Yanchuan trying to confuse us? Teacher, Yanchuan already made arrangements. Zhen Xiong's expression changed drastically. Dark Gigu Zi's expression turned gloomy. Rumble. Gigu Zi waved his hand, and the Yin energy slowly decreased. Then he closed the netherworld road. Teacher, there is only one person in the netherworld. Why did he give up on leaving the netherworld? Zhen Xiong asked in shock. What do you know? Gigu Zi said coldly. Others might not know, but Gigu Zi knew that Zombie Yanchuan of the netherworld walked the same path as Ing back then. Although his cultivation base was only at the 4th heaven of ancestral immortal realm, he was definitely more dangerous than the Yang realm. He was more dangerous than everyone here combined. In the distance, Bai Qi was killing everywhere. The Divine Sword Mountain Manor's Villa Master was forced to retreat. Even if the surrounding people could block the Saber Qi, they could not block the burning of the red karmic fire lotus. Instantly, countless people died. The terracotta soldiers displayed their might. They attacked one after another, slaughtering like they were harvesting straw. Anyone who tried to run could not escape the surrounding sword qi. The experts who were known as the Sword Holy Land of the Outer Eastern Continent were killed by some hidden experts. It was quite ironic. In the blink of an eye, the originally invincible position became besieged. Yanchuan, it seems that I was too careless. Dark Gigu Zi said after taking a deep breath. Yanchuan held the Great Qin Imperial Seal in his hand. The Imperial Seal hummed as if it was happy to see its old master again. While the Imperial Seal was excited, Yanchuan looked at it with a complicated expression. He waved his hand and put away the Great Qin Imperial Seal. Then he looked at Dark Gigu Zi, who was not far away. Dark Gigu Zi, you are already at the end of your rope. Hand over Gigu Zi. Yanchuan said seriously. Dark Gigu Zi narrowed his eyes and revealed a complicated smile. At the end of my rope? Yanchuan, you overestimate yourself. I just don't want to kill you. I miscalculated this time. Remember, I will be back. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Boom. A huge hole suddenly appeared in front of Gigu Zi. The other end seemed to lead to another place. We're saved. Gigu Zi's Guzi. Spatial magic treasure? Yanchuan's face sank. Gigu Zi took a step forward and shot towards the interior. Zhen Xiong and the others also quickly rushed over. Where are you going? Yanchuan glared at him. Suddenly, a sea of blood rushed towards the huge opening from all directions. Boom. Guzi? Guzi? Guzi Guzi. The spatial hole collapsed with a loud rumble. The people behind Gigu Zi were immediately knocked back. What? Teacher! Zhen Xiong exclaimed. The Ya disappeared. Only one person managed to escape, and that was Gigu Zi. The others were all cut off. Zhao Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at Yanchuan with a complicated expression. The others did not notice. No, maybe one of them did. Li Si noticed, but he was not surprised. At that moment, Yanchuan could have stopped Gigu Zi as well. However, Yanchuan deliberately let Gigu Zi go. Zhao Feng's expression was complicated, but he did not ask. The people in the surroundings who did not escape were all terrified. No, Guzi! Save me! Zhen Xiong exclaimed. However, Dark Gigu Zi was nowhere to be seen. The deity Sword Villa was facing an unprecedented disaster. What should they do? Zhen Xiong's expression changed. Bai Qi shouted in the distance. He merged with the golden body of the killing path and slashed at a great path. Boom! The golden body of the killing path shot out billions of saber lights. The saber lights crushed the surrounding cultivators. An azure-colored great path in front of Bai Qi was cut in half from top to bottom. Boom! The azure-colored great path exploded, and the body inside was also cut in half. Villa Master! No, Villa Master! Countless deity sword Villa disciples seemed to have lost their strength. They watched in a daze as Bai Qi killed the deity sword Villa Master with one saber strike. The strongest person of the deity sword Villa died just like that? After killing the deity sword Villa Master, Bai Qi looked around and shouted, "Kill!" Boom! The terracotta soldiers' massacre became even more ferocious. The massacre continued, and more people fled. However, when they fled in all directions, beams of soaring sword Qi suddenly shot out. The dazzling sword light killed all the people who fled. Even further away, there were cultivators from all over the world. They were originally here to watch the battle. However, when the fog spread, everyone understood that it was definitely a derivative realm. One could not enter a derivative realm of a feng shui master. Even the surrounding cultivators retreated. Among them was the Absolute Palace's palace master. Everyone was waiting for a result. In the end, the derivative realm collapsed very quickly. However, the scene that was revealed made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. In the distance, the deity sword villa had already been razed to the ground. Under the crazy massacre, the sky was filled with broken corpses. In the distance, Bai Qi killed the deity sword villa master with one saber strike. From this moment on, the deity sword villa officially became history. What a ferocious great Shen! Palace master, you made the right decision. An expert of the Absolute Palace said with an unsightly expression. Everyone quickly held their breaths to witness this unforgettable moment. Zhen Xiong was also fleeing outside. However, just as he fled far away, a dazzling sword light suddenly stabbed over. Boom! Zhen Xiong was knocked back by the sword. Zhen Xiong did not even see who stabbed him. No. Zhen Xiong shouted in horror. Yan Chuan, Li Si, and Zhao Afeng slowly approached Zhen Xiong. Zhen Rou, I am your father. You can't kill me. Zhen Xiong shouted anxiously. In this life, you are not my father. In the previous life, the fate of father and daughter has ended. Zhao Afeng shook his head. Zhen Xiong, I have waited for this day for many years. Finally, this day has come. I will not let you die so easily. I will let you taste the pain of the Great Shen 5 punishments. Yan Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, Yan Chuan's aura suddenly surged. Yan Di, have mercy. In the distance, a yellow light suddenly shot over. Yan Chuan's face turned cold. Who dares to stop me from killing Zhen Xiong? There is no compromise for Zhen Xiong's crime. The yellow light came close in the blink of an eye. Boom! A gust of wind swept up and a man stopped in front of everyone. The man was bald and extremely muscular. His figure was also different from ordinary people. He was as tall as 3 people. His muscles were like stones and emitted a trace of yellow light. Pan Sheng of the Rock Tribe greets the great Jin Sage King. The man smiled slightly. Chapter 1280. Netherworld, West Outer Continent. Outside a city filled with providence. Rumble! War drums beat, and countless black-armored soldiers surrounded the sea in the center. Gusts of wind swept out in all directions, and the sea water surged out in all directions. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. A tragic roar sounded. It came from Shimen Sage. In the center of the sea, Shimen Sage was captured, and countless chains pierced through his body. Heavenly Emperor Dexing, Ming Tianhan, and a group of Dexing officials stood in the air. Shimen, you asked for it? Ming Tianhan said with a faint smile. You might not be the strongest among the 4 sages, but you are the one who knows when to advance and when to retreat. I wasn't too careful with Wu Tian and Mei Gao Ku. I thought of many ways to deal with you, but I didn't expect you to walk right into my trap. This is my home ground. Do you think you can do whatever you want here? Ming Tianhan smiled. The Shimen sage shook his head and sighed. I was so close to saving the three of them. If I failed and got captured, I can only blame myself for it. Now, all four of us have been captured by you. Can you tell me why? Shimin Sage's body was pierced through by countless chains. On the other side, Ming Tianhan waved his hand, and three more sages were captured and brought to a place not far away. Wu Tian, Hua Zuentian, Meigao Ku, and Shimin Sage were all captured. Shimin, I've implicated you this time. Hua Zuentian said bitterly. Shimin, what are you doing here? Meigao Ku said helplessly. Only Heaven Sage Wu remained silent. Ming Tianhan, the four of us have no enmity with you. Why did you capture us? Shimin Sage shouted again. Because you are sages. Ming Tianhan smiled. The four sages looked at Ming Tianhan in confusion. You want us to be your officials? Wu Tian suddenly asked. Ming Tianhan shook his head. No. Then what do you want? Wu Tian shouted. What I want is the ability of sages to control the power of heaven and earth. This ability can affect the heavens. Ming Tianhan smiled. Heavens? What? You want to? Hua Zun Tian cried out in shock. Borrowing our power, you want to enslave the heavens? Shimin also cried out in shock. That's impossible. Even though the heavens are dead and the heavenly Tao has collapsed, we can only be considered as servants of the heavens. You want to control the heavens with just the four of us? How laughable. That's absolutely impossible. Ming Tianhan, you're dreaming. Meigao Ku said in a deep voice. Keep dreaming. You'll know when the time comes. Don't worry, I won't let you die. I'll nail you to the heavens for my punishment and conquer the world, said Ming Tianhan. Shimin, Hua Zuentian, and Meigao Ku immediately shouted in anger. Ha! Suddenly, Heaven Sage Wu laughed loudly. Everyone looked at Heaven Sage Wu in confusion. What are you laughing at? Ming Tianhan asked in a deep voice. Heaven Sage Wu sneered and said, I'm laughing because your plan will fail sooner or later. Ming Tianhan was puzzled. I don't know where your confidence comes from, and I don't know what secret techniques or methods you have, but I do know one thing. Even if you succeed, you still lack one thing. That thing will make your plan fail sooner or later. Heaven Sage Wu said in a deep voice. My plan will fail at the final stage? Then I'll listen to the first sage's brilliant idea. Ming Tianhan said very patiently. You want to use the heavens for your own purposes and dominate the world? However, we four sages are not the only ones who can affect the heavens. There is another existence even more noble than us, an existence even more connected to the heavens. Heaven Sage Wu said in a deep voice. Ming Tianhan narrowed his eyes. Who do you think can mobilize the power of the world? Heaven Sage Wu sneered. Yanchuan's cat. Ming Tianhan asked in confusion. It's good that you know. Do you know who it is? Heaven Sage Wu asked. Heaven Sage Wu, don't say it. Shimin suddenly exclaimed. Shimin's exclamation made Ming Tianhan even more curious. Heaven Sage Wu ignored Shimin Sage. He smiled and said, It is the mysterious heavens. Heaven Sage Wu meow? Wow! All the officials were in an uproar. Sage Wu meow? Didn't Sage Wu meow die? Heaven Sage Wu meow is dead. How is that possible? Ming Tianhan's pupils shrank. Are you telling the truth? I don't know if you've seen that cat in action with your own eyes, but you should have heard from some of the spectators that it can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. That cat is even more powerful than us saints. Who else in the world can mobilize the power of heaven and earth like this? It can't defeat us. It just hasn't mastered it yet. Heaven Sage Wu Miao said in a deep voice. Shimin Sage sighed. Hua Zuentian was shocked and didn't know what to say. Meigao Ku suddenly said, That's right. You should know why I want to capture it. Heaven Sage Wu Miao? Ming Tianhan frowned. Your grand plan isn't enough. Go capture Yanchuan's cat. Heaven Sage Wu Miao, meow, go find trouble with Yanchuan. Heaven Sage Wu Miao laughed. Ming Tianhan frowned slightly. Take them to the prison. Ming Tianhan yelled. The officials answered and took the four sages away. Ming Tianhan stood in the void and pondered. At this moment, heavenly Tao suddenly appeared in the sky. Countless auspicious clouds covered the sky. Above the ground, auspicious energy soared into the sky. Endless heavenly music floated in the air. Heaven Mender? More heavenly Tao? This time, there are as many as 9 heavenly Tao? One of the officials behind Ming Tianhan frowned. There are still dozens of heavenly Tao left. The Heaven Mender is getting faster and faster. It won't be long before the world is complete. Another official frowned. Heaven Emperor, if the world's heavenly Tao is complete, our previous efforts will be in vain. The first official frowned. Ming Tianhan frowned and pondered for a while. The plan remains the same. Half a year later, no matter the result, we must immediately use the 4 sages' sacrificial heaven. Ming Tianhan said. Yang Realm, Divine Sword Territory Yenchuan was about to attack Zhenxiong. Suddenly, a figure flew over and shouted, "Stay your hand." The man was bald and very muscular. His figure was different from ordinary people. He was 3 times the height of an ordinary person. His muscles were like stone and emitted a mysterious yellow light. Pan Sheng of the Rock Tribe greets the Great Perfection Sage King. The man smiled. Pan. Yen Chuan raised his eyebrows. Although surprised by the surname, Yen Chuan said coldly, "Stay your hand? Are you here to stop me from killing Zhenxiong?" Yen Chuan's eyes were cold. The people of Great Perfection also stared coldly at Pan Sheng. So what if he was from the Rock Tribe? Among the 3 major forces of the Outer East Continent, the deity Sword Mountain Villa had been killed by Great Perfection. At this moment, Zhenxiong looked at Pan Sheng with a surprised expression. Yen Di, you're overthinking. I'm not stopping you from killing Zhenxiong. It's just that this person came to my Boulder clan in the past and stole a little beast from my Boulder clan. I'm here to ask him for it. Pan Sheng smiled. Not stopping Yen Chuan from killing Zhenxiong? Yen Chuan's eyes softened a little. This time, Zhenxiong must die. No one could save him. Great Perfection didn't mind being enemies with anyone who tried to stop him. Small beast? Yen Chuan asked in confusion. A young, identical beast. My rock tribe visited him in the past, but we didn't expect him to be so despicable. No wonder Yen Emperor hates him so much. Pan Sheng smiled. Identical beast? Yen Chuan's eyes turned cold. Not long ago, an identical beast had changed into his appearance and deceived many officials of Great Perfection. However, the identical beast had changed into Zhenxiong's appearance in the end. Yen Emperor, please allow me to interrogate this person. After the interrogation, I'll return him to you. How about that? Pan Sheng said. Yen Chuan's face darkened. Bastard, he's a prisoner of Great Perfection. How can he be dealt with by others? Meng Yi flew over and said coldly. Yen Chuan didn't stop him, but looked coldly at Pan Sheng. Pan Sheng smiled and said, "Since I'm here, I won't return empty-handed. Of course, I don't want to be enemies with Yen Emperor. How about this? I'll stand still. If you can force me to leave, I'll leave immediately. How about that?" As soon as Pan Sheng finished speaking, Yen Chuan's expression froze. What arrogance! Stand still? As long as I can force him to leave, I'll leave immediately? Pan Sheng's words were extremely polite, but it wasn't difficult to detect endless arrogance in his words. Humph, you're overestimating yourself. Meng Yi snorted coldly and took a step forward. Yen Chuan didn't stop him. Meng Yi extended his hand. The bronze sword in his hand suddenly descended from the sky and slashed out a vast energy sword. The energy sword was ferocious. It tore through the void and charged toward Pan Sheng. Meng Yi's intention was to make Pan Sheng retreat in the face of difficulties. However, Pan Sheng smiled faintly. His body emitted a wisp of mystic yellow light as he faced Meng Yi's sword with a smile. The energy sword was already above Pan Sheng's head, but he didn't move at all. Meng Yi was surprised at first, but a trace of viciousness appeared in his eyes in the blink of an eye. Since you're courting death, you can't blame anyone else. Boom! The energy sword collided with Pan Sheng's head with a loud bang. The tremendous force immediately stirred up the void and shook violently. Gusts of violent wind blew in all directions. Inside the hall, almost everyone's expression darkened. Pan Xing's head didn't break open. Meng Yi's energy sword collided with his head and countless sparks shot out. Boom! The energy sword exploded. Pan Xing blocked Meng Yi's sword with his body. Whoosh! Bai Qi flew over from nearby and looked at Pan Xing's head in shock. Pan Xing's head was indeed unharmed. There was only a white mark on his head. He touched it lightly and the white mark disappeared. Pan Xing blocked Meng Yi's sword with his body. Lord Meng, your sword is so powerful. It's been a long time since someone made me feel pain. Pan Xing smiled faintly. Chapter 1281. Pan Xing shook his head. Although it was polite, it was a huge blow to Meng Yi. He was an ancestral immortal, after all. Although he was much weaker than he was in his previous life, he could not even break Pan Xing's scalp. Pan Xing smiled faintly and said, "If you did not use your strength earlier, Lord Meng, you can try again. As long as you can force me away, I will leave immediately. How about it?" Bastard! Meng Yi glared. Meng Yi was about to attack when Bai Qi suddenly grabbed his shoulder and stepped forward with a cold smile. "Holy King, please teach this arrogant fellow a lesson," Bai Qi said seriously. Yen Chuan smiled coldly and nodded. "Pan Xing? Come and feel my saber. How is it?" Bai Qi smiled coldly. As he spoke, Bai Qi suddenly slashed down. There was no astral saber, just a saber descending from the sky. Bai Qi's eyes flashed with killing intent. A cold light streaked across the air from the saber. The air did not shake much, but it left a cut in the air where the saber passed. It did not recover immediately. Xing. When the saber was one zhang away from Pan Xing's head, Pan Xing's expression changed. A bone-piercing chill surged into his heart. As the saber approached, Pan Xing suddenly lost his composure under this inexplicable threat. He punched at Bai Qi's saber. Pan Xing roared. Xing. Bai Qi's saber slashed through Pan Xing's fist and went deeper into his arm. The surrounding space remained calm. However, Pan Xing could not block Bai Qi's saber at all. It felt like if he did not leave, the saber would cut his body in half. Pan Xing suddenly cried out. Boom! Pan Xing instantly fled in panic. Xing. Bai Qi withdrew his saber. Not far away, Pan Xing's right arm was mostly cleaved in half. Pan Xing looked at Bai Qi in shock. Bai Qi stood in the air and looked coldly at Pan Xing. He said, "Pan Xing, do you want to try again? What kind of power is that? Why have I never felt it before? Although my physical body is only iron body, it is not something that ordinary ancestral immortals can break." Pan Xing said in shock. Iron body? Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes. On the other side, Zhen Xiong quietly descended to the ground, wanting to quietly escape. Meng Yi, take down Zhen Xiong. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Rumble! Meng Yi rushed down and brought a few terracotta soldiers to surround Zhen Xiong and capture him. When Pan Xing saw Zhen making a move against Zhen Xiong, he immediately had a look of anxiety on his face. Pan Xing, do you still remember the words you said earlier? Yen Chuan said coolly. Pan Xing said that as long as someone forced him to leave, he would leave immediately. But Pan Xing revealed a hint of bitterness. The clan leader had repeatedly instructed me not to be arrogant and conceited. After I came out, I was not to cause trouble and not to look down on the people of the world. Pan Xing is too arrogant. Yen Di, please don't take his previous offense to heart. Yen Chuan let out a puzzled look. Yen Di, Zhen Xiong had indeed stolen a little beast from my rock clan. That little beast grew up with me and is my best friend. Yen Di, please tell me a thing or two after you interrogate that little beast. Pan Xing said bitterly. That depends on my mood. Yen Chuan rejected him indifferently. Pan Xing opened his mouth, as though he wanted to say something. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the distance. Pan Xing kid, what's with all the nonsense? It's just a little beast. If you lose, you have to admit defeat. Don't embarrass your clan. An elderly voice rang out from the distance. Everyone turned their heads over. They saw 10 figures flying towards them from the crowd that was watching the battle from afar. The leader was a gorilla and a blind old man. The other 8 seemed to be their subordinates. Blind Kong? Yan Xuan's eyes narrowed. The gorilla was none other than Kong Outyan, who had wanted to capture ZZ in the sealed realm but had been cursed into a gorilla by ZZ. The blind leader was someone Yan Xuan had met before the birthday celebration of the venerated Heaven Sage. They had talked for some time. In the end, they agreed that as long as Blind Kong could find the sky-burying coffin, he would forgive Kong Outyan's past grievances. Today, Blind Kong had come once again. However, Blind Kong's tone surprised Yan Xuan. Although Pan Sheng couldn't stop Bai Qi, he wasn't an expert that Meng Yi could stop. Now, Blind Kong was calling him a kid? Pan Sheng also saw Blind Kong, who was the leader. Elder Blind. Pan Sheng's expression stiffened. Blind Kong flew over and slowly landed in front of Yan Xuan. Yan Di, Blind Kong is here to disturb you again. Blind Kong said with a smile. Zhao Feng frowned slightly. Zhao Feng was blind as well. Now that he saw another blind man, he was shocked. Your Excellency, what a powerful life-stealing technique. You can't open your mind's eye. You can calculate everything around you just by calculating? Zhao Feng said in surprise. Blind Kong smiled slightly and said, This must be the Empress of Great Shen. Just call me Blind Kong. I'm lazy, so I can't open my mind's eye. Blind Kong, long time no see. Yan Xuan exclaimed. Yan Di, this is Pan Sheng, the 4th generation of the Rock Tribe. It seems that he has completed the Iron Body and should be promoted to the 3rd generation. He's not very capable, but he's very impetuous. The old leader of the Rock Tribe must have asked him to come out and train himself, but this kid's impetuous temperament didn't change. If Yan Di and Lord Bai hadn't shown mercy, this kid would have suffered a great loss today. Blind Kong smiled slightly. The 3rd generation? Yan Xuan looked at Pan Sheng. Senior, please don't tell the leader, or I'll be in trouble. Pan Sheng's face instantly turned bitter. Greetings, Yan Di. The group of people behind Blind Kong immediately called out. Yan Xuan looked at Kong Outyan, who looked like a gorilla. Yan Di, for this sky-burying coffin, we wasted a lot of time. I hope you can forgive us. Blind Kong took a deep breath and said solemnly. Looking at Blind Kong, Yan Xuan nodded. At this moment, Zhen Xiong was also caught by Meng Yi. Roar, Zhen Ro, Yan Xuan, are you really going to kill me? Zhen Xiong suddenly roared. Zhen Xiong's shoulder blades were chained by Meng Yi. From the day you poisoned me, you should have thought of this ending. Yan Xuan said coldly. Ha! Zhen Xiong's face revealed a ferocious expression. Didn't you want to ask about the whereabouts of the divine beast? There's no harm in telling you. That divine beast has already been refined. It was my teacher who helped me refine it. It's also another one of my avatars. Even if this body of mine is dead, I still have the body of a divine beast. The divine beast is indeed weak, but it will eventually mature. Just you wait for me and my teacher to return. Zhen Xiong roared. Use torture. Yan Xuan said coldly. Meng Yi replied. He grabbed the bronze longsword and was about to stab Zhen Xiong. Zhen Xiong's face was cold. You still want to humiliate me before you die? Don't even think about it. While roaring, Zhen Xiong's body suddenly expanded. Boom! Zhen Xiong's body exploded with a loud bang, instantly turning into minced meat that filled the sky. Endless blood splattered everywhere. The 2 terracotta soldiers who were holding Zhen Xiong were instantly blown away. What? Self-explosion? Suicide? Meng Yi's face changed. This Zhen Xiong is also a ruthless person. Bai Qi said coldly. Zhao Afeng sighed softly. With this Zhen Xiong dead, all the karma was over. You're lucky. Li Si said coldly. Yan Xuan's face darkened. Zhen Xiong had self-destructed, but Zhen Xiong had another body? He had refined the body of an identical beast. From then on, Zhen Xiong was that exact same beast? If we can catch you once, we can catch you again. Yan Chuan snorted coldly. It's gone. My sweetheart has been refined? Bastard! Give me back my sweetheart! Pan Sheng suddenly cried out. Yan Chuan. Bai Qi. Meng Yi. Everyone was speechless as they looked at the big guy who was crying exaggeratedly. Little sweetheart? Stop howling! Blind Kong shouted. However, Pan Sheng still had a look of grief and indignation. Blind Kong smiled bitterly and turned to look at Yan Chuan. Yan Emperor, this is the heaven-burying coffin. Please take a look. Blind Kong flipped his hand and took out a coffin. Sky-burying coffin? Another mouthful. Yan Chuan reached out and took the coffin. Then, he activated his magic power slightly. The heaven-burying coffin trembled violently and emitted a green light. As expected, Yan Chuan nodded. With a wave of his sleeve, the heaven-burying coffin was immediately sucked into his sleeve. If Yan Di thinks it's real, then that's great. Yan Di, you see, Outyin has turned into a gorilla all these years. He has finally realized his mistake. This time, for the sake of this coffin, Kong Outyin almost died. I hope Yan Di can lift the curse. Blind Kong said with a smile. Yan Chuan looked at the gorilla. Kong Outyin said bitterly, Yan Emperor, I have offended you many years ago. Please forgive me. Yan Chuan nodded. Back then, ZZ said that only 2 people could lift the curse. One was ZZ, and the other was Yan Chuan. In my name, Yan Chuan, give up on cursing Kong Outyin and allow him to recover. Yan Chuan shouted. It was just a shout, but there seemed to be a connection. As soon as Yan Chuan finished speaking, a large amount of black gas suddenly emitted from the gorilla's body. As the black gas rolled out, Kong Outyin revealed an extremely excited expression. Black gas, this damn black gas. It's finally gone. It's finally gone. Kong Outyin shouted with a look of ecstasy. Within the black gas, Kong Outyin's body underwent a huge change. Gradually, the gorilla's body disappeared and he returned to his human form. The black gas dissipated with the wind. Kong Outyin returned to his human form. His clothes stuck to his body. Kong Outyin could not wait to take out a mirror. Recovered, recovered. I'm finally no longer a gorilla. Kong Outyin shouted with ecstasy. Blind Kong let out a sigh of relief and revealed a trace of a smile. Thank you, Yan Emperor. Blind Kong said gratefully. Yan Chuan nodded. For this trip, I've completed what the family had asked me to do. As for the Seeking Heaven token, I won't ask anymore. If Yan Emperor has time, you can go back to the Kong family and take a look. After all, half of Yan Emperor's bloodline is from the Kong family. Blind Kong said with a smile. Yan Chuan nodded, slightly surprised. He thought that Blind Kong would ask for a yard after getting an inch and talk about the Seeking Heaven token that his mother left for him in this life. But now he did not mention it. Chapter 1282. On this trip, I've completed what the family had entrusted me with. As for the Heavenly Seeking token, I won't ask too much about it. If Yan Di has time, you can go back to the Kong family and take a look. After all, half of Yan Di's bloodline is from the Kong family. Blind Kong said with a smile. Okay. Yan Chuan nodded, slightly surprised. He thought that Blind Kong would ask for a yard after getting an inch and talk about the Heavenly Seeking token that his mother had left for him in this life. But now he didn't mention it? Just as everyone was talking, boom! The surrounding void trembled slightly. Then, he vaguely saw a heavenly Tao suddenly appear. The sky was instantly filled with auspicious clouds, and the earth was filled with auspicious energy. Celestial music floated in the air, and exotic fragrances filled the air. Another heaven mender mended the heavenly path? Zhao Afeng frowned. Boom! Not just one, but 9 consecutive heavenly paths. New heavenly paths were mended. Yan Chuan frowned and looked at the sky. Blind Kong took a deep breath and said, Yan Di, the great era is coming. Make more preparations. The Great Era? Yan Xuan was puzzled. In the past, it was rare for even one heavenly path to be mended in 10,000 years, but in recent years, it has been very frequent. Don't you find it strange? Blind Kong said with a smile. The heavenly paths that have been mended in recent years are not all heavenly paths like Yendi's. Many old fellows have come out of seclusion. Before the collapse of the heavenly path, they had mastered some kind of heavenly path. They have been hiding until now, and only then are they willing to mend the heavenly paths that they already knew. Blind Kong said in a low voice. These people are all people before the Lotus God came to this world? When the Lotus God stirred up the world, these people hid and didn't come out. Yan Xuan said solemnly. You can say that. In the end, some people have their own ideas. For example, the Monolith clan didn't come out when the Lotus God attacked. I will go to the Monolith clan right away and ask their leader to mend the heavenly path that they know. Blind Kong said. There are some people running all over the world, rushing to mend the heavenly path. Perhaps in just a few years, the heavenly path of this world will be completed. At that time, the world will once again return to prosperity. Emperor Yen, you should prepare early. Blind Kong said. As he spoke, he looked at Pan Sheng and said, Pan Sheng, let's go. I'll go with you to the Boulder clan. Ah, Senior Blind, it wasn't easy for me to come out. Pan Sheng said gloomily. Ah, let's go. Once the matter is settled, I'll help you plead with your clan leader to let you come out with me for a walk. Blind Kong laughed. That's great. Pan Sheng's eyes lit up. Farewell, E&D. Blind Kong said. Farewell. Pan Sheng, Kong Outyen, and the others immediately said. Yan Xuan nodded. Then the group of people headed east. Blind Kong and his group had left. The battle below had also come to an end. More than half of the disciples of the Deity Sword Villa had been slaughtered. Yan Xuan looked at Deity Sword Manor coldly and then looked around. Countless cultivators watched from all directions. At this moment, countless cultivators already felt numb. The holy court of Great Jin was too ferocious. Deity Sword Villa had so many strong cultivators, but they were all slaughtered in the blink of an eye? In a valley. The group of people from Zhugong had extremely ugly expressions. Palace Master? Everyone looked at the masked woman in the lead. Let's go back. Great Zhen will not expand anymore. The Palace Master said in a low voice. Everyone responded and turned around to leave quickly. Not only the people from Zhugong, but also the countless onlookers in the surroundings. Carrying the shock in their hearts, they wanted to quickly spread the news to their respective sects and dynasties. This time, the news of Great Zhen's ferocious might would definitely spread quickly throughout the outer East continent. Countless cultivators still didn't know that Yan Xuan and his group had made a name for themselves in the outer West continent and Middle Sky continent. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the whole world knew of Yan Xuan's name. Li Si, it's been hard on you these years. Yan Xuan looked at Li Si and sighed. From that day in the prison, Yan Xuan already understood how much Li Si had suffered over the years. This official was careless. Holy King, there is no need to mind it. Furthermore, everything is already in the past. Li Si said with a smile. Yan Xuan nodded and said, in that case, you and Meng Yi will remain here. Deity Sword Villa has the most disciples in Divine Sword Weave. You can handle them all. Li Si answered. Present. You will assist Li Si in handling all matters in Divine Sword Weave. The garrison and civil servants will arrive soon. Listen to Li Si's orders. Yan Xuan ordered. As you command. Yan Xuan looked around and finally nodded. We will return first. Respectfully sending off Holy King. Li Si and Meng Yi said respectfully. Yan Xuan led Zhao Feng and Bai Qi onto the dragon carriage. Let's set off and return to the court. Bai Qi shouted. Roar! The 5 dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage toward the west. After Yan Xuan left, 2 men with swords on their backs among the crowd looked solemn. Senior brother, did you see that? Was that the sword light that forced Jin Xiong to retreat? One of them asked solemnly. It's the Dugu family's diffraction sword technique. Even the two of us can't reach that level. That sword light is helping Dezhen. It should be one of Dezhen's officials? The Patriarch has asked us to look for it. We finally have a clue. Dugu Budian, the Budian faction? The two of them were silent for a while. Dugu Budian? He has the most comprehensive system in the Dugu family. We need to report this to the Patriarch immediately. That's right. I will return to the Dugu family immediately. You stay here and observe Dezhen. Alright. Half a year later, the news of Dezhen destroying Deity Sword Villa had spread to all the major forces in the outer East continent. Destroying the Deity Sword Villa like crushing dry weeds? Countless experts were still in a state of shock. The three major forces in the outer East continent had finally changed. The Monolith family, the Holy Court of Dezhen, and the Absolute Palace. Although Dezhen hadn't had time to completely digest Deity Sword Villa's territory in half a year, no one dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. In the Yang realm, Dezhen's territory had expanded to 9 domains: True Dragon, Sky Blade, Purple Green, Barbarian Dragon, Divine Sword, East Sword, South Sword, West Sword, and North Sword. Out of the 36 domains in the outer East continent, Dezhen occupied a quarter of them. The Holy Court of Dezhen had become the largest force in the outer East continent. In terms of territory, Dezhen was the largest. Similarly, as Dezhen grew stronger, the world's experts were willing to come and seek positions. Dezhen grew stronger. As for the strongest, it was the Monolith family. This was a deep-rooted belief. In the past, there were ambitious people who went to the Monolith family to provoke them. One of the Monolith family's people stepped forward and let them kill him. In the end, the ambitious people were so scared that they didn't dare to invade again. In this half a year, the world was filled with auspicious clouds and auspicious air. Heavenly music showed that the heavenly Tao was replenishing itself. Xianying City. Yan Chuan took Zhao Afeng for a stroll in the garden. Meow! Meow jumped onto Yan Chuan's shoulder. Yan Chuan, another heavenly Tao has been replenished. Meow exclaimed. 3,000 heavenly Tao, only 20 are left. Zhao Afeng frowned. Yes, the great era that Blind Kong spoke of might really be coming soon. With the heavenly Tao incomplete, the entire world will undergo an earth-shattering change. The number of peerless experts will also increase by a lot. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Even the saints will be replenished. With 9 Yang and 6 Yin, there will be 15 saints in the world. Moreover, the strength of each saint will be 10 times that of the current saints. 10 times? Zhao Afeng said worriedly. Yan Chuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have Dezhen. Even if there are saints 10 times stronger, so what?" Zhao Afeng nodded. Speaking of saints, I wonder how the 4 saints are doing now. Yan Chuan frowned. Netherworld, West Outer Continent, Great Xing Heavenly Court. Ming Tianhan raised his head and looked at the sky. Countless auspicious clouds surrounded the sky. Heavenly music floated in the air, and exotic fragrances filled the air. There are only 20 heavenly Tao left? Ming Tianhan frowned. An official followed behind him. He took a deep breath and nodded. Heaven Emperor, the heavenly Tao has been replenished faster than we thought. We can't delay any longer. Another official said. Ming Tianhan frowned and said, the diplomatic group should have reached Great Xing Heavenly Court, right? Yes, Lord Wu. They should have brought the Heaven Emperor's things to Great Qin City in the Netherworld. I don't know if they will succeed in exchanging for that cat. An official said with a frown. We can't wait any longer. Whether they succeed or not, we must use the 4 saints to worship the heavens before the heavenly Tao is replenished, Ming Tianhan said solemnly. Yes. Go set up the sacrificial altar. Worship the heavens immediately. Yes. Netherworld, Great Xing Heavenly Court, Great Qin City, Central Palace. Zombie Yan Chuan wore a flat crown and a black dragon robe as he sat on a dragon throne. Officials stood on both sides of the palace. Yan Chuan's expression was indifferent as he looked at a gray-robed man in the center of the palace. Great Xing Heavenly Court, Wu Yunfan, has come on behalf of the Heaven Emperor. Greetings, sage monarch of Great Qin. The gray-robed man smiled. Wu Yunfan? Great Xing Heavenly Court, Assistant Minister of War? What did you come to my Great Zhen for? Yan Chuan said coolly. Wu Yunfan smiled and said, this one has brought something. I hope Yan Emperor will like it. Please let my subordinates bring it in. Permitted. Wu Yunfan shot a golden light outside the palace. Soon, a few subordinates carried a coffin into the palace. The moment the coffin appeared, the officials in the palace were all surprised. Heaven-burying coffin? Hua Qiuyang's expression changed. On the dragon throne, Yan Chuan's expression also changed. There were a total of 9 heaven-burying coffins. Yan Chuan had sent people to search for them, but the heaven-burying coffins that buried the heroes of the world had all been dug up. The whereabouts of each coffin were unknown. Yan Chuan was already extremely lucky to be able to collect 6 coffins. This was the result of refining the heaven-burying coffin in his first life. Another coffin? 7th coffin? Wu Yunfan wanted to see surprise on Yan Chuan's face. Unfortunately, zombie Yan Chuan did not show any emotion. Yan Emperor, this is a treasure that I, the Great Xing Heavenly Emperor, found. I would like to use it to exchange for something from Yan Emperor. I wonder if Yan Emperor can do it? Wu Yunfan smiled. Oh, in exchange for what? Zombie Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yan Emperor's pet, the cat called Meow. Wu Yunfan said solemnly. Chapter 1283. Oh, what do you want? Yan Chuan asked. Yendi's pet, the cat called Meow Meow. Wu Yunfan said solemnly. Meow. In the central hall, almost all the officials looked at Wu Yunfan strangely. Yan Chuan's love for Meow Meow was beyond comprehension. He treated Meow Meow as if it were a part of his family. Burying the sky coffin in exchange for Meow? How dare you think of that? As expected, Yan Chuan's face darkened. Wu Yunfan. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Wu Yunfan looked at Yan Chuan. Meow Meow isn't an item. He's my best friend. I won't trade him with you. As for the heaven-burying coffin, I'll trade it with treasures. I'll trade it with an ancestral immortal artifact. Ancestral immortal artifacts? Our heavenly court doesn't lack ancestral immortal artifacts. Yendi, I'm here with the order of the Heavenly Emperor. Please don't make things difficult for me. Wu Yunfan shook his head and refused. Ignorant. Yan Chuan's face darkened. Yendi. Wu Yunfan wanted to say more. Throw him out. Yan Chuan said. Immediately, a large number of guards rushed over. How dare you? What do you want? I'm the Assistant Minister of the Heavenly Court. Wu Yunfan shouted again. However, the guards did not listen to him. They stepped forward and grabbed him. Bastard! Yan Chuan, how dare you attack me? Wu Yunfan broke free from the guards. You disrespected the Sage King. It's already a great favor for the Sage King to spare your life. How dare you resist? Bai Qi's voice came from the crowd. Who disrespected? Wu Yunfan shouted again. You roared in the central hall. According to the laws of Great Jin, execute. Bai Qi glared. A ferocious aura rushed towards Wu Yunfan. 2 countries are at war, yet you don't kill the emissary. Yendi, are you trying to kill him and steal his goods? Wu Yunfan exclaimed. How dare you? Bai Qi shouted angrily. His killing intent surged towards Wu Yunfan. Not good. Wu Yunfan's expression changed. Swish. Wu Yunfan shot out of the palace. Is the Great Zhen's imperial court a place where you can come and go as you please? Bai Qi shouted coldly. Xing. He pulled out his long saber, and a white light rushed out of the hall. Boom. The ferocious astral saber shot towards Wu Yunfan like a vast white river. Bastard, the Heavenly Emperor will avenge me. Wu Yunfan roared. Boom. Even though Wu Yunfan had merged with the Heavenly Tao, he was still sliced into 2 by Bai Qi's energy saber. The corpse was blasted into smithereens by the accompanying saber qi. Xing. Bai Qi sheathed his saber and returned to his position. Yan Chuan's eyes didn't move from the beginning to the end. Wu Yunfan didn't know what was good for him. There was no need for him to do anything. Bai Qi was more than enough. The officials stood respectfully in the Great Hall. On the other hand, some of Wu Yunfan's subordinates were terrified. They were afraid that Yan Chuan would kill them as well. Yan Chuan looked at them. Go back and tell Ming Tianhan that if he dares to say such words again, he will become an enemy of the Great Shen. Yan Chuan said coldly. The subordinates left with ugly expressions. As for the sky-burying coffin, no one dared to take it. Yan Chuan waved his hand, and the sky-burying coffin emitted a green light. The seventh sky-burying coffin? Yan Chuan waved his sleeve and put away the sky-burying coffin. Court is dismissed. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Netherworld, Great Shen's heavenly court. A jade pendant suddenly shattered in a palace. Oh no, Lord Wu is dead. An official suddenly exclaimed. Then, he quickly ran out of the great hall toward the depths of the imperial palace. However, he was quickly stopped by another official. What's wrong? The official asked in a low voice. Prime Minister, Lord Wu Yunfan is dead. His life pendant shattered. We must report this to the Heavenly Emperor immediately. Postpone the report. The Heavenly Emperor is not to be disturbed. At this moment, in the depths of the Heavenly Court's imperial palace, there was a huge plaza surrounded by officials and soldiers. There was also a huge altar with pillars in each of the 4 directions of the altar. 4 sages were chained to the pillars. Wu Tian, Shimin, Hua Zuentian, and Mei Gao Ku. They were chained to the 4 directions. Dark clouds covered the sky above his head. Above the altar, there seemed to be countless streams of light flowing within. At the center stood Great Shen's heavenly emperor, Ming Tianhan. What altar is this? Wu Tian asked with a frown. It looks like a stellar source, but it doesn't. Mei Gao Ku said in a low voice. Although this altar isn't a stellar source, it has the same attribute as a stellar source. Is it connected to the heavens? Is it connected to the heavens? Hua Zuentian said in a low voice. Ming Tianhan, the heavens are not something you can control. Shimin said anxiously. At the center of the altar, Ming Tianhan smiled faintly and said, Are you still so stubborn? It's too late. It's about to start. As he spoke, a roar came from the Sea of Providence above him. The golden dragon of 18 claws of Providence charged down and entered Ming Tianhan's body. Suddenly, golden light shot out from Ming Tianhan's body. 4 golden spikes suddenly appeared around heavenly netherworld Han. They were aimed at the 4 saints. Go! Ming Tianhan roared. The spikes shot towards the foreheads of the 4 sages. Boom! 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 The spikes pierced through the 4 sages' heads and nailed them to the pillars. In an instant, the 4 sages became motionless as if they were dead. However, their heartbeats were still there. Clearly, they were just frozen. A circular projection slowly appeared behind the 4 sages' heads. Qi cultivation position, universe karma position? Ming Tianhan smiled in satisfaction. He stood on the altar. Ming Tianhan waved his hand. Boom, boom. The altar slowly flew up. As it did so, the 4 karmic positions of heaven and earth rotated rapidly. For a moment, countless net-like light shadows appeared around the altar. As the altar rose, more and more net-like projections appeared. Heavenly net? Countless officials exclaimed in surprise. The altar charged towards the Sea of Providence. In an instant, it entered the Sea of Providence. Merge! Ming Tianhan roared. Boom! The altar seemed to have suddenly merged with the Sea of Luck. Around the karmic position of Qi of heaven and earth, more and more nets of heaven formed and spread rapidly in all directions. Boom! Billions of spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the sky and spread from the west outer continent of the netherworld to all directions. Boom! Boom! For a time, the entire world was covered by dark clouds. Dark clouds instantly covered the sky, whether it was the mortal realm or the netherworld. The entire world suddenly darkened. In the Yang realm, Yan Chuan walked out of the Skyward Palace. Wu Jiong walked out of the Tai Chi Palace. Sect leader Tong Tian walked out of the Azure Palace with a frown. Yao Tianshang Ju, the Tsar, evil demon, Gong Yangzi, and countless other overlords walked out of their residences and looked at the sky. Amidst the dark clouds, countless streaks of light that resembled a large net appeared, covering the entire world. In the netherworld, Yan Xuan, Zhuochuanqiu, and the Tsar all looked up at the sky. The phenomenon was so big that it seemed to affect the entire world. Boom! Suddenly, a vast aura was emitted from the dark clouds. The aura shot out in all directions. Countless people in the Yang realm knelt down. This was a fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. They couldn't help but kneel down. In the netherworld, countless ghosts also knelt down. It was as if they were welcoming an invincible being. At the entrance of the central palace, Yan Xuan had just finished a court meeting, and the sudden change made his face darken. She walked over and hugged Miao. "What's going on?" She asked in surprise. "The sky changed," Yan Xuan said in a low voice. "Meow meow." Meow looked at the sky with its fur standing on end. "Meow, what's wrong?" She asked worriedly. "I don't feel good. This feeling makes me uncomfortable." Meow. Meow shook its head. "Someone changed the heavens." "Forcefully changed the heavens?" "It's underworld frost." Yan Xuan suddenly narrowed his eyes. "Underworld frost?" She frowned. "Yes, he captured 4 sages. It must be him," Yan Xuan said in a low voice. In the netherworld, the west continent, the Sea of Providence in the great Xingtian heavenly court churned wildly. As it churned, the surrounding heavens became denser and denser. The surging providence rushed toward the altar in the center. Gradually, the altar became blurry as if it was disappearing into thin air. Only 5 figures could be seen floating in the Sea of Providence. 4 of the sages were still unconscious. They were pinned to the Sea of Providence by the giant spike. Surging golden energy rushed toward Underworld Frost in the center. Whoosh! Underworld Frost's body became blurry. Behind him, a crack suddenly appeared in the dark clouds in the sky. Boom! The crack suddenly expanded until it was 100 million miles long. The crack slowly separated from the dark clouds. When it separated, it revealed a giant eye that was 100 million miles long. A black eye that was 100 million miles long? Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from the eye. In the capital, everyone, regardless of whether they were from the great Xingtian heavenly court or foreign cultivators, knelt down. They no longer had any thoughts of resistance. The eye of heaven? An old official knelt down and exclaimed in joy. The Sky Emperor succeeded. The Sky Emperor's clone controlled the entire heavens and became the new Sky Emperor. The Sky Emperor succeeded. Countless officials cried out in excitement. Under the eye of heaven, Ming Tianhan's body slowly landed on the ground. Ming Tianhan closed his eyes. The crack between his eyebrows that looked like a third eye disappeared. Ming Tianhan stood on the square with his eyes closed. In the sky, the giant eye looked down. 15 black divine guards. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the sky. "Here!" They shouted in unison. The 15 figures knelt down and took a step forward. "I grant you the position of sages of the heavens and earth. I grant you the title of sages. You will represent the heavens and protect the common people." 15 balls of light suddenly shot down from the sky net. The balls of light went straight for the black divine guards. Boom! White light shot into the sky around the 15 of them. A giant wheel appeared under each of their feet. The wheels circled the ground, and the pressure around the 15 of them decreased. The 15 of them slowly stood up. Boom! Boom! Their auras were released one by one. 15 powerful auras instantly caused all the spies in the imperial capital to reveal looks of terror. The aura of a sage? This is the aura of a sage? How is that possible? Aren't there only 4 sages in the world? There are 15 sages here? 15 sages? Countless spies from the various forces revealed expressions of extreme fear. Ming Tianhan controlled the heavens and gave the 15 positions of sages to the great Xingtian heavenly court. He created 15 sages of the heavens and earth? 15 sages. Who in the world could be their match? Chapter 1284. In the sky above the capital of the great Qing dynasty, a huge eye looked down. The eye of heaven controlled the heavens and was the ruler of heaven and earth. The terrifying aura made everyone prostrate on the ground except for the 15 new sages. It was not everyone's wish, but a kind of awe that came from the depths of their souls. It was an irresistible feeling. The giant eye glanced around and then slowly closed. Rumble! After the huge eye closed, countless cultivators felt a little better. Countless dark clouds slowly dispersed, and heaven and earth returned to normal. With the disappearance of the eye of heaven, the suppression in the hearts of countless officials, commoners, and cultivators suddenly disappeared. On the ground below, Heavenly Emperor Ming Tianhan slowly opened his eyes. The slit of the third eye between his eyebrows disappeared. It was as if that eye had become the eye of heaven. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor. 15 men who emitted a gentle white light bowed respectfully to Ming Tianhan. Long live the Heavenly Emperor. The other officials were also very excited at this moment. Sages. In the past, there were 15 sages in the Great Qing Heavenly Court. In ancient times, the number of sages was fixed, and there were only 15 of them. Now, all of them had reached the Great Qing Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Emperor even controlled the heavens. There was no need to worry about the Great Qing Heavenly Court. Who in the world dared to disobey? All the officials could feel that an era called the Great Qing Heavenly Court was about to arrive. Ming Tianhan looked at the 4 figures on the Sea of Providence. Wu Tian, Shimin, Meigao Ku, and Huazuan Tian. The 4 of them were firmly nailed to the Sea of Providence. Because of them, the Great Qing Heavenly Court controlled the most powerful weapon in the world. I have already given you the heaven and earth karmic positions. Familiarize yourselves with them as soon as possible. Ming Tianhan said solemnly. Yes. The 15 sages answered in unison. At the same time, the various factions in the imperial city quickly spread the news of what had happened. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Yi Feng and Lu Gang brought a document to Zombie Yen Chuan. Holy King, this is the information from the Great Punishment Heavenly Court. The guard sent the message using his birth chart. The situation is rather tricky. Yi Feng said with a frown. Yen Chuan took it. Miao also came over. Miao, what information? Controlling the heavens? 15 saints? Zombie Yen Chuan's face darkened. Yi Feng said in a low voice. Sage King, I think that Ming Tianhan will definitely come to cause trouble for Great Qin. He wants to capture Miao. 15 sages. I'm worried. Miao, why do you want to capture me? Miao shouted. Zombie Yen Chuan took a deep breath and said, Don't worry, the heavens and earth are incomplete after all. Although the saints are powerful, they are still far from the perfect saints. Miao, if the heavenly Tao was restored, the 15 sages would indeed be able to sweep across the world. Unless the Great Qin Empire was restored to its peak, it wouldn't be able to resist them. However, how could the current sages compare to the sages when the world was at its peak? At that time, every saint was 10 times stronger than the current saints. Yen Chuan said solemnly. But there's also Ming Tianhan. According to the rumors, he already controls the heavens and has the eye of heaven. He's the new heaven. He's much more powerful than these sages. Yi Feng said worriedly. The heavens and earth are incomplete. He definitely won't be as powerful as the heaven of the past. Don't worry, Great Qin can handle it. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Yi Feng nodded. Yang Realm, Western Outer Continent, Taiji Palace. Wu Jiong stood by a railing with Shangguan Wan behind him. Ming Tianhan? He's quite ambitious. Wu Jiong said with narrowed eyes. Ming Tianhan's ambition has never been small. It's just that the Yellow Springs Road doesn't exist in the Western Outer Continent. Otherwise, Ming Tianhan's army would have arrived long ago. Shangguan Wan said with a frown. Wu Jiong's expression turned cold. Countless experts under the heavenly phenomenon realm had more or less received the news. At this moment, countless cultivators in seclusion walked out of their cave abodes to observe the upcoming changes. Yang Realm, Western Outer Continent, Great Xing Heavenly Court, Imperial Capital, Underworld Sky City. Ming Tianhan looked at the court of officials and generals. Heavenly Emperor Wu Yunfan was killed by Yan Chuan and the sky-bearing coffin was taken by Yan Chuan. The cat was not brought back. An official said with a frown. Ming Tianhan sat on the dragon throne with a gloomy expression. After taking control of the heavens, Ming Tianhan's confidence had swelled. At this moment, Ming Tianhan felt like he was looking down on all living things. Because the heavens were related to the fate of all living things in the world, Ming Tianhan felt like he was the sole ruler of the world. Yan Chuan. Ming Tianhan's expression turned cold. Heavenly Emperor, how should we deal with him? The official asked. Great Jin Holy Court, this Yan Chuan is indeed a bit strange. Great Jin's combat power cannot be underestimated. Saints. Ming Tianhan said indifferently. 15 saints stood on the left side of the court. This was the most dazzling part of the court. Your subjects are present, the 15 saints said respectfully. You used to be the Black God Guards and are now saints. This emperor has a task for you all. Ming Tianhan said. Heavenly Emperor, please give us your orders. You and all of you. A total of 12 saints set out immediately and head to the Great Jin Holy Court. Destroy the Great Qin City and bring back Miao. Ming Tianhan said. Yes, Your Majesty. 12 of the saints responded loudly. Set out immediately. Ming Tianhan said. Whoosh. The 12 sages rushed out of the hall and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The 12 saints gave off a monstrous aura as they headed towards the Great Qin City. The saints left. A few days later, in Ming Tianhan's study, Holy Monarch, your subject thinks that the Great Xingtian Heavenly Court should march towards the inner South Continent. No, your subject thinks that the Great Xingtian Heavenly Court should march towards the inner North Continent. The strategists were analyzing the first step of the Great Xingtian Heavenly Court's expansion. No, your subject thinks that we should march towards the Yang realm, one of the officials said. Ming Tianhan's expression changed. Evidently, this person's thoughts were the same as Ming Tianhan's. Celestial Emperor, you control the heavens and are unrivaled in the world. However, there are still countless heroes in the world. After we take the first step of expansion, we will definitely attract the backlash of the world's experts. The first step is extremely important. The Yang realm is too petty. Our target should be the Yang realm. The Yang realm is the world of the strong. The official said solemnly. Oh! Although the Yellow Springs Road doesn't exist in the Western Outer Continent, our Great Xingtian Heavenly Court has saints. The Yang realm and the Yang realm will no longer be separated. The Yang realm has 9 continents and the Yang realm has 6 continents in the Yang realm. The Yang realm is nourished by the sun and has more living beings. If Great Xingtian Heavenly Court wants to unify the world, it must have a foundation in the Yang realm. The Great Zhou Heavenly Court in the Yang realm hasn't been established for long. When Wu Jiong dealt with Saint Wu Tian, he was able to escape. Clearly, the Heavenly Court isn't strong enough. We can force the Great Zhou Heavenly Court out of the Yang realm's Western Outer Continent. Just like the Great Jin Holy Court, the Yin realm and the Yang realm will develop together. The official said solemnly. Ming Tianhan fell into deep thought. All right, then take 2 saints to the Great Zhou and force Wu Jiong to leave. Ming Tianhan said in a low voice. The Celestial Emperor is wise. The officials exclaimed excitedly. Just as all of the major factions in the world were waiting in anticipation, the Great Qin City in the Underworld's outer east continent faced its greatest crisis since the founding of the Underworld. Boom! A massive gale blew past, accompanied by an incredibly powerful aura. This aura came from the south of the Great Qin City and rushed towards the city. Boom! From the east of the Great Qin City, a massive aura suddenly spread out. Boom! 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 From the west, from the north, one after another, the terrifying aura spread to the entire city. Under this aura, Many commoners were suppressed to the point that they could not lift their heads. Crash! The great Qin city's formation suddenly opened, blocking the auras coming from 12 different directions. Immediately, the commoners felt much better, and they also saw the terrible situation outside. Saint? How could he be a saint? More than one, there's actually more than one. That's 12? 12 saints? Why are there suddenly so many saints in the world? In the great Qin city, countless commoners cried out in shock. Countless commoners looked around in horror as they saw 12 holy auras soaring into the sky. In the past, when the venerable heavens attacked, everyone had seen the power of the saints. But now, there were 12 of them? It was equivalent to 12 venerable heavens. Was the great Qin city finished? In the central palace, Yan Xuan was in the middle of a court meeting when 12 powerful auras suddenly rushed over. Zombie Yan Xuan's face turned cold. With a wave of his dragon robe, Zombie Yan Xuan stepped out. He slowly walked towards the entrance of the central palace. The officials followed behind him. The emperor and officials slowly stepped into the central palace's plaza. Standing in the middle of the plaza, Zombie Yan Xuan coldly looked at a saint in the south. Miao. Miao, carried by Mo Yushi, quickly walked over. Great Qin was facing the attack of 12 saints. At the same time, Yang Realm, Outer West Continent, Great Zhou Imperial Court. Wu Jiong led the officials to the Taiji Palace's plaza. Standing in the plaza, Wu Jiong looked at the two saints in front of him, holding a letter in their hands. Their faces were blurry, but even if he couldn't see their faces clearly, he could feel their domineering aura. Great Zhou Celestial Emperor, I, the Great Xing Celestial Emperor, have delivered the letter. Martial Emperor, please send a message back to Underworld Sky City. One of the saints said in a deep voice. Wu Jiong sneered, Message? What message do you want from me? The Celestial Emperor doesn't want to kill too much. He only asks Martial Emperor to lead Great Zhou away from the Outer West Continent. The Celestial Emperor will arrange time for you to plan. Martial Emperor, please leave a message. When will you move out of the Outer West Continent? The saint spoke again. Ha ha, you want Great Zhou to move out of the Outer West Continent? Mingtan Han, has he lost his mind? How can such words come out of his mouth? Wu Jiong suddenly sneered. Martial Emperor, please be more polite. Otherwise, one of the saints said coldly. Otherwise what? Wu Jiong said coldly. Otherwise, don't blame us for making a move and disturbing your Luoyang. Another saint said in a deep voice. Wu Jiong's eyes turned cold. With just the two of you? We are saints. One of them shouted. If I say you are saints, then you are saints. Wu Jiong said coldly. Chapter 1285. Outside the great Qin city, the 12 sages had arrived. However, at this moment, there were some other figures hiding in the dark. In a mountain forest, the 100 evil old demon from the Yang realm looked at the great Qin city with cold eyes. In a valley, Yuan Tiangang from the great Zhou imperial court looked at the great Qin city with a scrutinizing expression. In a pile of sand and stone, the Tsar of the Three Emperor Holy Court also appeared in the Yang realm. In a ghost cave, Dark Gray Guzi looked puzzled. There was even the Tongtian sect master from the Yang realm's north outer continent. These people came at the same time and watched quietly. No one knew what they were observing. In front of the central palace, Zombie Yan Xuan looked coldly at a sage from the south. The Great Xing Heavenly Court? Invading the Great Shin? Yan Xuan said with a cold gaze. The sage from the south said in a deep voice, The Heavenly Emperor has ordered us to destroy the Great Qin city and capture Miao. Miao. Miao immediately cried out angrily. Bai Qi glared and held his blade. Zombie Yan Xuan took a deep breath and suddenly said, Citizens of the Great Qin, raise your right hand and lend me your strength to kill the invaders. Above the Sea of Providence, the statue of Yan Xuan suddenly turned into an 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence. The dragon roared. Yan Xuan's voice instantly spread to the 5 major territories of the Yang realm. Myriad Ghost Territory, Revered Heaven Territory, Skull Sea Territory, abused ghost territory, and 3 Een territory. The myriad ghost weave was completely under Great Jin's control. Due to the Hua family's surrender, the revered heaven weave was almost completely under Great Jin's control. As for the other 3 weaves, Great Jin had already occupied half of them. Therefore, Yan Chuan's voice could be heard everywhere. Countless citizens of the Great Jin suddenly heard Yan Chuan's voice. The Sage King needs power? This is the first time. Yeah, I heard that even the Sage King didn't mobilize the Great Jin's power last time. Could it be that he's stronger than the Sage King? It doesn't matter, the news will come soon. The Sage King needs power. Let's raise our right hands. In an instant, endless power gathered from all directions. Visible streams of power formed into a golden stream of light and rushed toward the golden dragon of luck. The golden dragon of destiny charged toward Zombie Yan Chuan with boundless power. Zombie Yan Chuan let out a loud roar, and a pair of giant dragon skeletal wings appeared on his back. 2 huge fangs protruded from its mouth. Meow. Meow was startled. The golden dragon of 18 claws destiny rushed into Yan Chuan's body. Buzz. Yan Chuan's entire body suddenly radiated golden light in all directions. Rumble. From where Yan Chuan was, a surging aura erupted. With a flap of his wings, Yan Chuan charged out of the Great Qin city with an unstoppable momentum. Standing in the sky, he faced the 12 sages alone. Hi Yan Chuan, are you crazy? One of the sages laughed loudly. Meow Yan Chuan, I'll help you. Meow called out. Yan Chuan twisted his head and said in a deep voice, Meow, Bai Qi, look around. Don't let anyone escape. What? Meow was confused. On the other side, another sage was also confused. At this moment, Yan Chuan's body was emitting an extremely cold aura. Snow fell from the sky above the Great Qin city. The 12 sages looked at Yan Chuan in shock. Yan Chuan shouldn't be reacting like this. Shouldn't he be terrified? You overestimate yourself. One of the sages shouted, Heavenly Tao. Boom. More than 2,000 heavenly Taos suddenly burst out from behind that sage. A vast aura like that of the heavenly Tao suddenly burst out and charged towards Zombie Yan Chuan. He stretched out his hand and a huge palm print appeared. It carried the power of heaven and earth and struck towards Yan Chuan. Wherever the palm passed, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the void and surrounded the palm print. Roar! Zombie Yan Chuan's aura was also extremely vast. It carried the power of heaven and earth. Zombie Yan Chuan's palm collided with it. The 2 huge palm prints collided in the void. Rumble! More than half of the void was shattered. Billowing storms rushed in all directions. The blurry void made many people unable to see what was inside. When the void calmed down slightly, everyone realized that Yan Chuan had disappeared. In the distance, a sage suddenly screamed in horror. However, Zombie Yan Chuan suddenly appeared in front of him. Both of his palms were inserted into his chest, causing him to be unable to move. Back then, when Zombie Yan Chuan was still weak, even the heavenly Tao couldn't do anything to the terrifying Zombie Yan Chuan. Now, Zombie Yan Chuan's strength had skyrocketed and he had mobilized the power of heaven and earth, drawing the power of heaven and earth to fight against the sage. How could he be weak? In an instant, Zombie Yan Chuan broke through the palm print and stabbed his palms into his chest. How dare you? Bastard! Stop! The other 11 sages screamed in horror. But why would Zombie Yan Chuan care? He flapped his huge wings and opened his mouth to roar. Under the roar, a terrifying suction force came from Zombie Yan Chuan's mouth. Oh no! The restrained sage screamed in horror, but the suction force from Yan Chuan's mouth was too strong. Boom! While the sage was Yahoo, he was swallowed into Zombie Yan Chuan's stomach. The sage was eaten by Zombie Yan Chuan? Within the Great Qin city, countless residents opened their mouths in shock, feeling incredibly confused. Meow. Meow also widened its eyes in disbelief. She was surprised. Only Bai Qi didn't care. After all, in the Great Thousand World, Yan Chuan had even eaten a perfect sage. A sage with an incomplete great path only had 1/10 of his strength left, so it wasn't strange that he was eaten. In the distance, Tongdan, Dark Gugzi, evil old demon, Yuan Tiangang, and the Tsar all frowned, looking confused. Gipu? A sage said in horror. Yan Chuan had eaten a sage? Let's attack together. Can't we, the 11 sages, defeat Yan Chuan? Let's kill him. Kill. Roar. The 11 sages attacked almost at the same time. Boom. Each of them had more than 2,000 great paths of heaven. In an instant, the entire Great Qin city was surrounded by great path pillars. The rolling great paths of heaven rushed toward Yan Chuan in the center. Zombie Yan Chuan snorted coldly. Zombie Yan Chuan instantly crashed into the great paths of heaven. However, the great paths of heaven didn't stop Yan Chuan. Instead, it was as if they were transparent in front of Yan Chuan. Oh no, the zombie king jumped out of the great path of heaven. A sage suddenly shouted. The zombie king wasn't restrained by the great path of heaven? However, it was too late. At this moment, zombie Yan Chuan's strength was at its strongest. In an instant, it appeared in front of another sage. Boom! Ah! That sage cried out in pain. Yan Chuan's hand stabbed into his chest. Roar! Yan Chuan opened its mouth and swallowed again. No! Bastard! The group of sages cried out in horror. Then, the group of sages quickly reached out their hands and attacked zombie Yan Chuan with the power of heaven and earth. 10 giant palms broke through the void and rushed toward Yan Chuan. However, at this moment, Yan Chuan didn't care at all and continued to swallow. In one gulp, the second sage was swallowed into his stomach. At the same time, 10 giant palms carrying the power of heaven and earth arrived in front of him. Boom! The 10 palms bombarded Yan Chuan's body. The void in that area was stirred up crazily. However, Yan Chuan seemed to be fine. Even the power of the sages couldn't destroy his terrifying body. Swish! Amidst the shock of the sages, Yan Chuan rushed toward the third sage. Boom! At a terrifying speed, the third sage did the same thing again. Yan Chuan opened his mouth and swallowed again. No, no! How can this be? How can Yan Chuan be so strong? Amidst the horror of the sages, Yan Chuan swallowed the third sage ferociously. The battle suddenly stopped. The 9 sages looked confused. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 3 loud thunderclaps sounded in the sky. After each thunderclap, there was a sudden burst of sorrowful music. Suddenly, a rain of blood began to fall from all directions. The rain of blood soared into the sky, and mist began to rise from the ground. Heaven and earth mourn the death of a sage? One of the sages said in confusion. The sage in Yan Chuan's stomach is dead? Another sage said in confusion. The sages didn't want to admit it, but the weather had shown everything. Heaven and earth mourned the death of a sage. This was a sign from the heavens. Yan Chuan? Looking at this scene, the 9 sages suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. Zombie Yan Chuan rushed toward another sage. Don't come over. The sage turned around and ran in horror. However, zombie Yan Chuan was too fast. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. In an instant, it was in front of the sage. The sage flipped his hand and struck with the power of heaven and earth. Zombie Yan Chuan's face was ferocious. It smashed the giant palm and instantly appeared beside the sage and grabbed him. However, no matter how they shouted, they couldn't stop Yan Chuan from swallowing them. Such a one-sided massacre shocked the other 8 sages so much that they lost their fighting spirit. How could this be? They didn't go forward to save them. Instead, they turned around and fled in all directions. However, as soon as they fled, they found a terrifying force around them. It was as if they had nowhere to run. Countless stars surrounded the Great Qin city. The terrifying stirring force forced the sages to be unable to escape. Great heavenly void arcane art. Outside, Tong Tian said with a gloomy face. This was the complete form of the universe in the palm. At this moment, under the seal of the void, even the sages couldn't escape. Whoosh! The blood rain became heavier and heavier. Yen Chuan swallowed the fourth sage and pounced on the fifth sage. No, this shouldn't be happening. The surroundings were like a cage. The 12 sages came aggressively, but now they were trapped and had nowhere to run. Yen Chuan defeated them one by one and devoured them one by one. Stop running. Let's attack Yen Chuan together. If he doesn't die, we will die. A sage shouted in horror. The 8 sages attacked Yen Chuan together again. One palm struck with the power of heaven and earth, while the other hand attacked Yen Chuan with a magic treasure. However, at this moment, zombie Yen Chuan was invulnerable. With an invincible body, his speed was terrifyingly powerful. In the blink of an eye, he pounced on another sage. Roar! Once again, he opened his mouth and devoured crazily. Attack together! Rumble! The void shook violently. However, when the void returned to normal, another sage was gone. The remaining sages no longer had any thoughts of cooperating and resisting. In fear, they could only flee quickly. Zombie Yen Chuan was too terrifying. What formation is this? The sages attacked the surrounding stars. Rumble! The surrounding stars shook. Clearly, the complete universe in the palm could no longer trap the sages. Suddenly, a crack appeared. A sage was overjoyed and quickly rushed toward the crack. Quang! A sky-burying coffin appeared from the crack and smashed toward the sage. Boom! As soon as the sage retreated, zombie Yen Chuan instantly appeared behind him and captured him just like before. No, Yen Di, let me go. Roar! Without hesitation, Yen Chuan swallowed it in one gulp. The other sages attacked the star formation crazily. Suddenly, another crack appeared. Meow, where do you think you are going? Bai Qi is here. Take this. Boom. The entire sky above the great Qin city fell into chaos. The violent battle and Yen Chuan's domineering manner of devouring sages. For a moment, the citizens of the great Qin city were all stunned. Senior brother, what did I see? A sage? A sage king is devouring a sage? Am I dreaming? Why don't you try slapping me? Slap. Ouch, senior brother, you really hit me. My hand hurts. It seems like it's real. Is it real? The great Qin city was filled with confusion and excitement. Gradually, it turned into endless worship. The supreme beasts of Dezhen, the Dragon Emperor and the Pheasant Empress, happened to be in the netherworld. Previously, they were still anxious, but now, seeing Yen Chuan killing everywhere, eating everywhere, the two great beasts couldn't help but tremble. Originally, they had seen how powerful Yen Chuan was in the netherworld and thought that Yen Chuan in the netherworld was inferior. But now, was he inferior? That was a genuine sage. Devouring like this? Devouring like this? Who could be a match for Yen Chuan? Yen Chuan continued to devour. The sky continued to rain blood, the ground was filled with blood mist, and the mournful music was endless. All of this showed the tragic scene in the sky above the great Qin city. Outside the great Qin city, the various factions had complicated expressions on their faces. Dark Xi pondered and said, "Could it be that I guessed wrong?" The Grand Master of Heaven took a deep breath. "I hope I guessed wrong." As the number of sages continued to decrease, Dark Gigu Zi, the Grand Master of Heaven, 100 Evil Old Demon, Czar, Yuan Tiangang, and the others left one after another with complicated expressions. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Everyone seemed to be trying to verify something. Perhaps they had verified it, or perhaps they had not. As the number of sages decreased, Yen Chuan became more and more unrestrained. No, Heavenly Emperor, why didn't you save me? Heavenly Emperor! Roars filled the sky. However, the current sages could only become food in the mouth of zombie Yen Chuan. Zombie Yen Chuan, who was at full strength, had monstrous power. The 12 sages all died in the mouth of Yen Chuan. Under the encirclement of Bai Qi, the Miao, the heaven-burying coffin, and even the Grand Emperor, the Jade Emperor, the 3 Swords of God, and other strong practitioners. None of the 12 sages escaped. Until the last sage was caught by zombie Yen Chuan. Emperor Yen, I'm willing to submit, I'm willing to submit, the sage said in fear. The malevolent Yen Chuan ignored him. Instead, he opened his mouth and sucked him in again, swallowing him down. At this point, the 12 sages were all devoured by zombie Yen Chuan. The great Qin city turned danger into safety. They are tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.